flag's up, the tension's building. That is huge.
Exciting racing here at the 2022 ASRL. Can they do it for South Australia? And it's the Joe in the bottom. Oh, great separator. The Jotos might have done it. Oh, what is happening? Here we go, McMasters. The Fat Daddies.
Here we go. Oh, no. That is huge surfboat action.
They're a bloody good crew, so they'll continue. Oh, on screen there. Hello. McMasters bench goes over. Stay with this shot. Bottom straight.
Oh, no. And they're excited, and so they should be.
Killed it now. Can they hold it? Look how good this vision is on screen. Big one coming. Look at this. Stay with this shot. No.
You get back in that boat as soon as you can.
This is surfboat rowing. This is surfboats. What is going on? How good is this? Jamaica Beach. How good is that? Stephen Bradbury, in your heart out.
A2 of the National Short Course Championships. We've got the Open Men, Open Women, 23 men, 23 women. My name's Jace Bean. I'm joined by Grant Wilkinson, and we've got the first race underway immediately.
Yeah, back again, Jace. It's good to see conditions have cleaned up a little bit, and it's definitely testing out there. There's still decent waves coming through, so it'll be interesting to see how these crews cope with the whitewash.
It is, mate, and as you can see, the crews down there, Mona Vale Milk and the North Curley Bears at the bottom of the screen, they've got the best run to see at the moment, but anything can happen. It's very similar to yesterday. There's a few bombs rolling through, and it looks like the tuggers in Alley 1 are having the worst of it. Again, Alley 1 proved to be difficult to get off the beach yesterday.
Yeah, Alley 1's right across that shallower bank, so they don't quite get the run across the sandbank on the way out, but hopefully that means a decent crack at some waves coming in. Alley 4 and Alley 3 have got the best of it, definitely on the run out to sea, but we'll see how they turn and set up for the run in.
So short course again, we're only turning the gate cans, which does make for a very interesting. You don't have a lot of time. If you get hit, you've got no time to catch up really, so you want to get out and clean, and we found yesterday fortune favours the brave if you're attacking the bank to get out.
And personally, I actually really like short course for that reason, that it really works on the skill. Even the turn here, the ability to get the boat around quickly and get set for the next wave, and your blade work through the break, it makes all those little skills so much more essential in short course than what it does where you can make up ground out the back.
That didn't appear to be the best turn from North Curley there, the Bears, but you can see Mona Vale Milk, they're running something nicely there. Hopefully we'll have a wave, and we could have a party wave with 3 boats at least on the first one.
Yeah, South Curley had a really good turn there. They're just checking the boat here, letting it run. Looks like a couple of little runners building up behind them. They'll set themselves for this. And looks like Mona Vale is going to pull down that first one.
They've got a nice wave there, trailed off.
South Curley did a really good turn, come out of it, and they're going to row in between waves here. And looks like the tally tuggers, and I dare say at the bottom of the screen, North Curley, who was just out of it. Tully's just gone off to the side there. It's a shame.
Without Disco, their sweep is looks like he's having a dip. I spoke to Disco this morning. Oh, and there's another boat careening in. You can see the heads there. Oh, they may have collided on the line there as they come in, but Disco and his boys are facing back out to sea. So that's North Curley and South.
Looks like
the South Curley Echidnas and the North Curley Bears have had a crash there.
Oh, North Curley and South Curley, there'll be a bit of rivalry on that crash.
There will be,
both ends of the beach there. They won't be happy with each other. But South Curley did a really good turn and came out of it and had to row halfway and got caught from behind on a wave. But actually, they've come across the line all right there. So it'll be interesting to see who got across the line first.
Yeah, we're not sure where the line is in respect to the actual sand on the beach today just yet, but I'm sure we'll get the blue line go up on the screen and see how they come across. There's the Milk boys there from Mona Vale just packing the boat up. They'll zip that up the hill out of the way so we can get the next race on the line.
Yeah, really important, this high tide here. Tide's still quite high. It's only an hour, I think, after high tide, and you saw that wave come in there. And that looks like the tally tuggers. Disco just getting in the back there again. He's gone for a little swim, dropped his wallet and just decided to go overboard and grab it. It happens to all of us.
It does, mate. We don't like to bag sweeps when they're having a dip because you know yourself you're going to end up out of the boat one day too.
End up out of the boat most days, so I'm not bagging anyone at all. So, no, they've done a really good job there. They got hit off the start and Disco's just rowing them back out to sea again here. Safety first, get around, get set for a wave. And get in. As long as they make the time limit, that's the most important thing. They're actually setting for a nice little wave here. This will be good to see how they if they can get a run across the top of this.
Nice way to finish with a nice clean wave. But then in the next race, they've got alley 4, so at the other end of the beach, they'll get a go at that. So we try to rotate so you're not stuck in the same alley over and over and over again. It can be very disheartening.
Yeah, and there always is across, and it's even more critical in short course, but there's always variances between the alleys, so it's really important that you get that range from alley 1 to alley 4.
You can just see the way the boat was bouncing there as Disco came in. There's still a heavy backwash running out to sea, so yesterday we saw a lot of white water exploding as the crews bumped into that on the way back home, so that just makes it a little bit harder, adds that extra element. But there's Disco just wandering across the line there. First race is done.
Those boys, they'll be happy to get across the line there. They've stayed upright. They've got the monkey off the back. First race over and done with, and they'll bounce back from that. And
some crews haven't done a warm-up yet either this morning. They've looked at conditions. There's a really heavy glare on the ocean as you looked out to sea, so it was hard to pick. The Tullabudra Open women, they had a bit of a rollover. You were out there surfing, Wilco, and you saw it happen right in front of you?
Yeah, they rolled over about sort of 40 metres just behind where I was sitting and surfing, and it was just exactly for that reason, because of the glare. It had nothing to do with the crew or the sweep or anything like that. Swoop was taken into the sea, and he was struggling to see with the glare, and they just got caught off guard.
Righto, we've got the next lineup is the South Curley Death Raiders. They were on fire on Friday. North Narrabeen Smokos, the Era Bucks, and we got Wanda Weapons. We saw Wanda Weapons go around on Friday as well.
Wanda have been super impressive. They're a really young crew. They've come along the last couple of years. They stepped up from 23s, training really hard. Sweep Nathan Spinner, he's also the president of Wanda. They're one to watch over the coming years, but the Death Riders in Alley 1, they're, along with the likes of Bulleye and Lorne and other A crews, they're the benchmark crews of surfboat rowing. They're the ones that you set yourself against in comparison. So, as you said, they were on fire on Friday, and as crew of their speed and their skill level, it'll be interesting to see how they handle this short course format.
And now we have to throw Port Kembla into that mix.
Yeah, they're back. They're back. Like, you look at Jack Patterson, one of the best sweeps ever. The crew that they've got, some of the best rowers going around. They've combined and had a good crack at it. So it was fantastic on Friday to see that, and the Death Riders are right there. So Death Riders just getting through that one there now.
You see North Narrabeen punching through one there. I think that's Don McManus in the back of the boat, and Era and Wanda also doing battle with the white water. But Era's going to have a bit more white water to punch through there. So is Wanda. But the Death Riders are out and they're gone.
And that's what I mean. They're a benchmark crew, the Death Riders. Like, they were able to get off just at half a length in front of everyone else and generate enough speed and enough lift just to punch through that wave, where a lot of other crews probably would have come unstuck. A crew of their ability and their skill level, they were able to handle that with ease.
Looking so controlled.
Yeah.
Just so easy.
Yeah. No, they're this 2021, I think it was, Australian champions for Opens, and they're a quality crew. As I said, they're a crew that when you line up against, you compare yourself to and see where they're at. Any crew that comes out of South Curley are good. Doesn't matter who they are, but these guys are the typical A crew. They're what you really sort of measure yourself against.
And we just saw Rob Lowry with his laying back on the back deck there to get the nose out of the boat to turn it around. Everyone does something different. I know myself, I lean forward and hold the strokes oar. Wilco?
Yeah, I tend to I lean forward and grab the strokes oar as well, and then as soon as I let go, I try and swing back like Rob did a little bit.
So you can see there that they've stopped. The Death Riders have stopped. They think they see something coming. They want to time it. You want to catch the wave. You do not want the wave to catch you. So with control, they're having a shot at this one here. It'll be a late, steep one. But Wanda at the bottom of the screen. Wanda have caught an absolute boomer.
Look at that cracker. Nice spinner up their back there. He's struggling with it. Whoa.
He's having a dip there. I think one of the problems there was one of the oars was stuck out like an outrigger. And the boat sort of spun on that and flicked him out.
Yeah, you can see the bow oar there is actually spun around the wrong way. And sometimes all it takes is just that blade to grab the water. Death Riders, Rob Lowry coming to shore here, straight as an arrow. Those guys, as I said, just a quality crew all around, all 5 of them, and they're leading by example.
And poor old North Narra look like they've got nothing, so they're going to have to row in the whole way. Era are on a wave, but Wanda there, rudderless, trying to work it out how to get home. There's North Narra on the back there, coming through, and sideways, and Era. Everyone trailed off on that wave, although that way home.
Well, North Narra just having a little bit of difficulty right before the line here. They've just got to get across.
Get out of the way of that one.
Yeah.
Nice, wise work.
So just waiting for the official results to come through, but definitely South Curley out in front there. Be interesting to see whether the Wonder Weapons got across the line there.
They've been well represented all day, South Curley, all weekend actually.
Yeah, everyone's got favourite sweeps that they watch or favourite crews that they watch, but as I said, every single crew that comes out of South Curley are good. The 3 main sweeps there are just the highest quality, and as a result, their crews are that quality as well. They're a fantastic boat club, really good culture, and I think they had 3 or 4 in the finals on Friday, and it's fantastic to see.
I think they had a crew representing every final across all divisions there. That's quite an achievement. Yesterday we spoke briefly on Neil Innes from Bateman's Bay. A couple of years ago he got 4 Australian silver medals at the one carnival. And he's just one guy driving the ship down there. So these guys are sharing the workload. That's why South Curley is so successful. You've got 3 guys doing the exact same work.
Yeah, Neil's a good example of how you hold up a whole club by yourself. He takes on the whole workload by himself there, and Bateman's is another example where everything that comes out of Bateman's is good. Every crew that Neil takes, when you line up against them, you're in for a tough race.
Right, so we've got the start list for the third. We've got the Tally Tomcats, the North Narrabeen Great Whites, North Cottesloe the boys, and Lawn Chops. The North Cot boys probably feel a little bit dud about it after Friday. They had a few things go wrong for them. Just got hit at the wrong time, or just wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, both Northcott and Lawn probably didn't have the Friday that they really wanted to with the selection event. Both of those crews are recognised as being, red hot, and for them to come away and not quite sort of hit the mark was surprising for everyone on the beach to see that. So I reckon they're after a bit of redemption today, and it'll be good to see Big Jeff Matthews up the back there for Lawn, one of the most experienced sweeps going around.
And you generally don't travel that far if you don't think you're on the pace.
No, that's right. Yeah, you wouldn't make it all the way over here from Perth or up from the Great Ocean Road there down on Lawn just to have a float. So these guys are quality, and you see Lawn out there. They're taking the bull by the horns here. They're going for it. Looks like one's just going to stand up in front of them. We'll see if they can just punch through this.
It's a smaller one, so they're safely out. So they might have a break on the field. We've actually only got 3 in this race. So the Great Whites from North Narrabeen are pulled out. There's Talabudra there, the Tomcats. What have they got in front of them there? Just a little one lifting up there. Over they go. That's Swoop from Talabudra.
It looks like another little one. They just got to climb through here.
That one's for Northcott.
Yeah.
And there they go backwards. So the boys, another mishap. Unfortunate for the boys. Yay, the boys.
Really difficult for the Perth crews as well. They're not used to it's probably surf this size over a break this long. any surf that happens in Perth, generally it's a bit of a shorter break. They can get off the beach quite well, but when you've got to deal with a couple 100 metres or 100 metres of breaking waves, it's a little bit different for them. They're not quite used to it.
If you're not used to it, it zaps the tank too. You feel as though you burn a lot more energy. You can see Lorne Chops there hitting the can first by a long way over the Tally Tomcats. Got a nice turn on him, Jeff.
Yeah.
Always makes up ground or extends his distance of lead at the can. He's looking over his shoulder, and so am I. I can see 2 or 3 lumps coming out the back, so Jeff will either make the decision to race in now and try and avoid them, or let them go past under him, because there's a fair bit of room with his lead that he's got.
And you actually showed the experience that Jeff's got there. He turned and he got the guys to ease off straight away. So he could get his bearings, he could see what was coming and set himself. You said it before, you want to catch the wave, not have the wave catch you.
And you can see them now, they've revved up. They want this little one. They're going for it. It's hard to tell with the glare on our screen at the moment. There's a nice little one behind him there, so they'll just do enough work to get that one, run it home, sit easy, get the breath back. So pretty much wouldn't have used an awful lot of energy in that race, saving themselves for later on in the day.
And that's, again, just show the experience of Jeff and the crew. Come out of the turn, eased it off, recentered themselves, got themselves set for a couple of little runners, and safety first, just sneak across the line.
Tricky water.
It is. There's a lot of water moving around right on the finish line.
You were out on Friday. I got the pleasure of sitting here watching. It looked difficult.
It was. It was a lot smaller on Friday, but it was actually really difficult to read the water. And today's a little bit bigger. I actually think the run-out tide will help a little bit, just clean up the conditions. At dead high tide, it was a lot of water moving around.
As you can see, Talabudra have come across the line, but their pump hoses have come out of the boat. So instead of spewing water out of the boat, it'll be spewing water back into the boat. They may have to gather their equipment, push the boat back over the line to push it back through the line again.
Yeah,
so
Tally's only got 2 people in the boat, so you need a minimum of 3 people and 3 oars.
They've got 3 oars, and you can see Swoop or someone running back to the boat. They've got 4 oars there. So they look like they know they have to push the boat back out. I believe they finished inside the area, but you can see the water in the boat. The pump hoses aren't facing out of the boat anymore.
No.
Someone's grabbed the hose on the trail and reefed it back through the through the hole of the boat, so it's spewing water.
See the little fountain there coming out the top. At least it's half getting out of the boat now, which is good. Yeah,
you know the pumps are working.
Pumps are going great. You see the amount of water that the pumps do release out of the boat. It's quite a substantial amount there.
So the pumps, I think they're like 4,200 gallons per hour.
Per hour.
So we've got 2 of those, and we double wire them. Instead of being a 12 volt, we'll ramp them up to 24 volts. So they're spewing out an enormous amount of water when they have to.
So the boat's full of water up to the gunnels. It could probably take 20 to 30 seconds before it's bone dry, which is a lot of water to move out there. You want the boat to be as light as you can when you're mid-break.
So here come the boys from Northcott, looking over their shoulder at something. They're just tapping the boat along, waiting for a wave. Hopefully a nice little one to pick them up, push them across the line. It looks like a bit of a dark lump on the screen there behind them. You see the sand in the water in front of them there now.
See the boat pick up a bit of speed here, and they'll just tap the shore on that, I think.
So depending what happened up the top of the screen there with Talabudra pushing their boat in and out, the Northcott boys may have picked up some more points than what they thought then.
Yeah, and that's all you need to do. You need to just keep fighting. Each race, doesn't matter if you're in last position, keep fighting. If you sneak a third, that 1 point might be just enough to get you through into the elimination rounds later on. You don't know what's going to happen in the next round. Someone could have brained it in the first round and had a win by a mile, and then they get smashed in the second round and don't even get out and back. So you keep fighting each race.
We saw a few boats yesterday get hammered on the line, rolled over, got the boat upright again and went for it and just make it home in the time limit. They still completed the course. They still get their points. It all adds up in the end.
Yeah, Palm Beach, Peter Spence was a really good example of that yesterday. Got smashed a couple of times, rolled the boat, come back to shore, had to change oars over, and I think he made the time limit by 10 seconds. And it was interesting to see he was a guy fighting for an additional minute on the time limit, and that additional minute saved him.
I think 6 was a bit tight.
Very tight.
6 minutes was tight
Yeah,
with the
very
waves
tight.
we had. Yep.
And it becomes a safety issue as well. That extra minute doesn't seem like much, but as a sweep, if you're sitting out the back and you go, I've got that minute up my sleeve, you might not take a wave that you're not forced into taking a wave. You take your time and put your safety helmet on first, so to speak, and just get the crew back to shore, knowing you've got that little bit of extra time up your sleeve.
So that was the 3 rounds of the men. We got the results here of the last race we just saw. The Chops in 1, Tomcats in 2, Yay the Boys in 3. So Talabudra managed to get everything back together and get across the line in second place after their little mishap.
Here we go, the first of the open females. So Tally Treats in 1. So
North Narrabeen the Great Whites. We've got the Noosa Chums, Palm Beach Paddlers and the Lawn Edge. So Tally and Lawn turning around and backing up to go out again with the open women. So there might be a little bit of a changeover break between races, but we were pretty quick yesterday. Lawn have had a little bit more time than the Talabudra to get their boat turned around and swap oars if they have to swap oars for the ladies.
Fortunately, both Tally and Lawn finished pretty much on the start position for the females. So Tally come in on the north side of the course, and they'll turn around with Swoop and head out here.
Is there a conspiracy theory here? Because Talabudra, 3 crews, 3 races, only won the whole time.
Heat 1, alley 1. It's
a curse.
It's a curse. It's always a running joke on the beach. You say, what do you got? Oh, Heat 1, alley 1. And everyone just nods and good luck. But I was fortunate enough to take Tally Treats on Friday.
You were, yes.
Swoop was at his daughter's graduation down in Melbourne for university, and lucky enough to take them out. They're an exceptionally good crew. It was a pleasure to actually sweep them. And I think at the Friday's racing will only help them here today, get that little bit of confidence. And Swoop's one of the most experienced sweeps going around. He's represented Queensland, represented Australia before. There's pretty much not much he hasn't done, so he'll be relishing in these opportunities here.
Yeah, Robin in that crew that you took out. I had her in my boat a couple of years ago at Caloundra. So she's a good egg.
Oh, yeah. And that was one of the things I really liked and enjoyed about the crew. Exceptional rowers. All 4 of them were exceptional rowers, but they're just really lovely people to be around. It was nice just to sit in the tent between races, have a chat. I was lucky enough to sneak in a training session with them beforehand, so all 5 of us are on the same page, and they were really receptive to different sweeps and different views on things, and really willing to learn. Even people of their experience, their calibre, they were really eager and keen to listen and talk.
We've just been given the axe. You must have said something, Wilco.
3 races and I'm done. That's it.
But Tash is going to jump on, and I do believe she's got a special guest with her. Someone who can thrash an ergo. Righto. Welcome, Tash. Have fun.
Alrighty, good morning to everyone at home that's joining us on the live stream. Just going to get a little earpiece here and then we'll be back on. So what are we up to? We're up to first round of the ladies. Okay, too easy. All right. Give you that. You just hold the talk. It's on. All right, so we've just got a little guest commentator. First time is this on the live stream?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's good to be here, Tash.
So we've got Georgie Rowe. So Georgie Rowe, one of our Olympians, river rowers. So you also dabbled in surf boats as well. So thought we'd get you down here today and just have a chat to you and find out about what makes Georgie tick and a bit of your background with your rowing history and some recent world record that you had as well. So welcome to the live stream.
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, it's great to be here and be back down in the surf club community. Is very special to me. I really love it, and it certainly is my passion, even though I spend most of my time on the river these days. But yeah, I love getting down to the beach and seeing my mates and being a part of the community.
So tell us, how did you get involved with surf? Were you a junior, or was it something you came to later? How did it all start?
My entry into surf boats was actually, was through the surf club, but I was a ski paddler. So I did a lot of kayaking and I did a lot of ski paddling. And then my beautiful friend Abby Jones said to me, "You're really tall, G. You should try and have a crack in the surf boat." And she was rowing surf boats at the time. And I jumped in. I think I was in the 2-seat down at Manly Surf Club, and just kind of took it off from there. And I was with Abby and Hannah and Emma Williams, and we had a great season. We were swept by Curley, and I mean, we didn't have awesome results, but it was our first season together. And I think what I just loved so much about it was you were 3 of your best mates. You're sweeping your boat, you're having beers afterwards, and just the whole lifestyle of the surf boat culture is just, I love it. Like,
it's pretty really special. It's a bit of a cult,
special.
But
yeah, it's a cult, and if you get it, you get it.
Everyone on the outside thinks we're really weird, but
yeah, exactly.
We know we're all good. So how long ago was that you came into rowing boats? How old were you?
So it would have been 19, so it would have just finished high school.
So fresh when you were young. Yeah, cool. So then you started with the surf boats. How were you river rowing at that stage?
No, so I did, well, kind of. I did 1 season of surf boats and loved it, and then Tim McLaren, who ended up becoming one of my coaches, he spotted me on the beach one day, and I think it was at Aussies that year, and he asked me if I wanted to try Stillwater, and I thought, absolutely not. Like, I'm having so much fun with my mates. And then my auntie was looking into trying to get me to go to college, because I was still eligible to go to college and do a scholarship over there, but just kind of didn't work out because I was doing a nursing degree as well.
Yep.
And then Abby and I actually moved to Curley Surf Club that year.
Yep.
And I did try to do a little bit of Stillwater. Like, I thought, look, I do have I'm very tall and have a large structure and all that, so I thought, I'll give it a crack, but just wasn't really enjoying it down there. I was at Mossman Rowing Club for a little bit, and just wasn't enjoying it as much as the surf boat.
It's very different, isn't it? It's a different culture. It's
I mean, if you look serious. Now, like, look at these waves.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're pretty. We've got the Open Women first round going out, and Palm Beach copping it on the way out as well. In this race, we've got Ali 1, Tally Treats, North Narrabeen Chili's in 2, Mauritia Door Chums with Megsy sweeping on 3, Palm Beach Paddlers 4, and Lawn Edge in 5. So that's no, it's not Spency. No. So how did that transition happen then? So how did you?
Yeah, well, it wasn't until a few years. So I was pretty happy just rowing surf boats and nursing. I was working up at the one of the aged care facilities on the northern beaches.
Yep.
And I had a bit of a triangle happening with work and with training at Curley. And that was ideal for myself for a little while. And I think it did get to a point where I just kind of wanted more out of myself and out of training. And I was enjoying the surf boats, but I just found that the crew I was in, and like, I really loved doing the ergs, and they wanted to go for a run, and I thought, well, we're not runners, we're rowers, like, why aren't we erging? And like, just stuff like that, and that's not to discredit them, it's just that they wanted variety and I just wanted to row.
Yep.
Anyway, so Pebbles,
Ryan,
he tagged me in a post on Facebook to do the National Indoor Comp in 2016.
Yep.
So that was in November 2016. And I did it and got a half decent score, and then my now head coach, John Keogh, he gave me a call, and the rest is almost history.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So he kind of talent ID'd me from that ergo, and then I actually went over to America and did the World Indoor Champs.
Yeah, okay.
Came second at that.
Wow.
So that was pretty exciting. And yeah, that was like off the back of not much Stillwater experience, and I was a bit of a novice then.
Yeah.
So yeah, then I just spent the next 8 months. I had a bit of a decision to make. Can I do this with work? Can I... can I do this with work? Can I... like, just money and all that. There was a bit to consider. But yeah, I mean, it was a big transition from surf boats to Stillwater.
Yeah.
And like, even going from full-time training to balancing work and training, still it's quite hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've been to the Olympics?
Yep.
How was that experience?
The Olympics is such an incredible place. I find it, it's quite hard to describe if you haven't been there, but it's almost like a celebration of just all these really unique, incredible human beings.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily have to be, like, you've got your Usain Bolts there, and your Michael Phelps or whoever, but then you also have people that are just participating, and they're so happy to be there and represent their country, and the passion that they have, and the joy that they have, and it's quite incredible and quite inspiring to be around. But then also, it's this weird highly emotional place.
Yep.
And a lot of people leave disappointed. That's the reality of it.
Yep.
You know, only 3 people from every event or teams
Yep.
get a medal.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people that don't, and I'm one of them.
Yep.
You know, and you leave really disappointed.
Deflated, yeah.
And you come home and you're like, what do I do now?
Yep.
And it's like jumping off a cliff, I imagine. Like, I hate to use that analogy, but it is really hard.
Yeah.
So then how do you bounce back and how do you get yourself in better mental shape to go again? Exactly.
Yeah. And I know, like, one of my mates from home, Hannah Davis, she's ex-Olympian kayaker, Han.
Yeah.
And she found that particularly difficult when she stopped doing kayaking.
Yeah.
And it was like, what now? And who am I? Like, that loss of identity as well, because you've been an athlete for so long and that's been the focus. But then literally having to, like, rebuild yourself and find out, well, who am I when I'm not kayaking sort of thing. So it is, it's an intense, and you get the, the Debbie Depresso sort of for the week after as well. Like, we find even events like this where, you know, the committee from the ASRL, we all come together for a week and we, you know, work together every day, pull it on, you know, and then you go home, and for that first week you're home, you're just like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, we used to call it, when I was at Curley, we'd call it PAD, post-Aussies depression.
And
you
it's
just,
a thing. It's such a thing.
It sucks. And so imagine that times 1,000.
Yep.
Like and to make it worse, you're stuck in a hotel room by yourself for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, because of COVID.
It was awful.
Oh, it would have been awful.
It was awful. And like, the Olympic Committee did such a great job trying to support us and have activities on each day, but at the end of the day, like, you're literally stuck in between 4 walls by yourself.
There's
only so much Netflix you can do. You can't train. I was taking, like, barely any steps every day. You walk out of there, your body feels awful. So it was quite the experience.
Right. So recently you had a world record on the ergo, another one. Is that 3 world records now?
I've actually got 5.
You've got 5?
Yeah.
Holy moly. So what have you got? What are the...
So I've got the 5K. That one's probably one of the harder ones that I've got. I've got a marathon, which, I mean, to be honest, I'm the only person stupid enough to sit on that machine for 42 kilometres. I did have the half marathon, so someone's taken that now, but I'm going to get it back.
Yeah, right.
I've already
That's
got
the
my
next
eye
goal,
on it.
is it?
Yeah. I need to get that one back. And then there was I did a random one, max meters in 4 minutes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, just because.
And how far?
I actually don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. Maybe 1.4k maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Or 1.5, I don't know. And then
just
recently the 30-minute max meters. So that was 8,486 meters, I think, off the top of my head.
Wow.
Yeah, and so just to paint a picture, that was our 3rd session of the day, and we had a capped rate of rate 22, so 22 strokes per minute. Yep. And so that's why my score was so, like, flatline, because I was just doing a training session. And my coach came up to me before that session, and I was exhausted. Like, my eyeballs are falling out of my face. And he goes, "Oh, Georgie Rowe, what do you reckon a record today?" We're at rate 22, because normally we would do those particular training sessions at rate 20.
Yep.
And I just said, "Oh, John, not today. Like, I'm buggered."
Yep.
And he kind of did plant the seed in my head, and then I did my warm up. I was like, "Oh, I feel surprisingly all right." It's quite amazing, like, when you're so physically fatigued, what you can still do. Yeah. Like, I just find that daily, you relearn that lesson. Like, you are so exhausted, and you can still put your body through hell. You can just keep going and going. I mean, Ned Brockman is an advocate for that, right? With his recent feat running across Australia. But it's pretty incredible what you can do when you're exhausted. So I just wrote the number on a post-it next to my ergo, because I just needed to know what it was. And then every stroke I was just repeating that number in my head. And I was just looking at the projected finish and just I was just thinking that day, the difference between feeling good and feeling bad was my mental state. Like, I was just in a really good mental place, had really good people around me. Had Annabelle McIntyre, who was an Olympic gold medalist, next to me, who was in the 4 at Tokyo. And she sets a beautiful rhythm, so I just had to tick along with her, really, and just push hard. And pull the chain a little bit. So that was a really great effort, and to be, like, it's just so good to be in the training centre in an environment where you have such an uplifting spirit around you, and everyone's yelling and getting around it, and it was an awesome day.
So will you do you do any surf boats at the moment, or are you just focused?
It depends who's listening. If my coach is listening, then no. Look, I'm at the stage now where, if you asked me this 3 years ago, I would have said yes, because I love jumping in and getting in the boat. But I mean, if you look at today, like, look at this right now. Like, you see these boats hitting each other, and it just puts me at too much risk of getting injured, and
Yeah.
I don't want to also
Jeopardise.
Yeah, like selfishly, I would love to do it because I just love it so much. Like it's definitely my passion. I get goosebumps thinking about jumping in a surf boat.
Yep.
But it's really selfish for me to do it and expect a crew to fit in with me.
Yep.
And I was really fortunate last year after the Olympics. I went down to South Curley actually because one of my Stillwater friends wanted to row there, and they were awesome with me. They were like, "Gee, just jump in when you can. We're just happy to have you
Yep.
here." But it did
like
get
the
to
super
the point,
sub.
well, yes and no. Like it just did get to the point. Like they're great. Those girls are
Yep.
great. I wouldn't say I'm a super sub. I was a sub that could jump in and just pull on the oar hard.
Yep.
And I know how to row surf boats.
Yeah.
And now my technique obviously is getting better. But I would hope so. The
You'd
amount of
hope
time
so.
I spend doing it. But those girls, I didn't want to let them down, and I didn't want them to feel like G just comes in, wins a medal, or does well at a carnival and goes. So it just kind of didn't sit right with me. So it got to the point where I was like, I've got to actually fully step away from this. And
Yeah.
I think since I've actually been okay with stepping away from surf boats, and I've been saying lately that I've surrendered to the Stillwater scene and really surrendered to the training centre. So I just feel like I'm in a better place now.
Yeah. Yep. So we've got a few swimmers out here. This is the wrong event, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like they're getting a bit of active recovery in early.
Yeah, getting their proficiency swim done. So it looks like that was Palm Beach that have slewed and they crashed into Bateman's Bay, Neil Innes. And then we've got Allura coming across the line here. Pretty tricky out there today, those conditions.
Yeah, look, I am getting itchy feet. Like, I would love to be out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
I'm
have
the
a helmet
same.
on.
Yeah, my crew couldn't be here this weekend, so we've had to
You're
sit
on the
this one
mic
out.
instead.
So got some graduations happening with school. So yeah, but it's tricky. It was tricky yesterday, but I don't know today if it's much bigger, but it seems a little bit trickier today out there than it was yesterday. So good thing that the
It's a bit of a sweeps game, the short course, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And it's like we ended up yesterday having to lengthen the time of the racing, so taking it out to 7 minutes. I think we started off with 6 minutes because we wanted to give the sweeps that ability to be able to stop before the break and just hold up and then pick their way through safely rather than be under a time pressure and sort of take risks that they don't need to.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's alrighty, here we go. What have we got? We've got Coleroy Giants, your old club.
I'm a little bit torn
Old
here
club?
because we've got Coleroy and South Curley, and then I've got a few friends at North Narrabeen and Avalon. So
Yeah, so we got Narrabeen Golden Girls in Alley 2, Avalon Beach Brumbies in 3, South Curley Shakers in 4. So yeah,
Northern Beaches,
There's
game
your
on.
tip. It is, isn't it? It's the Northern Beaches. So a few of these crews doing Ocean Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah. No
Yeah, I
Avalon
think,
girls are out there.
I think Coleroy and South
Curley
are doing
Yeah.
OT.
So really hard work on the start line. There's a little edge. The water's going left and right, and it's this little shore break. It's really, really tricky for the girls out there holding that boat.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really hard actually. I find that when you're in the bow, you really have to have a good grip on that bow to really put the nose straight into the waves.
Yeah, we've got Nathan Wellings on screen there. So we've got just looking for the check starter there, so you can see the 3 seats. So the girl closest to us on the left-hand side is just looking back for that gun, so she can see the flag up in the air, which is guns up. Narrabeen would be used to a shore break.
Yeah. Even South Curley, I've been really surprised when I've actually jumped in the boat there how rough it is at South Curley.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be loving these conditions today.
Yeah, it's sort of what Narrabeen, I raced there back in the 90s, and it was when they used to do the Manly Freshie North Narrabeen Carnival on Australia Day weekend.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. It was awesome, but that shore break was brutal.
Have they got Don sweeping them?
Yeah, Donnie McNanus is out, so yeah, he's
saw him
been
riding
sweeping.
his bike along Pittwater Road yesterday.
He's amazing,
Don't
isn't
tire
he?
those legs out, mate. You got to maybe you're doing a bit of recovery as well, actually.
Yeah, an amazing sweep, brilliant sweep, and still be at his age up there doing it. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, even still does his patrols and all that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I see him down
it's
there.
Great. Rightio, so we're in the starter's hands. So you can see check starter's got their flag up, which means he's happy with how the boats are positioned and everybody's ready to row. nice clean start there from the girls. So have you rode with these girls before?
Yeah, so that's my old crew, the Shakers. Yeah. I probably could have worn the swimmers. I just saw them this morning. I thought, I'll leave them in the cupboard.
So a serious bit of FOMO going on then.
Yeah. Especially, so one of the girls in that crew, Jen Horton, she used to row Stillwater with me, and she was in the Tokyo 8 with me.
Okay.
So she was in the bow seat of Tokyo 8.
Yep.
Very impressive rower, decent ergo, lovely girl, all time, just all round great chick, and very good friend of mine. So it's actually. It's a bit of role reversal because I've come from surf boats and now I'm in Stillwater, and we're not going to throw the retired word around, but she is living life and she's out there working and doing surf boats and just getting a bit more joy out of that, I think, than she was in the Stillwater. So it's really great to see her down here and really thriving in this environment. Yeah.
So are you working at the moment with training or...?
Well, I wish I was. It is hard to balance it. I'm still registered, and I need to actually get myself another job because while we were away, we were away for such a long time, and I just haven't been able to work nursing work. So I kind of was taken off the casual pool at Northern Beaches Hospital, which is fine. And I was working at the War Vets as well, so two nursing facilities, but. Yeah, because we're based out in Penrith, I kind of do need to actually get a job out there, less driving and all that.
What sort of nursing? What area?
So I was in day surgery, and my boss was actually Robin Moore, who rows. I don't know what is she at Queenscliff now?
Yes.
She's a Queensie, but she's a Mona Vale member.
She's filling in for Mona Vale.
Yeah, she's a very good friend, and she's definitely helped me out, and especially after the Olympics. Like, she provided me with a lot of stability, just giving me the opportunity to get a job there, which I found really challenging at first, coming out of that environment and going into the clinical world again. It's fast-paced, there's lots to do, and
it's hard to because I work radiation oncology, and it's when you haven't been clinical and you go back and just to remember what to do and like, have the speed as well. It's hard.
And Rob, like, she is an awesome boss, and she's a great friend, and someone I would look forward to seeing her at work and give her a big cuddle, and then she'd be like, Georgie, you got to go do some work. I'm like, but I just want to talk to you about surf boats all day.
We had when I worked in Townsville, our department up there was all boaties.
It
was brilliant. So like the chief right through to the sort of lower level staff, all boaties.
Good wave for Donnie.
Great wave there. That's cracking. And you can see either their stroke or three seats actually helping him with the oar. There's a lot of pressure on that blade, so if you can have an extra hand on it, it's actually sort of pushing the handle down. So they're pushing it back up to sort of help him out and take some of that weight.
Yeah.
So that's
Is that a North Narrow finish?
North Narrow finish, and
I think that was South Curl.
Nathan Sweet Feet Wellings having a little bit of trouble there, just ended up a little sideways. They've got themselves back on track now.
So how's the scoring go for the short course? So is it knockout or
they're doing 3 rounds? So they'll have 3 rounds, and then they will go into either a semi-final or into a straight final, depending on how many crews are in the division.
And so it's just kind of above or below the line, a bit like Ocean Thunder.
Yep. So there'll be a point score cut. So they'll take. I think there was maybe 17 or 18 starters in the Open Women. So they'll do 3 rounds, and then by point score they'll do a cut to maybe 10 or 8 crews. Which is pretty harsh, going from sort of 18 to 10. It's almost a 50% cut. And then they'll do some semis and then into the final. So probably end up with a 4 or a 6 boat final, depending how it's racing. Conditions like this, it's better to not have big 6 boat races because the collisions, and it makes it hard for the water safety as well to be watching so many boats at one time.
Of course.
But they will end up with a final eventually. So
is it a 4 boat final or a 6 boat final?
I'm not sure what they're taking through, so we'll see when they do the point score cut, how many we end up with.
Well, it's good to see more crews on the beach. I feel like there was a bit, especially with the local carnivals, there wasn't so many crews, and then you come down here and be like 4 or 5 crews, and you're just racing the same crews all day, which is great training, but I imagine for the girls, like, you really, and the guys, more crews the better.
Okay, so here we go. We've got first going to North Narrabeen, South Curl Shakers, your girls second, Avalon Beach Brumbies third, and Colorado Giants fourth.
Oh, my Giants had a tough race.
So we've got one more heat to go in the open females. So we've got Wanda Winging It, North Narrabeen Chilies, Mona Vale Single Ladies, and North Curl Coyotes.
So we've got North Narrabeen have 2 crews.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty good. Bit of depth there, so not bad. And then later on today in our program, once the short course championships is completed, we'll be having our mixed crew racing.
Ah, that's today.
Which is
awesome.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah. So my two older brothers, they row surf boats.
Just watching. I think the oars popped out on that boat, so had to get the rollick back around the right way and then get going. So unfortunate for North Curley, they're going to be a little off the pace.
I was just going to say my two brothers row. So my oldest, one brother's rowing at North Curley, and then the other one used to row with DY. But I'd be desperate to get in a boat with them.
Yeah,
I just need another girl. Yeah.
And that's like one of the, I guess, the reasons we bought this event in and trialling it this weekend is on the committee we've like a group of guys and girls who get on really, really well, and we are all from different clubs and different states. Even we'll look at that wave.
That's
Motorvale. Got another one yet to get over as well.
There
look
goes
out the
your
back
L5
building.
S1 bulge disc.
There's North Narrow. Over they go.
I hope no one got hurt there.
Yeah, we'll do the head count. 1, 2.
Where's the sweep?
5. There we go. Excellent. So they'll try and we'll see if they try and ride it over and get themselves going again. They may run out of time, I think, to be able to get that through. But it looks like Wanda here on screen. Just trying to see if
nice composure there, isn't it?
Yeah, look at Sweep's really relaxed. He's just holding that blade handle away from his body.
Yeah.
When it gets in close to your body, the sweep or handle, that's when you can get pushed out of the boat easily. So it's, hold it away from your body. Nice
the timing's good when you're watching the shoulders of everyone,
yes,
like when the hands away and then the shoulders come forward together.
Yep.
So that's
good sequencing.
Yeah, great.
So it looks like they're all okay there. They're just trying to get all their equipment and everything back together. And North Curley had that oar, I think, pop out at the start, and they're still held here. But with North Narrow being probably not getting their stuff back together, it's still worth these girls trying to get through and get around the course and get some points.
So what's the time limit for the short course to get around the course?
We had 7 minutes yesterday, but they do vary it. So they'll look at how the first round goes, how people are faring, and if everyone's struggling to make the time limit, then we actually will increase the time.
Yeah,
so,
great.
And like we did yesterday, they increased it for safety reasons. They don't want people pushing it and picking waves that they, probably wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, of course.
And we've got Motorvale just holding up here, just letting a few roll through. They don't want to take it. Might be backing up a little bit.
It's a pretty scary feeling when you're sitting there in those waves.
No. Over they go. Never going to keep that one. And Motorvale too, doing well there. The girls are all packing the high side, as we say. We've got the bow who's going for a good ride there.
Could be in trouble here.
I might do right. They're okay. 4 in the boat still. Looks like they've all got their oars.
Well done,
now,
Motorvale.
We have to see if Wanda, they've only got, looks like 1 rower there. So to complete the race, you need 3 oars, 3 rowers all touching the boat.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll have to take the boat back across the finish line, get their rowers and oars to be able to actually complete.
We've got a broken sweep oar there.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to try and go back out.
North Narrow.
That was a heavy hit for them.
Yeah.
Wander as well.
It's just messy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
really
tricky.
A bit of a mess there.
Really tricky conditions, so kind of good to be watching today.
Yeah. You definitely would be wanting to wear a helmet today.
100%. And here we've got North Curley who've made it out. See if they get home. I think we've only had one Motorvale were the only ones that managed to keep themselves upright. So.
Yeah.
You can just see those sets building out the back, can't you?
Yep.
Just going to easy there and try and let these larger waves roll through. You don't want to be in the wrong spot when you take on these waves. So they'll just sit there and wait. Which is what you want to see. You don't want to see the sweeps pushing it and chasing something they shouldn't.
No, especially when you've got a little bit of time up your sleeve.
We saw similar at Aussies this year as well. It was pumping. It was absolutely massive at Aussies, and that back bank at Kira was really working. And literally you're rowing out and just waiting, letting these sets roll through before you could row out, and then the same coming home. So here we go, nice little one of the smaller ones. It's like the smaller of the bigger ones.
Oh, they still have to do a come off.
So just all trying to get to the bodies.
Whatever it takes, just get the weight back.
There, and the spit comes now. This is the challenge. Look at that white water. There's a lot of power there.
Yeah.
The bow's trying to get herself now up to get forward, get the weight in the bow, get the nose down. And they'll sit in their seats there just in case he calls them to recover and row. So you can see that backwash. It's hitting the waves are hitting the shore, and then the water's going back out and creating a huge backwash.
Yeah, that was a good wave. Good job.
That was great sweeping there.
Yeah.
Fantastic rowing. Really, really good. So when's your next big event? What's next?
Yeah, well, just this side of Christmas, we've got 2 weeks. We do have our national time trial, which is an event where everyone in Australia, all the elite rowers, which is basically the men's training centre and the women's training centre, come together and do a bit of racing just to see where everybody's at, how fast boats are going, and mixing crews around, get the 8 on the water, try to go fast, which is always a bit of fun.
Yep.
Not as fun as what we're watching right now, but yeah, it is. It's good to have the guys around and get our culture going. And then next year we have just some local stuff. So it's a bit like our domestic season is the same as the surf life saving season.
Yep.
So yeah, we've just got our state titles, and then we have our small boat regatta as well. And we also have our trials, which will be, I think, in March sometime. Mm-hmm. And so this year we're trialling for the Aussie team, which will be going overseas to qualify boats for the Olympics. So this regatta is a pretty stressful regatta. Like when I did it for the last Olympic cycle, I would say it's more stressful than the actual Olympic Games.
Yep, it's trying to make it.
Yeah, because it's kind of do or die there. If you miss out, then you miss out. And then it's kind of like, well, that's almost the party over. We do have a final qualification regatta, which is the Olympic year.
Yep.
So that'll be in 2024. But nobody wants to go to that because that is apparently, I haven't been, but the worst regatta you can go to.
Right. Alrighty, so we've got to start here with our under 23 males. So we've got 2 Palmy crews. We'll see Spency just there on the right of screen with Palm Beach Plumbers. Very, very good crew. Next to them was the South Kilkeel Sneaky Nuts. And in Alley 5, you've got North Cronulla Bills Colts. And then back up the top, we've got Palm Beach Power Rangers and Queenscliff in Alley 2. So see how these boys go.
It's good to see Spency back out there after his accident.
Yeah, it's just, and you know, he's had a couple of rollovers this weekend, and he's not
affected at all.
Not affected. He's really.
It's kind of like Mick Fanning when he got attacked by that shark. He just had to get straight back in the water, right?
Yeah. We had a chat with Spency on our podcast, and he, went through. He remembers right up to when he got knocked out.
Yeah.
And then the next thing remembers being in the ambulance. So.
Yeah.
He's had a long recovery. Like, it's been challenging for him. I think. He's had some issues with vertigo and some inner ear problems. But he says he's more comfortable on the water than he is on the land because of the vertigo. So,
of course.
I think his junior boys call him Aquaman. It's great to have him back here, and it gives a lot of people confidence as well. I think a lot of other.
Spency's known for his passion on the beach. He fires up pretty easily.
Fever,
But he's so great for the sport. You need
awesome.
People like him around. He's recruiting from all the private schools, getting the stillwater rowers down here. He's taking our stillwater rowers away from us, but that's all right.
He's a top guy and super generous with his time.
I've got all the time in the world for him.
Today with tools and things. We've got a pump's not working, so he's a great guy and exceptional sweep as well. So and started out in the club as a swimmer. He was in the water stuff, doing a bit of iron, so a ski paddler. So and got these boys onto a little runner here now. Interesting. They're going to pull down it. They're going to go for it. Yes.
Oh, they're close.
Just sitting on top of it.
Oh, good job, boys.
And
well rowed.
Aft. Get that bow up. That was great. Great work there.
Yeah, they're really throwing their bodies into that one.
Just when that wave just dumps there, that's the spit there where it just really pushes.
I wonder how shallow it is there too.
Pack the high side. It's not... where are we up to? We're not at low tide yet. We've still got a... Is that Pebbles? I think that's Is that Ryan? No. No. So Palm Beach Power Rangers there, right up the back of South Curley Sneaky Nuts. So
Oh, that's the other Palm Beach crew.
those pumps working overtime there on those boats.
Yeah.
We've got Queenscliff. This is Damien Daly. Yep. So
DD, I remember him from my kayaking days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ski paddling.
Yeah. Great job. It's definitely a sweeps day today.
Yeah. This finish line camera is good.
It's great.
Yeah.
Great. Just going to sub in one of the boys. You just have a chat for 2 seconds
Yep.
to the listeners at home.
Well rowed by South Curley. Where are we now? This race. Oh no, that was...
Okay, so results from the under-23 Palm Beach Plumbers coming in for South Curley Sneaky Nuts. And Palm Beach Power Rangers. Queenscliff did a really good job there to come back to shore straight. Damien Daly on the big stick up the back on his home beach. Not sure, I was off screen for a little bit. Not sure if you could see it, but there was a lot of bounce on his wave, and
Yeah,
he knows these
we did see
conditions.
that, actually. He did a
knows
really
these
good job.
conditions really well. He's grown up here, life member at Queenscliff. He's the heart and soul of this surf club. He did a really good job. Here we go, under 23, Maroochydore Force, Mermaid Mongrels, South Curley, and then in Alley 4, just seeing them get off the beach, McMaster Whippets. Fairly even start there. They look like they're going out off the start pretty well there.
There's so much more power in a men's boat than a women's boat. I hate to say it, but they just really punch through those waves, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes you need weight.
Yeah.
And
don't worry, I've got plenty of it.
No, that's a top open women's crew and a top open men's crew. Funnily enough, once you're top speed on, say, flat water, there's not a lot of difference between boat speed between a good men and good women's. However, where you notice the difference is in the break when you get hit by a wave, that ability to get the boat started again.
Yeah.
To punch through a wave, and if you've got my old bowman was 112 kilos, and the bow girl I had in my open women's crew was 58 kilos.
Yeah, wow, okay.
So there's a lot of weight difference there, just to stand on the blade and get the boat moving again, or to stop it going backwards. Sometimes it's nothing to do with raw strength or power or ability.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just comes down to body weight. And having said that, sometimes you want a really light boat to pop over waves.
Yeah.
Having a light girls crew, you'd notice the boat bounces that little bit easier over a whitewash.
Yeah.
So it looks like South Curley there. Rob Lowry out the back. Until his turn there, leads right out the back, gets the nose up out of the water so the bow can swing around. That's a great shot there from the drone. See all three boats just running the top of that one there. McMaster's still on the way to sea. And just going to run the top of this one, alley 1 and 2. Not sure they're going to drop over.
They're going to get down it?
Yes.
Oh, alley 1.
Alley 1 just dropping down there now. He's just trailing them back. Maroochydore Force.
Well rowed.
Megsy up on the back there.
Is that a timber sweep oar?
Timber sweep oar, yep.
Nice.
See that backwash there, bouncing the boat.
Oh, no.
And is that Mermaid there? They just got caught from behind on one there. Got sort of caught in no man's land. And Jace mentioned it before. You want to catch the wave. You don't want the wave to catch you. No, in a dead boat, not a lot of speed when the whitewash hit them.
Yeah.
And that's resulted in them upside down, showing the beach their sponsors. So,
yeah, good day for Kenneth's Hire.
yeah, that's right. Plenty of exposure there. Turn right there, Rob, coming to shore. One of the best sweeps in the country. Nice and composed and relaxed. Just getting
Not a bad bloke as well.
Yeah, great guy. Again, a fantastic boat club.
Yeah, they do pretty well, South Kirkhill in the surf, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
I've had the jet ski's gone over as well, gone in there to make sure everyone's all right, and he's come unstuck as well. Jet skis do a fantastic job. Their ability to get in and really tight on a situation is far better than an IRB. You see the rescue boat there. They just have to keep a little bit more distance. The IRB can get right in on top of you, and you see it a lot with the big wave surfers. They can whip in and pick someone up. McMaster's just coming back to shore there, doing a great job as well. And you mentioned about the timber sweeper before.
Yeah, you don't see that many of them anymore.
No, a lot of guys still like to use them, especially in the bigger waves. Timber is obviously a lot heavier than the carbon.
Yeah.
It sits down and also a little bit more forgiving. So when the boat starts to twist and get a bit of a grab on it, the timber will actually flex, and as a sweep it buys you maybe a second to get yourself out of a bad situation.
Yeah, right, okay.
Where on a carbon sweep oar, that second of forgiveness turns into like a tenth of a second, and sometimes before you know it you're already under pressure and getting flung out of the boat.
Yeah, okay.
An interesting croaker now make a fiberglass sweep oar that you see the blue ones that a lot of people use, blue and yellow, and that's probably a hybrid somewhere between the timber. It gives you the flex of timber, but it's still quite responsive like a carbon one. So everyone likes a bit more durable as well. Carbon's fantastic under load, so when you put a bit of weight on, the boat responds really quickly and really well.
Yeah.
But it's no good under compression, so when you see people hit a wave, the carbon sweep oars will snap straight away, where the timber ones will take a fair bit of punishment.
Do the fiberglass ones snap as easily?
No, not as easy. So again, they've got a little bit more flex and a little bit more forgiveness, and they can cop a little bit more of a beating.
Yeah, right.
So a lot of people will use them for that particular reason.
Yeah.
In that it buys them a little bit of time. It's not quite as responsive as the carbon oar, but a little bit more durable as well, and a lot cheaper when you do snap one. It's a little bit cheaper to go and replace.
Yeah, it's a good day. There's conditions like this is good for croakers.
Yeah, fantastic.
I was with them the other night, and they were saying business is booming with the big surf.
Absolutely. Every time they see a big wave on the forecast, they rub their hands together, and they do a fantastic job though. It's a quality product they produce up there.
Yeah, we don't get too many broken oars stillwater rowing these days, so they're usually just fixing handles or that kind of stuff.
Okay, so start list: North Cronulla Young Guns, Surfers Paradise Sharks, Palmy Pitbulls, and North Cronulla Jeffs Coles, Joe Floys up the back. So North Cronulla bookends in this race. It'll be a grudge match to see who gets bragging rights back in the tent. North Cronulla, big boat club, the neighbouring club to mine at Allura there, and they've got a lot of crews on the water, a lot of crews in training. So it's good to see a number of them over here today.
There's usually a carnival around this time in North Cronulla, isn't there?
There is a Christmas carnival coming up in 2 weeks' time. It's part of the New South Wales State Team Selection Series.
Oh, yeah.
A 2-day carnival, and just watching Palmy here. Again, bottom of the screen there, you see a little bit more water underneath North Cronulla at the bottom of the screen. The top of the screen, they're on the bank there. So, the top of screens...
Yeah, they're hitting the waves first.
Yeah. Top of screen, you just start to drag off the bottom a little bit. It's a little bit harder to get boat speed, but the waves can be a little bit more even on the way out there, and you can sometimes sneak around them. So Palmy just checked their boat there, and that looks like, Ali One's just been able to get around that set, around the side of it. Surfers Paradise there. Hughes up the back, doing a great job up there.
Yeah, they're moving now.
That's it. And what we mentioned before, the men's crew can just, get that acceleration of the boat in between waves, just get the boat going that bit quicker.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes it's only one length quicker than what a female crew would do, but that one length is meaning that you're getting over the next wave rather than being under it.
Yeah,
and that's all
where
it
you want
takes.
to be.
Yeah, you want to be on the back of it, not underneath it.
Yeah.
All the waves
it's quite
seem
the
to get
lead we've got out here. They're already turning.
Yeah, into the turn there.
Yeah.
The waves always seem a bit bigger when you're underneath them too. That looks like Mick Hawkins there at the back of that North Cronulla crew. And he's just let the boat run a little bit here. Same thing, just experience and a bit of composure there.
Yeah, they've got a bit of time here. They can just take their time, pick their wave that they want.
Yep. You see himself setting for this. Hopefully they can get a little bit of a run out of this. It's starting to build behind them. If they can get onto this nice and early, get themselves trailed, keep the boat nice and balanced, it gives them the best chance. See, that's less than ideal.
Yeah, just snapped like that.
Yeah. Now, that's unusual for that to happen, so something must have happened on the way to sea, maybe a hairline fracture in it, and that's what I mean. Sometimes the carbon in the glass oars, that's a shame.
That is a shame. They had such a decent lead.
We've got Surface Paradise coming in here. Hopefully no collision with North Cronulla. Well, it looks like North Cronulla's actually got across the line, but they've only got 2 rowers there. So you need 3 rowers and 3 oars to be with the boat and in control of the boat. The boat can actually be upside down, but you've got to have your hands on it, pushing it across the line, which means you're in control. And that looks like Palmy coming to shore there. Doing a good job, just sneaking in a little one. Safety first.
Yeah, boys.
That's the priority for sweeps today. Just get yourself out and back. Try and stay upright and try and stay straight.
In one piece.
In one piece. All the rest will look after itself. And Jeff Loy coming in here. Super experienced, been in a lot of clubs. There he is, the big man at the back. Great job there. So, not sure of North Cronulla.
What's the tide doing at the moment?
It's turned and it's on its way out, and hopefully that'll start to even out that bank a little bit.
Yeah.
Although the northern end, alleys 1 and 2, will have a bit shallower water. So it looks like North Cronulla there, just pushing the boat back out across the line. So you've got to fully go back across the line and then cross it again. There are 3 people and 3 oars. And that's a shame for Mick too. He's a great sweep, a fantastic guy. And that was no fault of his own. He was pulling on the oar, and it just let go. You saw it on screen, just snapped in 2. So that's exactly what we were talking about before.
With those oars.
The timber oars, even if it has a big crack in it, you'll find that it will flex and bend, and it'll, you think of it like a tree. It might have a big split in it, but in the wind it will still bend and flex. The timber does that, and so it won't necessarily break on you like that.
That carbon one just looked like a clean cut.
Yeah, it just
bang. Too much pressure and it just snapped.
Yeah. I'll tell Mick he's just got too much power. He's too strong. He'll love hearing that.
Yeah. No, we've got video footage of it.
Yeah, that's it. Snap a sweep oar with his bare hands.
Yeah.
So the guy's just pushing the boat back across the line here. Got 3 people in control of it. So
that's unfortunate for that crew because they were doing very well.
Yeah. And that happens,
That's surf boats.
That's it. That's it. And that's, it's interesting, from a stillwater background like yourself, where if you're, if you've got a fast crew and you're ahead in surf boats, sometimes you're like, I don't need to be fast. I just need to be skillful and have a decent amount of speed because everything's a trade-off.
Yeah.
There's no use having all the speed in the world, but you can't handle a wave.
Yeah, it's definitely a different perspective going into a stillwater race when you kind of know what your top speed is. And I mean, at the World Championships this year, we came 5th, and we won our race at the World Cup beforehand. That was like maybe a month before, and we thought we were pretty fast. And then you get to the World Champs, it's like, oh, we actually weren't that fast. There was just the other crews weren't at the World Cup. So yeah. And
probably, much the same in stillwater too, you'll find that, some crews might peak for a certain competition, or they might miss a competition because they're working on another element.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and everyone tapers a little bit differently, and like the timings and all that around it. So it's a very different approach to racing.
Yeah,
that's what I do love about surf boats, though, because often I think the best crew often does win, but you don't have to be the best crew to win.
Yes, you'll find that if you really look at the results across the years, the same crews, the same clubs, the same sweeps are always in around the finals, semi-finals.
Yeah.
They know how to prepare a crew really well. So, regardless of the conditions, whether it's huge Curragh, 6 foot and back banks firing, or whether it's dead flat, the crew is ready for it. They're prepared, and they can make the best of whatever situation they find themselves in.
Yeah.
So under 23, here we go. Palm Beach, Coolum, Glenelg, and South Curley. Glenelg Grenades. They won on Friday the Australian team selection event. I was really lucky to have a chat with them on the Wednesday night beforehand via Zoom, and just a fantastic group of young girls. And it was really exciting to see a South Australian crew come away with Australian representative honours. The highest accolade you can get, in my opinion, in any sport, is to represent your country. And those girls show that you don't need to be a big New South Wales or Queensland club, that you can be from another state and come up here and match the best, and they absolutely ran away with it on Friday. They were just fantastic in everything they did. The first 5 races of the day on Friday, they were outstanding, and then went into the final series and just went to another level, and it was really great to see, and really exciting to see what they can do in the coming years. And I think going overseas, as I'm joined again by Jace Bean, as they go overseas and represent Australia and go in with the likes of the Currumbin Hunters and the Port Kembla men's crew as an example, they'll learn a lot from that and really take a lot of confidence out of it.
The idea of this racing against New Zealand and actually going and representing the country is amazing. So they will take an awful lot out. There's so much experience in that, in the open crews that have that the job of representing the country. So those kids are going to just thrive on that and take so much out of it, just being around them. Like when they pull in younger players into the origin teams, just to be in camp. So it's a huge advantage for those girls to be able to absorb all the knowledge and go overseas and experience it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was lucky enough a couple of years ago to represent Australia with my open women's crew, and the South Curley Death Riders were the open men's crew, and seeing them, how they behaved in the camp environment, in the team environment, to me that's what distinguishes an A crew. Not necessarily anything about rowing speed, but they set a standard with everything they did, and they were an absolute. It was a privilege to be in the team with them, and also, South Curley and Australia was, just the standard they set on how they did everything. They were fantastic, and I think the Glenelg girls, they'll relish this opportunity being in a team with those open crews as well.
Well, I think gone are the days where it was a junket and you're out on the town every night.
No, definitely not.
Sampling the local.
Yeah, the local
wines.
Food and wine. Yeah, no. So we've got Disco on screen here. Tally Tuggers.
So really, we've actually had a change in the events this morning. So we've had a number of crews pull out of the 23 female. They are going straight to a final later on in the day. So it has been a bit treacherous out there. So some of the crews have pulled out. We're back around to the open men. So we'll just get our paperwork ready for that. But you can see North Narrabeen.
Yeah, Don McManus, the master, best of all time. He was on screen there. Seeing him come to shore in round 1 there, he was doing a fantastic job with his girls. Caught a decent wave out the back and held it straight as a die all the way to shore.
So we can see Talabudra, they've been ejected from Alley 1 down to Alley 4 this time with the Tuggers, North Narrabeen Smoko, North Cottier, the boys, hopefully they have a bit better luck this time, and North Curley Bears up in Alley 1. But there's a wave coming through the centre of the field there. North Narra climb over it, Talabudra go through it, and another one coming. Will they make it over?
Yeah, Tully's going to be touch and go here, just sneaking through.
Disco gets a shower there in the back of the boat, takes on a little bit of water.
Bit of a head rinse. Another little green swell here. They'll just climb over this. Nice. Good work, boys.
But all crews are out, and particularly 1, 2 and 3, they're out a long way in front of Talabudra there.
But the most important thing here is, you know, for Tally, other 3 crews are out and got a little bit of distance on them, but they don't give up. We've seen it virtually every race. Anything can happen on the way to shore. So, sounds funny, but, you know, sometimes the hardest thing is actually getting back to shore and staying upright and staying straight. So, if Tally can stay in this so they can keep their composure, they're definitely not out of it.
Well, Northcott, you can see how fast they actually are. They've got a clean run to sea for a change. They've hit the can just in front of the Bears and the Smoko. So, and they've had a great turn. They've put an extra length on the Bears straight away.
Really good turn here, and hopefully they'll just run along the top of this, get a bit of speed out of it, and set themselves for whatever's behind. So just see them dropping off the back of that now.
Don McManus, the great man himself, looking over his shoulder, urging his boys on to work every little runner. Pushing for it. Here comes a nice little lump behind them now. Can they do something with it? And they did. Turned into a wave straight away.
Don was up on the chocks early, set himself nice and early. Well,
oh, hang on. Someone, yay, the boys. Someone's
Northcott
fallen out of the boat on a trail. Looks like they've lost their stroke. He's back there having a dip.
As a sweep, that's the last thing you need.
So now you can see him standing all on one side of the boat to try and level the boat out. Smoko come across the line in first place there. Northcott having a weekend that they'd rather forget.
And a little bit of a collision coming up here.
A little tap there with the North Curley Bears.
It's a little bit of a love tap here.
Oh.
See the sweep put his arm in the air just to signal to the officials. Bit of a protest that disco coming through here, Tally. And that's what we're talking about on the way to sea. Don't give up. You know, if those other crews haven't crossed the line here, they might sneak across. You don't know.
Never over until you cross the line. And even then, once you cross the line, there's always a possibility of a protest or something else like that. But that's the first of the round 2 of the Open Men. Interesting to hear from Georgie. Have a chat to her.
Oh, what just a phenomenal athlete. You know, just jumps on an erg, and I heard a story before that she was halfway into when she set the 30-minute world record and realised that I'm pretty much on the money here. I'll give it some and just open up and give it a full crack and got the world record just like that. You know,
just like that. Wow.
Someone said it was actually a third session for the day. They're training at that elite level. They're training 18 times a week or more.
Now, I know how tall you are, Wilco. You do cast a bit of a shadow when you stand up.
Or lack of height, vertically challenged.
She's a tall lady as well, so that does help with leverage.
Absolutely, yeah. The one thing with rowing, especially stillwater rowing, you know, big tall athletes, long levers. Plenty of time for the blade to be in the water and generating squeeze on the blade. And she's tall, but physically she's strong. You know, you can see she's a really strong individual. You can see the power on her, and just a fantastic person all round.
There's the Palmer girls having a bit of a warm up and down the hills. Judges on the tower there. Got the camera there. That grey barrel. With our technology for our line.
And it's great to see that, you know, things like the live stream, the video finish line, it's you know, brought another level to our sport where, you know, there's no guesswork in it. Everything is much like in the footy. You know, you go to the video ref and you can see exactly what's happened.
Well, we've got 3 in this. There's our results on the side of the screen from earlier. So we've got Mona Vale Milk, the Wanda Weapons, and the South Curley Echidnas on charging to sea at the moment. I want to say the milk, Mona Vale Milk, probably getting the worst of it there, but Wanda getting filled. Lucky they had a bit of pace when they charged into that. And there they are, there's the milk. They're full as well.
Yeah. So the sweep just reached down there, hit the pumps.
You see the water bouncing around them as you watch the backwash roll out to sea. At Perth, you're actually able to use that as a runner to sea sometimes. It's fantastic, but they got really, really whacked. So they got a long way to do to catch up now.
Yeah, it looks like it just got another little one to clear here. But, yeah, South Curley and Wander out in front. Two very good crews. And just see the style there. They're probably going close to full tilt. Maybe just conserving a tiny bit of energy if they need it on the run home. Again, sometimes getting in can be the bigger part of the battle.
We've seen that an awful lot today, where there's been mishaps on the way home. You just that fella busted his sweeper just on that wave earlier on from North Cronulla.
Yeah,
he snapped out. Must have put a little fracture in it on the way to sea. Pull a bit too hard, she bangs the way it's gone.
And South Curley definitely getting the best of the turn there. They're probably going to a length on Wander, and they're out of there. Looks like they're just upping the rate on that runner now.
And they've stopped.
Oh,
they've put the brakes on.
Checked it.
And that is the only way to stop a boat, is that to get the rowers to catch the water and stop the boat. But they're having a shot at this one, whatever it is, and revving it up. It looks relatively small and easy to take. They've trailed off. Wander's got a steeper part of it. They've trailed as well. Left the bowman sitting in to make sure he's got the weight down the wave. Sometimes you have to do that. You call them to come back, then you say, hey, sit there for a second. Just want to make sure we get down it.
Yeah, sometimes the worst thing in the world is getting down it and then the boat going into a stall, the tail drops, and you know the wave hasn't broken yet, and it just seems like this feeling of impending doom, waiting for the wave to come down and hit you from behind, and the boat's stalling every second.
And then one of your rowers says, oh, it's coming. It's big behind you.
Every little half a second you wait, you just know it's going to hit you a little bit harder. Hurry up and brake. Motorvale there, just getting their oars back. They'll just tap across the line here.
Well, the worst you can get is third place in this one. Bryce Munro. Is that Bryce, or am I reading that right? Does that look like him in the back of the boat? That doesn't. No.
It didn't look like Bryce.
No, it didn't. He's a little bit leaner and taller than that gentleman, I think. But it'd be good to see Bryce back. I haven't seen him in the boat for a while.
No. He's a accomplished ski paddler and a very accomplished sweep.
Ski paddler.
Yeah, it's easy.
Is there something about you guys paddling skis?
Yeah, it gets too hard, so then we all transition to boat where we can just stand there and yell.
I've got a ski. I paddle a little bit, but there's nowhere to hide. You've got to do all the work yourself.
You've got to do the work yourself. That's right.
Unless you're on a double and you're in the back seat, and you can sit there and just take it easy. So we've got the third heat in round 2. On the line, we've got the Lawn Chops up in Alley 1, the Death Riders, the Tally Tomcats, and the Era Bucks. Era had a year or two off. These guys are going around at Ocean Thunder. And there's our is that our results?
Our results from the last one. So South Curley in 1, Wander Weapons. North Narrabeen did not start. Monavale there, I think they should be brought up to 3rd, but yeah, we're not sure what's happened there. Maybe could be a typo, could be something's happened on the course that the officials have seen and we've missed off screen. So
maybe they didn't get around the can correctly, but it looks like the flag and the gun's up, so everyone's crouched down ready to go. There goes the digital gun. That's for you, Digi.
So
nice even start.
Yeah.
Era at the right-hand side of the screen there. Oh, I can see something looming at the back.
Yeah.
The guys want to go and get across there before it actually builds and can stop them. Era goes for a little splash there.
That's it. So Era might just have a little break here. Lawn, Jeff Matthews here. They'll just try and get over that one, land it and squeeze. Plenty of horsepower in that boat.
Jeff likes to sit down and throw his weight down on the back tuck to help try and bounce the boat up over as well. Just lift that bow a little bit more. Any advantage. Keep it a little bit drier. That was the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
All crews have successfully climbed over that.
So the middle crews had to sort of climb over it, and both the end crews, Alley 1 and 4, just sort of sneaking around the side of it. Everyone's out there to see. This will be good to see what happens after the turn.
Party wave coming home.
Party wave, could be.
Well, that's the Death Riders on screen there. looking so calm. Look at the cans already.
Yeah. See, Rob, they're leaning right back, trying to get that bow out of the water as much as you can, so the pointy end isn't grabbing on the water. The boat's able to slide around. There they are. They're setting themselves for that little runner here.
Here is the one with a little bit of work to do, but the Death Riders, they've put the hammer down. Look at them go.
Look at that.
Straight out of the cans, onto a runner.
Look at that.
Into a wave.
And that's how you do it. Said before, they're a benchmark crew, along with the likes of Bulleye. There's someone you measure yourself against, where you are in comparison to them, and that's that quality. All 5 of them just doing a fantastic job there.
They're a well-oiled unit, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Smooth. They've got lawn chops in the second.
Yeah.
Tally Tomcats look like they're going to hold down third.
Tally, they can try and get over the front of that little wave. They might actually sneak past Lawn here.
Well, the boys aren't on their oars for the lawn crew. The chops are sitting in the back of the boat. They're going back to their seats now.
Yeah, so you see them just going to try and get their oars back. So we don't know whether they cross the line.
And here comes Era.
Here comes Era, trailed back. You see the wave punch now. Just get that bow out of the water. You can see the pointy end on the bow there. That's sometimes what grabs and will track the boat off. And even at the turn, you get that bow just lifting by an inch, and it will spin nice and quickly.
Years ago, I put a GoPro under the bowman's rollick block just for curiosity to see how much water you're pushing and moving when you hit a turn. It's amazing how much water the bow is actually going to move and displace to try and get around that can.
Yep. We did a test a few years back. We put some ribbons on the bottom of an old boat and got under the water with a GoPro as well. And I sat under there and actually held on to the bunghole and got dragged along with it, and then also sat under on a turn, and it was just to see which way the water moves. And I actually put a submission into SLSA to split the centre keel into 2 side keels, but unfortunately that was rejected, just to hold the water a little bit.
Yeah,
more sort of going off the surfboard mentality of a twin fin or a quad. But unfortunately that was knocked back by SLSA. But yeah, it's amazing how much the water does move around underneath the hull.
So what have we got there? The Death Riders, the Tomcats, the Chops and the Bucks.
So back to open female. Port Macquarie Quokkas, Lawn Edge, Allura, Yes You Can, and North Curley Coyotes.
Yes, you can. They like Bob the Builder.
A fairly new crew. They've only just come together this year, and they were a little bit cautious in their first race, just making sure that safety first.
So the Quokkas are formerly the gun mums from Port Mac, is that right?
I think so. And Mark Van Alderen there moved up from Ocean Beach on the Central Coast up to Port Macquarie, and he's got a few crews going there up in that region and going really well as well. He's a fantastic guy, fantastic sweep. Really good at motivating people and getting them in the boat.
So they were the surprise packet coming out of Aussies. I do recall. They kept just sneaking through, and that's all you got to do. And the ladies now are going to Ocean Thunder this year, so they're making the journey down once a month. We're away here.
And Coolum centre of screen there, another really quality crew.
The Thundercrackers.
Palm Beach, got Pebbles at the back there.
I'm not sure. We've got 5 in this race, so looks like we've got a North Cronulla crew down the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I just got a text message early on. The North Cronulla Funkies girls have announced their a retirement from racing for a while. They're all young girls. They're the current Australian long course champion, and because we didn't get to race short course last year, they're actually also the current, until today's over, they're the current Australian short course champions as well.
Well, Yes We Can have stopped there.
Yeah, Mick McBain at the back there. Just being a little bit cautious with the girls and giving themselves a little bit of space.
Coolum have just climbed over one. You can see how far back in the top of the screen Allura are. The other 4 crews are out. Coolum's trailing that field of 3 there, but we know how fast Coolum can be. So, and Dave, he'll have his hand in the good luck bin on the way home too, I'm sure, as well.
Everyone needs luck. Everyone
do.
needs luck. You can be as good as you want, but at the end of the day, to come away from an event like this, or like the Australian Tiles or anything like that, you still need an ounce of luck.
Oh, you certainly do, mate, and you create your own luck. So whatever Dave's doing, he's going to keep doing it. I remember when I was rowing, we always said, well, you make your own luck.
Absolutely. Yeah, your best crews always make the finals.
And that's by doing the hard work every day.
Absolutely, doing the little things. I think you said it before. You know, you do the 1%ers, you do 10 of them. There's your 10%.
Mate, that's quite a difference, isn't it? So here we go. You can see Palmy. They've come around the cans. That Pebbles looking over his shoulder there. See what's coming behind him. As we look over our shoulder, off screen through the tents, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of help coming home. But up there in, is that? I'm not sure if the graphic is right, but this could be the under 23 females.
Right. That would account for the Lura crew being additionally cautious.
And the Glenelg Grenades borrowing the black boat there from North Cock because they had a wiring issue and pump problem.
Right.
The Glenelg Grenades, they're showing why they became the representative team for Australia.
There you go. On screen, that is the Glenelg Grenades.
Oh, we've got our first place.
We got first place. Doesn't matter if you're going backwards, just get across the line. Unfortunately,
look at this coming home now. They're going to be 3 on Whitewater. The Grenades are still rowing.
This is where the video finish line really comes. Just missed it.
That'll be a tough one to pick. Well, we can see there at North Cronulla with the little ladies. That was a final for the 23 ladies, that one.
So Mick McBain there, still just extra cautious. This is a really new crew.
Well, we know that there's been a number of crews pull out this weekend for the 23 ladies. That's why we went straight to a final.
Yes. So a lot of sweeps, again, putting safety first and saying that their crews weren't up to these conditions, which is fantastic to see. You've got to know your limitations. You've got to know what your crew's limitations are. Mick put them on the start line, which was great. I think it was great for these girls, but was a little bit probably overcautious, which is fine. He's the one making the decision at the back there. It's no good us making the decision sitting up here in commentary. He did a fantastic job just keeping them safe, and the girls will be thankful for that. They get to go home safe today.
Well, it's very easy for us to sit up here and make calls and judgment, but different story when you're on the water looking up at these things rolling through.
Absolutely, and especially when you're underneath it. And it's really hard, as a sweep, you've got to judge the speed of the boat, you've got to judge the speed of the oncoming wave, and take all these other variables into account, and all that processing, all that decision making usually has to happen within 1 second, maybe 2 seconds.
A split second. So does Mick, the fellow who was sweeping those girls, does he have other crews?
He does. He's got the open women here as well.
Open women. So the speed difference between an experienced open women crew and a new 23 women's crew can be quite substantial.
Yep, and that's part of that decision making process. As you would know, you've got to know how fast your crew can get off the line. Mick's actually stepped in. The Seagulls, the under 23 Allura girls have got another sweep. Steve Bryan, he's an up and coming sweep, but again he sort of looked at conditions today and said maybe I'm not fully ready for this yet, and did the right thing. Mick's a boat captain Allura. Australian medalist, and a fantastic as a rower and as a sweep. So he's handed the stick over and said, Steve handed it over to Mick and said, mate, you're more experienced. You've got the years, you've got the points on the board. I want you to take them out.
There's a few sweeps that do that.
Yep.
That'll say, you know what, I'm not ready for this, and hand the crews over. Luffy from Maroochydore, he's a new S3 sweep. So he's handed his boys and girls over to Megsy to take them out, because Megsy used to do the same thing for Pat Maguire.
And I think it's when you look at it, it's a real show of character to know your own limitations and to say what you're capable of and not capable of. That's the big thing, and making sure that forget your own ego, you put the safety of the crew first, and if someone is better suited to take that crew to sea, you do it. And for me, that only speaks volumes of the type of people that do that, that have got that ability to step aside and say, look, I'm not up to this today. I want you to take my crew and look after them.
So this is the results for the female, under-23 female final. So these are medals.
Here we go. So Glenelg,
they got
gold medalists.
They snuck across the line. That must have been so close.
Yeah. Coolum Raptors, silver. Palm Beach in third, rounding out the bronze. And North Cronulla Boff, probably unlucky a little bit on the way to sea there. Just got held back. But again, Boff, super experienced, won an A-grade rowing total back in 1993, I think it was.
Was that the year they had both? Two crews in the final?
Yes, they had two crews in the men's A-grade final.
And that was I want to say Currawa. And it was pretty flat.
No, it was quite big. Yeah.
93 Currawa.
Yeah, had a wave on.
I rode that year and it was pretty flat for me. Right. I remember that. It's a lot of hard work.
There's a lot of years of Currawa we can get mixed up.
It's not that hard.
So there we go. Allura on screen there, just turned around now, and that's the open women who are lining up.
Right, this might make a bit more sense, a bit easy for us to read through. So the open women, speaking of open women, my Yakuza crew are not here today, and I'm shamelessly looking for a new stroke rower in January. So if there's anyone out there who wants to have a float with some good girls, get in contact, please. Look up the Metcal Yakuza.
You're allowed to plug on commentary, aren't you? That's part of the gig.
Well, it's a rowing thing. I'm not going to bring the boat branding into it. So yeah,
two rival manufacturers on commentary. So no, it's good. I think it's a good thing. You know, get other people involved, and someone, you never know. Someone might be sitting in another club and without a crew, and they're really keen, and that's all they know. If they get that. You know, they hear on the grapevine that there's an opening somewhere and they're keen and they've got a good crew to join. Why not?
Last year, one of our crews fell apart and Maddie, our 3-seat rower, she went to Coolum to join the Thundercrackers. Came away with an ASRL gold and Aussie bronze, so she had a good year. And are away for the second round of the ladies, Heat 1. Allura there. Nice and clean. Nice boat skills to float over that one and time it nicely.
Yeah, just let the boat do a little bit of work underneath you. No need to fight it. You get a nice lock here and try and reach over that one again. Looks like the alley 2 there. Getting the best of the start.
Well, I believe we had the Quackers in alley 1. Lawn Edge in alley 2. They use the same name as the men. So this lawn on screen there, they took a bit of water. The Quackers, oh, wow.
So just
they've been whacked. They've been filled. Pumps are now getting turned on. So they're in the zone where they either got to go or let the boat float backwards to move away from the danger zone. You see the bowman there locking on, trying to stop the boat from going backwards. I think they're the only ones left. Now we've got a crew down here in the bottom of the screen still trying to bash their way to sea. But I think it's
Lawn and Allura who are out. Just a little green swell to get over, and you see Mick there just letting the boat run over that top of that one. Again, no need to rush it and try and take a stroke on top of that wave. All it's going to do is potentially mess up your timing. Just let the boat do some work underneath you and rise and fall.
So Allura are out in front.
Yeah, doing a great job.
Lawn number 2. The Quackers have got it back together. They're heading to sea.
And as we spoke about before, as a sweep, that's being able to judge the speed of your own crew. So Mick's gone from an under-23s girls crew who are fairly new and don't have that speed off the mark to his open women's crew who have got that speed to be able to get out of a bad situation if needed.
Very tight race for first and second here. Allura and Lawn hitting the cans together. Allura fractionally in front.
They're just having a little sneaky look over the shoulder there.
I think that's what everyone's doing. To come out of the cans, what is behind me? Let's see what we can do. Do we charge something? Do we sit and wait? We pick our way in. Safety first. It's building nicely underneath them.
Lawn crews on it. This looks like a good wave.
It's fighting the oar
just fighting it a bit. He's got it set now.
Jeff looks rather calm there in alley with the lawn chop ladies. Bow just digging in there.
Yeah, Mick just losing it to the side a little bit. Girls
Keep it upright.
Side it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mick's doing a great job. But he's gone. We're down one, so someone's going to have to call the shots there with the girls.
Yeah. So the bow girl there just turning around, just
realising someone's missing.
Yeah. So it's really important that if the sweep is out of the boat, someone takes charge. Jeff Matthews coming across the line there. Super experienced. Great sweep.
There's the Quackers. The Port Mac Quackers.
You got Mark Van Alderen there coming down. Hopefully, you've seen the sweep all pop out on that bounce, on that backwash there, unfortunately. Bounce hit in alley one there. Hopefully, you'll be able to swing this back around and get across the line.
Fighting it to the end to make sure he got inside the area. Oh, that's North Curl. Black boat, yellow helmets with a green stripe, 2 green stripes down the middle. I think we're going to change, right?
That's it. Girls have done well there. Just get across the line. Not sure if Allura's across the line yet. Mick will still be coming ashore.
Do you use the ASRL app at Carnivals, Wilco?
I'm very rarely in the tent.
Yeah, you're a busy man.
I don't like to be in the tent much. I like to be on the beach and just walking up and down, checking alleys, checking how the water's moving in each alley. So I know, if we go from alley 1 to alley 4, I already have a rough idea of what's happening in each alley. And watching, I do a lot of watching other sweeps. You're always trying to learn. See what people do really well, see what they probably don't do as well. It's something you try and learn from other people's mistakes and learn from your own mistakes. And every race you pick up something new and improve yourself.
Well, that's what we do when we say we go to the Sweeps Academy, the new learner sweep program. Tell them to pick someone on the beach and watch what they do. And we generally give the name Wilco. You're one of the guys we say, hey, watch Wilco, watch what he does. Watch Michael Brooks being a left-hander. If you're a left-hander, watch him. So watch what they're doing. You learn something from them. They might not tell you what they're doing, but have a look at their stance, how they get in the boat. There's thousands of ways to get in the boat. Get in quickly, get in cleanly, but watching and learning. Sometimes it's good to hide in the sun, in the tent away from the sun.
Yeah, you do end up a bit frazzled, but it's. I told a story at one of the Sweep Academy days we had down here in New South Wales. I remember I was only a new sweep, and I was watching 2 of the legends, absolute legends of our sport, Steve Swain from North Cronulla and Don McManus. And I was watching what they do, and it was sort of really frustrating that I was probably younger and stronger and fitter than these guys who were both at the time, I think, in their late 60s, and they were able to just control the boat with so much ease and put the boat wherever they wanted to, pretty much, regardless of the crew they had. And then it twigged on me. It was just the subtle control that they had on the sweep oar. They weren't trying to muscle it. They weren't trying to manhandle it. Just subtle little roll of the wrist. And, that's why both of those guys are Hall of Fame legends, absolute masters of what they do. They work with the boat. They work with the crew. They don't try and overpower anything. And,
that's right.
Watching just a couple of races of those guys, learnt so much out of it.
So we've had a few. We may have had a few withdrawals over the course of the day. So it looks like we've got South Curley Shakers in alley 1, Palm Beach Paddlers alley 3, North Narrabeen Golden Girls, and the Maroochydore Chums actually in alley 4. So we should have 5, but the Quackers have been moved to another race. So we've definitely had withdrawals over the morning. So you can see the crews there. Alley 1 and 2 have stopped. They can see something coming, whereas alleys 4 and 5 are still going. And they've got to go, because here comes something to curl over the bow. Maroochydore has been filled and smashed, and the Golden Girls have been stopped. And so there's another one coming. What is going to happen with that one?
Yeah, so the Golden Girls are a really good crew, really experienced. They've been around a long time. Again, with Don McManus at the back there. Absolute legend, the sport, the master. He's good at controlling the boat. You know, when we're talking about watching people, even the way he talks to crews, the way he sets up the boat, you know, on the beach at the start. Palmy just getting hit there.
Little one curling over the bow, stopping their progress. So we've got the Golden Girls out in front, the Maroochydore Chums following them, and they're being chased down by the South Curley Shakers. And the Palm Beach Paddlers still trying to make their way through the break.
So those three crews on screen were on fire on Friday, the selection event for the Australian team. There's plenty of boat speed there, plenty of power. And today comes a lot more about skill on how you hit waves, how you deal with turbulent water, how you deal with the boat bouncing side to side.
We've got a bit of a nor'easter blowing today. Yesterday we had a sou'easter, so the up in alley one you're sort of protected a bit more from the wind. But then the further you get out towards the headland, it does blow up a little bit. Some white caps developing out the back. Still a fair bit of glare on the water with you can see Dominic Manus on the screen there, with his Golden Girls having a look what's coming, looking around left and right. Hey Neil, how are you? Neil from Bateman's Bay just wandering around looking for a feed. Asking if we want some dad jokes. The Chums from Maroochydore and the Golden Girls look like they're on something.
Yeah, nice.
Just a nice little wave, nothing big about it, but trailed off for safety.
Just sending the bow back forward a little bit just to keep the front running down, now coming all the way back, get the weight over the tail just to help with steering.
Nice boat skills. They can make your job so much easier, can't they? The crew, if they're doing their thing right in the boat.
Yeah.
Meggsy's got a little bit of white water catching him there with the Chums from Maroochydore.
And that's exactly what we were talking about before. You see the North Narrabeen Golden Girls there, just a very, very well-drilled crew. And that starts with the sweep. You know, clear communication, practicing and training every possible scenario that's going to happen. And when it does come to a race situation, it's already ingrained in them.
So Palmy, the paddlers, making their way back. Seeing a lot of trails today, aren't we?
Yeah, again, just safety first. You know, there's no need to keep them in their seats. You know, keeping the rowers in their seat is fast. However, it makes it a lot more difficult to steer. Just that weight on the bow, the nose grabbing in the water.
The water was rushing from north to south or left to right as you look at the screen over the last couple of days. So you found a lot of the crews that were still in their seats. As the bow hit that rushing water, the boat would be pulled off to the side, and everyone would slew down towards Manly. So
yeah, we've got
to anticipate that as well.
We've got a huge rip just off the southern end of the course.
That is a massive hole.
That is a big rip, and so you've got all the water that's coming in on the waves on the bank getting pulled into that rip. So you've got not only the waves coming in, you've got water moving sideways as well. And the hard thing for sweeps and for the rowers as well is that out the back, they'll pull onto a wave out the back and the water won't be moving. And just after the wave breaks, especially on the bigger ones, as the wave breaks, that's where the water will actually start to grab the bow and pull it. So where you set up as a sweep, you might be set up on one angle, and then all of a sudden you've got a 2 or 3 knot drift hitting you sideways and it's starting to spin on the boat and you're not ready for it.
You've got to counteract that and be on your game, thinking, oh yeah, it happened last time, so I'm going to angle into it a little bit more this time. So there's our current weather conditions. 18 degrees, nice. The wind 6 k's from the southeast. I think that could be the northeast. Our surf height 1.4 metres. Well, that's closer to being correct. The last couple of days, I'm not sure it was that accurate.
No.
And the little picture in the corner, the sun is out. Not a lot of clouds today. So you can see the surf there breaking on the North Headland at the end of the beach. We're here thanks to Kennards, Team Navy and Surf Life Saving Australia. It's such an amazing event that the ASRL unit itself puts on. The quality of carnival that they've been holding over the years is just going through the roof. It's the benchmark, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The way carnivals run.
Yeah, and it's really testament as well. I'm on the ASRL committee, and there was a lot of committee members who flew down here early to come and set up the venue. So where you look at a national championships and external companies will get hired, you've actually got competitors and officials being here from Tuesday onwards, setting up the beach to make it a special event.
So you guys are the actual workforce as well as the decision makers.
Yeah, and you don't see that in any other area. You know, for myself, coming from an Ironman and craft background, there's no way on earth that...
You would have had a chauffeur picking you up, take you down the beach, wouldn't you?
I was a mug out the back, but out the back door. But there's no way you would see competitors, before a major championships setting up the beach and moving judging towers and setting up banners on the beach, for sponsors and scaffolding and helping out like that.
It's amazing what you guys do.
So here we go. Start list for the next races. Mona Vale in 1. We've got Coleroy Giants 2. Bateman's Bay, Neil Innes just came past us before. Neil won the best in the business. And Tally Treats in alley 4. So this should be a really good race here.
So on our paperwork, the Funkies are out, and the Mona Vales have been added into this race with the Giants, the Baguettes, and the Treats.
Yep.
There's the Treats on screen there now. Swoop's back at the helm. They've ditched their sub sweep from Friday.
Only had one day with them, and I had 5 races with the girls and managed to hit 5 waves on the way to sea. So I've been dumped and Swoop.
Well, he hit one in a warm up. So. He's kept the tradition up. Yeah,
I was sitting right in front of him when he did that, and I thought I might be back. They might get me, but he's doing a great job, and he's got the girls going really fast.
It appears we've only got 3 on the line here. So we've got Coleroy, Bateman's Bay, and the Treats. So unless there's someone we can't see.
Yeah, there's one, I think, just out, looking over the top of the tents here. One just out of screen.
Oh, there you go. There's our 4th one up in our... Oh, yeah. Jeff Matthews just wandering past the tent there, saying g'day.
Asking whether we gave him a wrap or bagged him, and
we think it was a wrap. We know if Frank Veltman was here, he would have been a wrap. So there's Coleroy charging to sea.
We did wrap him, but we didn't tell him that. We just told him we bagged him. So
Coleroy Giants, they've been together for a while, haven't they?
Yeah, and a really good crew. They really came on a couple of years ago.
From 23s, was it?
I think so, yeah. And they came into the open category, the elite category of women's rowing, and really stepped up.
Rowing really long.
Yeah. A lot of layback on there.
A lot of layback, almost pulling the handle up to their chins to get out. You see Talabudra, the Treats, they must have had a bit of an incident on the way to sea. Maybe Swoop found another wave, but they're a long way back. You can see the Giants moving into their cairn now. Coleroy coming in, turning. They seem to be a good 3 or 4 lengths in front of everyone else. Drone must be recharging its battery. But the Giants are in and out, looking well in control of this one.
Yeah, you notice the lean back on Coleroy. They row with round rollicks. And the difference between, we had Georgie on before, between Stillwater and surf is that you want to try and keep a little bit of weight in the bow. Keep the bow running flat, both on the way to sea and the way home. That's Mona Vale at the top of screen there.
That'd be the milk. Maybe.
There's not a lot on offer at the back
Mona Vale
here.
single ladies. Wow.
Oh, all the single ladies.
All the single ladies. Look out, single boys. So they're coming into the break zone now, looking out to sea. There's not a lot behind them. So this could be the race where everyone has to row in themselves, but there is a lump possibly at the other end of the field for Swoop. Look at him go. Talabudra on one. Left him in their seats. Is he going to hold it? Can he hold it? It's no.
You see the...
Swung north. Whoa, and, jeez, just in front of Bateman's Bay there. That was, there's an oar. The bow missing an oar.
Audrey's just dropped to a sweep, rowing oar there.
There's Neil. Get out of the way, chick. Oh, that poor girl on the bow. Do not ever get on that side of the boat. There she is. She's touched her head. She must be okay. That must have been so close to having her head taken off.
You see Neil just turning around, checking the girls there that all 4 people are up. We're all okay.
Jet ski, mate. The jet ski guys are fantastic. Everyone's touching their heads. That was what we were told, to give the all clear. Let everyone know. Let everyone watching from the hill up here on the promenade. Give them the signal of touching your head. Let them know. Everyone know you're fine.
Swoop just getting across the line there with Tally. Yeah, you see Neil Linus turned around a couple of times there just to double and triple check that the girls are okay. Probably signalling to someone on the beach there not to worry about hitting the boat. Not to grab it just yet.
I still want to get some points yet. Hand up, don't come and touch, because once someone runs down and touches the boat, they're out.
Yes.
That's one of the rules we've got in our sport. No outside assistance. So Neil's going to try and control the boat there by himself in the break. Get everything back together.
Now, if anyone can control a boat by themselves, it'd be probably Neil. Very experienced.
He's experienced. Yeah, no, don't touch the bloody boat. Keeping it going. You'd be yelling at the girls, get your stuff, get back here.
Yeah.
It's not a holiday. You can't just swim in. You've got to actually put a bit of effort in to get back to the boat before it floats out of the area, because that could be a possibility as well. But Talabudra came from a long way behind on a wave there. So anything, as we know, in surf boat racing, anything's possible. Do not give up. There's always a possibility you'll find something on the way home. Neil's got all 4 girls back to the beach. The Baguettes, they got a silver medal at the Aussies a couple of years ago. Or maybe even last year. They want to try and get the boat back into they've got to get it out. Take it out past the finish line and push it back across the finish line. That's the rules. As long as you get back to the boat with your 3 rowers, 3 oars, you can push it back out to sea, then drag it back across the line. But that was a nice wave there from Talabudra to come in. They did slew north, which luckily they didn't plough into Bateman's Bay Baguettes. So g'day to people, all the people watching from home. If you're on patrol, you might be lucky enough to be sitting up in the radio tower with a laptop. Good spot to be, watching the live stream. So that's looking south down to the headland. And if the camera can actually pan out a little bit further, there's a cruise ship on the horizon making its way north. There it is, just missed it. It's quite a spectacular beach looking south to Manly and Shelley's and to the headland that is North Head with the reserve on top of it. Boats are packed up on the beach. We've got a few crews moving down. We've got 3 on the line at the moment and we're away. We've had a few crews drop out of the ladies. So we've got in this race, we've got Avalon Brumbies, the Wanda Wingit, North Narrabeen Chili's and the Coolum Thundercrackers. Well, the Coolum they're the white boat with the big WR and W on the front of it, the yellow decks. Dave may have seen something. He's caught his girls have a go. You can see that the Avalon girls have stopped. There's a bit of white water in front of them. Coolum's charging. Wanda climbs over a little bit of it. But now's the time to go. There's not much coming. So Coolum, Dave's told him to put the foot down. And away they go, the Thundercrackers. So we may not have the North Narrabeen Chili's in this one. So Dave there climbing over with the Thundercrackers from Coolum, last year's ASRL gold medalists. Out in front. Probably take the foot off the pedal a little bit now and just go through the motions, like maybe take it down to 80%, being that far out in front. Because when you look back and you see poor old Avalon stuck in the white water.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to conserve a bit of energy again for that run home. So if a little one pops up, you just want to have enough in the tank that you can really, put that 3, 4, 5 really, really hard strokes in to pull yourself down one. And it's all about composure. You don't always have to race at 100%. You've got to be smart with what you do.
Yeah, mate, if you've got the opportunity to take the foot off the pedal, do it.
Absolutely. And sometimes it might only be 50 metres. You just go wind it down a little bit, just get the boat running nicely, get your breath back, and when the sweep calls for the power to go up, you're ready and you're set, both physically and mentally. Probably more mentally, that you're prepared to have a crack.
Yeah, you've got to stay switched on.
Yeah, you've got your breath back, you've got your composure.
So this is the little one they're going to have a shot at.
And this is what we mean. Maybe that 80% rowing out the back just gave them that little bit of extra drive just to get on this nice and early. They've got the composure. It gives the sweep every opportunity to hold that straight.
Dave really reaches across his body. His feet are probably pointing down the boat, sort of really reaching around with his left arm there to hold the sweep ball. That's his style. Works for him.
Yeah, you see some sweeps are side on in the boat, some are square on. It's just what works for you.
It is. It's a personal preference. We try to, with our Sweeps Academy, we try to get people to, if something's not working for you, try something different. Look at other sweeps, and you can see Wanda winging it, having a crack at a little one here.
It looks like big Brendan McAlpine up the back there.
It's only a small one, but it's enough to propel the boat forward without having to row. We like that.
Brendan's very experienced. He's been around for a long time, rode in a lot of good crews himself. Had some success and been a sweep now for quite a while as well. Doing a great job here. You don't need a big one to come across the line. Just get across the line. Doesn't matter. It's the smallest wave of the day. Just get across. Try and stay upright. Try and stay straight.
You really only have to win one race in a season, don't you?
That's absolutely. And you only need to be in front in that last metre.
Oh, mate, I know that.
Doesn't matter where you are throughout the race.
As a junior, my crew led the 93 junior final the whole way, and Swansea Belmont pipped us with about half a metre to go.
It happens, unfortunately. That's the nature of the sport.
Nice wave here.
That's what brings people back, though. You don't need to necessarily be the fastest. If you've got good speed, but you've got exceptional skills, that can be enough to counter for maybe a fraction less speed in the boat or on the craft.
Nice skills there from the Avalon girls. Nate's doing a good job with a broken wrist, to be honest. Great job.
Sweeping's hard enough with a fully healthy, functioning body, let alone having a broken wrist and trying to hang on. And you imagine the stress that is going through his wrist, through his arm when he's roofing on that oar.
So when did you get into steering a boat, Wilco?
I think it was 2008 I started sweeping. I retired from ski paddling because I was out the back door and I was fat and hopeless.
So you're looking for some mates to hang out, basically.
Well, I was coaching Allura's, writing the programs for Allura's A-grade men's crew at the time, and one of their rowers dropped out, and so I said I'd fill in just to get a bit fitter and lose some weight, and actually rowed for a season, and then realised I was pretty bad at rowing, so being shorter and I really struggled having my back to the water, to the waves.
Oh, yeah, but you're used to watching it.
Used to watching it all, and then actually spoke to a guy who I raced a lot against on the skis, Richard Pride. He's one of the best sweeps of all time, and from Avoca, and I spoke to him after the Aussies where I rode, and he said, get up the back and take on the big stick, take on the sweep oar and have a go. So
some results there. We had the Thundercrackers from Coolum, the Wanda winging it, Avalon Brumbies, and the Chili's didn't start.
So yeah, that's my sweeping journey, and then just been trying to learn since about then.
Yeah, right. Nice.
And it was good. It was actually good having a few ex-ski paddlers who have also turned into sweeps, just to talk to and bounce ideas off and learn from.
There's a few, you guys, and having the ability to read the surf makes life so much easier. Righto, the sneaky nuts, the whippets, the mongrels, and the sharks. in this one. So we've possibly had more changes, but this one looks all right. We've possibly lost the Palm Beach Plumbers out of this one.
So Mermaid Beach Mongrels.
Phil Chipman, I believe, another handy fella from the
he's on the ASRL.
The governing body there.
Yeah, he's on the ASRL committee. Again, he was here on Wednesday helping set up the beach.
Just getting paradise.
Checked there. Both Alien 3 and 4 surfers getting knocked right back. Mermaid just sort of maintaining a bit of speed through it.
Nothing coming but now, so the boys can settle into their rhythm and play catch up. Big kids, new to the sport. The fella in 3-seat, he's exceptionally large.
There's some large humans walking around the beach.
Yeah, well, lucky we're up in the tent here hiding from them all, mate. So the Sneaky Nuts from South Curley up the front there in Alley 1. Alley 2 are the McMaster's Whippets. There's a few Whippets crews getting around. The Mermaid Mongrels and the Sharks from Surfers Paradise. Sneaky Nuts getting around there nicely.
It's like Gus Bateria at the back there.
Nice turn, control. There's a lump coming out the back there. If you look over Gus's shoulder, he is too. Yeah. Keeping it smooth. Nice rhythm.
It's all about composure.
Oh, you want to stay in control.
Phil.
So you can see Phil Chipman there with the Mermaid Mongrels having a shot at that one. Now it'll be the Sneaky Nuts' turn. And they've trailed off the top of the screen. Come to the back of the boat. Get the weight out of the bow. The Whippets have stopped. McMaster's Whippets, they've stopped. They must know something or have seen something.
They know something we don't know.
There you go. The Sneaky Nuts down one for a first place at the moment. So much success up there. There they go, first place. So what's happening out the back?
So it looks like we've got a couple of, looking out here, just off screen.
Surfers Paradise have gone from last to second, but they're slewing. Can Hugo get them back around? He has. Get it across the line, mate.
Bit of help from the bowman there.
Oh, that's close. So almost neighbours there. Mermaid and Surfers crossing the line together. And the Whippets.
The Whippets just getting their oars back and they'll just come across the line now. Did a good job. McMaster's another one of those clubs where, you know, they produce a lot of good crews over the years, and it's really good that sometimes some of the Central Coast crews, you know, don't aim up and come to big national events like this, but McMaster's are always one of those clubs who put themselves out there and want to test themselves.
They do like to travel, don't they?
They do, and it's great. I think it's fantastic. It's very easy for sometimes country clubs to go, oh, we're not up to it, or you know, we're not good enough, or it's not worth it. McMaster's one of those clubs who will go and chase it, and they'll test themselves against the very best, and I think it's a fantastic thing.
In the 90s, when I was rowing at Mollymook, the bus left Friday night every Friday night 5 o'clock. Yeah, to come to Sydney. So if you want to lift, get on the bus. If you're not, make your own way there. We travelled every single weekend pretty much to Sydney for a carnival. Stayed on the floor of clubhouses, took our swags and sleeping bags and pillows, and that built team camaraderie.
Absolutely.
A few beers on the bus on the way home.
Yeah.
Mate, some great memories.
It's one thing that I think is missing, you know, from the days where I went through and you probably went through that. You know, back then you were used to travelling. You were used to sleeping on the floor of a surf club or in a tent or whatever. So Sneaky Nuts getting the win on that last race, and we're away now.
So we've got North Cronulla Bills Cots, North Cronulla Young Guns, Marucci Force and the Palm Beach Pitbulls in this one. So the Force, they'll be the ones to watch, I would imagine. Megsy's got them flying along. They've got a couple of Australian titles, juniors and 23s.
You see Palmy just checking the boat there, taking the run off it. Sometimes you want to just stop, let the wave break, let the wave come to you. You look over.
They've all stopped.
Yeah, there's a big set coming out the back, it's off screen, and everyone stops. So you let the wave break out the back. Every second that wave is coming towards you, it's losing energy. So sometimes the last thing you want to do is, you know, have all the speed in the world.
Spence?
Spency, just trying to get through there.
Nah. No good, mate. Got hit again. So they'll line up, have another shot at it. But they're at the bottom of the screen. That was the pit bulls getting whacked. The Force have got a bit of work to do. They're coming, I would say, last, still trying to navigate the break.
So the pumps there working overtime, the water spewing out the side of the boat.
The pit bulls are out now in a bit better water, so they're making their way to sea. I think everyone is out by now. There's the other Palmy crew. The Force is on their way with Maroochydore.
Meggsy. And looks like North Cronulla out there. Top left of screen there, rowing comfortably, rowing well.
Is that Jeff Loy?
Looked a little bit like Mick Hawkins, so hopefully he's got a spare sweep oar that isn't going to fail him this time. Had nothing to do with Mick. It was all that oar that just somehow must have had a crack in it, and yeah,
mate, he just got stuck into it. Had a reef on it, she popped. All the crews going around fairly tightly there. Meggsy and with Maroochydore Force are the ones at the back of the field, but mate, they can turn it on. They can go so fast. Spence with the Palmy boys, looking, urging his boys on.
Dropping off the back of that one there. In heavier water here between waves, between runners. You see them up the rate as the wave comes to them. They're trying to match the speed of the water. See Maroochydore Force, they're really leaning back, trying to get some run out of the boat.
We've got one on a runner.
That looks like North Cronulla, Mick Hawkins there, coming down.
Spence is really trying to work the boys to get down, but they've fallen off the back. But then North Cronulla trailed off, a nice easy run home. Going well there.
Mick just sending the bowman right forward there just to keep the bow down, keep the boat running flat. He's got plenty of grab on the sweep oar to keep the control on it. And then you see there the boat just comes across the line nice and flat, keeps its speed. Palmy just in a bit of dead water, a bit of backwash. They might actually get snuck by here by the Force.
The Force might pip them there.
Interesting to see.
See where that line was. We got and watching today, we got Will McDowell, a little fella from New Zealand who's moved over recently to join Currumbin. Corey Stone, Meggsy's mate from Maroochydore, Bob's son. Hope you're well, mate. And Darren Irwin, who's a bit of a journeyman as well. He's spent time at Maruya, also up at Mermaid.
Yeah.
Wonderful guy. Actually teamed up with the boys and girls from the Vikings a couple of years ago to do the Bass Marathon and met Darren down there. Nice fella.
Yeah, fantastic guy. Very accomplished rower. Fantastic rower.
So
as well.
if you're watching, message your friends, please. Tell them to get online, and because there's some great waves. Great racing to watch.
Yeah. The commentary's pretty average, but the racing's great.
Turn the TV down and put the radio on.
Doing our best. Just a couple of battlers. We've got crews lining up for the next one. Damien Daly there. Queenscliff, home beach.
Righto, so there's Jeff's Colt, so that must be Jeffy Loy. The Power Rangers from Palm Beach, Queenscliff, and the South Curley Underdogs is what we've got up on the visuals on the screen there. It's what we've got in our paperwork too.
Whoa.
So this is a good thing.
This is, yeah, everything's lining up. Hopefully we'll get the call right then.
Yeah,
you never know.
Pressure's on us now.
Yeah, Damien Daly, another ex-ski paddler, fantastic, one of the best in Australia in his day. Had plenty of running battles with him, ski relays and Queenscliff guys. And
so there's our starter, just between the flags there, up on his ladder.
Jeff Lloyd just checking the starter.
Flags up. Everyone looks rather relaxed. We don't have a gun up just yet, or the digital hooter. Nothing.
You see how much the tide's gone out now. The boats are the tuck on the boat, the stern of the boat's up on the sand. You actually can't go in too far because of all the potholes from the drones. Yeah. There you can see all the sandy water that's been stirred up. That's where all the potholes are.
I've noticed a lot of sweeps have been jumping in as soon as the gun goes. Meggsy is a classic for running and jumping in after about 3 or 4 strokes. He hit a pothole yesterday or on Friday and didn't get in the boat with his boys. So
yeah,
Got to be wary of that.
I'm a fan of running and jumping in as well, but you take that one last fateful step into a pothole and then you're getting dragged along and not in the boat.
We've all done that.
Yeah.
Slows everyone down. So you can see the Jeff Loy up there in the number one, the North Cronulla girls, just the guys just angling to the south.
So whether that was an accident or by design, he might be trying to get away from the shallower water and the backwash there.
Could
I
be.
don't know.
He's been around for a while, Jeff. He might know a couple of tricks. But you can see the guys down the bottom of the screen absolutely gunning it. So that's the underdogs.
South Curley. Fantastic. Damien Daly there, DD, out the Queensy guys in Alley 3.
The Power Rangers. Wonder what they're going to get dressed up like at Aussies.
The Mad Monday costumes are always a tradition. It's always good to see everyone, let their hair down and really sort of get into the spirit of it.
Nice even race here between the Queenscliff and the underdogs there. Very, very close as we coming into our cans.
It was really good, actually. South Curley looked like they had the run on it early, and Queensy took the lead back from them, and South Curley come back again.
Speaking of the average commentary, Brett Dingwall, our mate from Wollongong, he's just said in it's slightly better than average commentary. So thanks, Brett.
Just slightly.
So
we'll take anything we can get though.
Slightly better than average. So a race of two with the underdogs and the Queenscliff Jeff Daly. So just see the Power Rangers there had a surge on a wave, and it looks like something building behind them.
Yeah, Queensy just on a little runner here. It seems, looked like that wave was going to fatten out, and DD's just sent the bowman back forward, get it running flat. Once he knows the wave's going to pop up, he'll probably bring the bowman back again.
Palmy trailed off, but he left the guys sitting there for a split second. And you can see the underdogs, they've come back as well. Some good boat skills on display from the rowers. Getting backwards and forwards, retrieving oars. Some crews having to make a call without a sweep in the boat as well on what they need to do. So
that's like Curley coming across the line now. Palmy there just regathering themselves, try and sneak in, tap in on this little one.
And that means the North Cronulla boys are still out there somewhere, making their way to sea. And they're just turning now. There they are at the cans, or is that Palmy? No, that's Jeff Lloyd. That's the North Cronulla boys turning just beyond the break, so they may have had a mishap on a bigger one. Making their way home.
They've just got a little runner in front of this. This is going to catch them late here. Yeah, Jeff doing a great job
leaning
there.
On the oar there.
Yeah.
It's hard to catch a broken wave, isn't it?
It is. I think
swimming, paddling, boards, in a boat, whatever.
I think you've said it a number of times. You want to catch the wave. You don't want the wave to catch you. When you're lacking speed and the wave's hitting you at 20k an hour, it's never ideal.
No, this year I've had to get my crew out of their seats a little bit early a couple of times with one sneaking up behind us. It's something I like to teach my brand new rowers as well, is take them down the bar at Caloundra and put them in not so nice positions and teach them to be proficient in a boat, because some days they're going to save you. Good boat skills will get a sweep out of trouble 90% of the times.
Absolutely, and that's where I think it's things like we spoke about before, the sweep academies and having really experienced sweeps from all around the country come in and give advice to new and upcoming sweeps. I think that's really important, because it's all about having a crew well drilled for every possible scenario. So a lot of people will just focus on how fast you can go, but sometimes the speed is not really where it's at. It's all the little things inside the break that will make your life so much easier.
Well, the fast crews will win on the flat days, but the more well-rounded crews should come to the top in the surf.
Absolutely. So results there: Queenscliff in 1, South Curley underdogs 2, Palmy Power Rangers coming through, and Jeff's getting his guys across the line, unfortunately for 4th, but they've had a good day so far. They've managed to get out and back and have a couple of good races, so they'll be happy with that.
So g'day to everyone watching at home with the feet up on the lounge. You've maybe finished your training session for a morning. Next one up is we're back to the open men. South Curl Echidnas, the Era Bucks, the Tally Tuggers, and the Mona Vale Milk. I've actually been trying to keep record here, Wilco, with the pen and paper on who's doing what with the open men.
You're doing better than me. I'm going off the paperwork. Been lost a couple of times here. We've got South Curley, Era Bucks are back. And Tully Tuggers and Mona Vale Milk.
Well, a little bit of wind makes it hard to control the paper up here under the tent.
I'm still struggling just to talk, so I'll let you handle the paperwork and the comms.
You're still coming down from Friday night, mate.
I celebrated or commiserated a couple of average races on Friday with 3 beers on Friday night, and turned 50 a couple of months ago. And so
you did, mate. Congratulations. You did something stupid, didn't you, too?
I do plenty of things stupid, but having 3 beers these days, it probably takes me 3 weeks to recover. So it's starting to feel my age a bit.
So there's the Mona Vale Milk on screen. Has Mona Vale not had an A-grade crew for a while?
I think they've had 1 or 2 since the Mona Vale Black, who won 3 Aussies.
Yep.
That was Bryce Munro's crew. I think they've had a couple here and there, but probably not as consistent as what we were used to with Mona Vale.
Of course, Rude has left Mona Vale as well. I think he's popped up north somewhere.
Has he? There you go.
I've heard he's further north, up the mid-north coast somewhere, possibly.
He's a great sweep. He's a guy I really loved watching as well. And
good for a blow-up as well.
Yeah, he and I get along actually great. So for that reason, probably very similar personalities. He's a really good starter as well. He's one of the guys that would jump up on the starting stand, and he had a really good eye for when the boats were the ideal timing to get them underway and have it fair.
It is a hard job starting starting races, but it looks like we've got a good start here. Where's the boys from Era making their way to sea?
Lachlan Hill there, the stroke. We call him the Red Mist.
Oh, really? Does he get angry?
Yeah, one of those angry redheads.
Oh.
And former lure rower, he's now rowing at Era. He's gone from the bow to stroke.
Is that down the bottom of the screen there? They got bounced a fair bit. The milk, and there's the echidnas.
Curley just getting hit there as well. Yeah.
So there they go. The Mona Vale Milk have made it out to sea.
Yeah, he's bouncing over that little one. Again, look nice and composed in their stroke.
But the lead crew there are the Tuggers. Tuggers from Tallabudra with the Disco, and then the Era Bucks in second place there. And probably the Echidna from South Curley in a very unusual spot there.
Yeah.
For themselves, on
the law of averages, I don't think they'll stay in last position for too long.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, I said it before, every crew that comes out of Curley is a good crew, and every sweep is just next level exceptional. They're all fantastic, reading the ocean, controlling the boat. So I've probably put the commentator's curse on them now, and they'll go upside down or something like that. You see, they actually made up a bit of distance on that turn there.
Disco's had a bad turn there. Era's gone in second, come out first. And the Echidnas, well, you've picked it. They're up into third place now with a good turn. So the Milk have got some work to do.
A couple of little bumps just coming up behind them here.
There is swell out there, yes.
So just be how close they are. It looks like South Curley's just let the boat run. You see digging the oars in there to stop the boat.
Looks like they're stopped as well. They saw something coming. We could have a party wave.
So you see Era just letting the boat run, where Mark Spiteri at the back there, he got them to check the boat so he can get his line up right. You want to know what your positioning is relative to the sandbank?
Oh, and that's how big the wave is out the back. It's broken well before it got to the Milk.
Yeah. And that's what we mean about being caught by the wave rather than catching the wave.
So now they're just passengers.
Yeah.
And they're heading. Oh, that's Era. Bouncing around there. Oh,
that wasn't a good one.
The bounce of the backwash.
And that probably...
we got... Well, Era's got no oars. They've got one oar, they've got 2 oars, so they've got enough to push it across the line, but they've got a boat in front of them now.
We've got 3 of the South Curley boys. There's the bowman from Curley.
So all the bodies are there.
Yeah.
Era's collecting their gear.
He doesn't look in a good way though.
No, well, there's a few.
There's Tally over.
Talabudra having a not so fantastic day.
And that's actually what we're talking about at the back. You saw Mark Spiteri there, South Curley. He got the boat to stop dead in the water, so he could line up that wave a little bit better. Era let the boat run. So while Era were not rowing, the boat was still running. It was still moving forward closer to the sandbank. Makes it a little bit harder to judge the distance, the speed of the wave, the speed of the boat. Sometimes it's better to stop it dead, reposition yourself, almost recalibrate yourself. Work out where you are, where the water's moving, and then start from a dead start. Disco there, just getting oars back together, making sure everyone's all right, just surfing that oar in. The boys getting the boat across the line now. They've got 3 oars, they've got 4 rowers there. So they're good to come across the line without the sweep. That's fine.
I hope they haven't bent any more Rolex, but this guy doesn't look all that flash.
No, I think he got a little bit hurt there. Getting run over.
Spence in there helping out?
Yes, looks like.
The zinc, the man with the zinc on his nose.
Yeah, he got run over there by the Era boat. Sort of pinned against the boat a little bit.
We've had a few nasty looking mishaps, but fortunately everyone's come out of it okay over the weekend.
There's been a few bumps and bruises here and there. So touch wood, it only stays at that. Nothing more serious.
There's a little bit of work to do on a few of these boats too at the end of the weekend. A few bruises on gunnels and a few Rolex need straightening out and busted oars. Righto. So, do we get a result there? We did. And that's the end wash up there. So 1 for the Kidnap, 2 for the Bucks, 3 for Tally, and Monavale with a. We'll give them 4th.
We'll give them 4th. We'd say they
it doesn't say they didn't finish. Apparently they've been disqualified. I had a voice in my ear.
Right.
So I don't know what they did wrong.
Something anyway. Off screen, maybe didn't finish with the 3 oars, or had 3 rowers, or
they got a big fat 0, no points.
It is a requirement that if you do roll over, that everyone gives the all clear signal. Make sure that safety first. Again, everyone's all right.
Next race, I believe the Great Whites possibly didn't start last time, so we've got the Tomcats, the Chops, and Yay the Boys. We're cheering them on, Yay the Boys, Northcott. We want to see them have something of a good race here.
They've got plenty of boat speed too. We saw it in the race just before. They once they were out the back, they were rowing really quick and really well.
They are quick, yeah. And you're not going to travel across the country if you're not quick.
Absolutely. And again, they'll learn a lot from these conditions and come away from it better off, that's for sure.
Well, good start from the boys there at Northcott. They're in front of the Chop. And the Tomcats playing a little bit of catch up there. Negotiating some white water all crews there.
So Tally just getting clipped again.
Lawn again forgot to bring their helmets. They're racing in the North Stain leads.
Chantel, who's in Jeff Matthews' Open Women's Crew, she's the equipment manager down there. If she's not racing, everything gets left behind apparently. So sent me a text message before Ocean Thunder last round saying, could Lorne borrow the Allura helmet? So
nice race here. We're in a line of 3. So Talabudra has turned it on once they got out through the break.
Again, you see the speed of Northcott there. Really nice rowing, really long through the water, plenty of run on the boat. All 3 crews here doing a fantastic job. This is a proper A-grade race.
This is it. Looks like the Tomcats are going to be slightly in front when they get to the Cairns. But that's Yay the Boys from Northcott there on screen. They might be borrowing the North Narrabeen helmets. Around they go. Now, would these boys be all Stillwater, you reckon?
I think so. Well, I assume so. Northcott as well have got a history of taking Stillwater rowers and converting into surfboat rowers.
Teaching them the waves, way of the waves. But
So-
something's building under Jeff Matthews there. He's really got the
Jeff
boys
and-
firing now.
And Swoop, the top of the screen there, the Talabudra.
The lawn chops. They've
And again, just
called
checking the
easy
boat
and
here.
stopped the boat. So we could have a wave of 3 crews on it. So Talabudra's done the same thing. They've let it go. Both crews let it go. So here we come. The boys, they're on it. They're working it. Can they get down it? Yes, they've trailed off. They've come down that nicely. Oh, maybe not so nicely in the boat work.
That's the one thing that we can't really see from the screen is where the waves are peaking and dropping away.
They're still working.
Oh,
Not across the line yet. He's fighting. Oh, stay in the boat, old mate.
yeah, the boys see whether they're across the line.
They could get their first victory of the weekend.
Here we go.
There it is.
Yes.
They've just
Got
picked
it.
the line.
Here we go.
To
It's
Talabudra
Tally.
and Lorne.
You see it.
Fighting.
Swoop's got them all back in line with their seats, but keeping in the centre of the boat just to keep it balanced, give him a stable platform to push and pull the sweep off. And just sneaking across in front of Lorne there.
Yeah, the boys. They got one up there for the weekend.
Yeah, that was good. Good to see them get a win up.
So our wins have been spread out a fair bit here. The Death Riders have got 2. Chops have had a win. The Echidnas have had 2 wins. Smoko have had a win. I think I also saw somewhere else there the Milk. They've had a win as well. So it's being shared around.
Nice even spread there. Which is, like it shows you how much of a leveler, surf is, and the alleys can play the condition, make a difference.
Not so much this weekend, really, are they? The alleys.
A little bit. Each day it's favoured one or one side at one point in time, like at a higher tide or lower tide. But overall, it evens itself out.
It's not a consistent.
No.
Alley 1 is the one you don't want, or alley 5 is your magic alley. So that's the good thing about our sport. You get rotated through.
Yeah, you move up and down the beach, and it gives you a good even spread. So even if you do have an alley that's a little bit unfair, the next race you'll be up the other end and you'll get the gun alley. So
I know a couple of sweeps that do go and look at the draw at the start of the day, and if they work out the bad alley, then they'll say, "Oh, I'm not going to worry about it because I only got it for one race."
Yep.
I'm up the other end of the field for the next 2. So here we go with the Wanda Weapons, the North Curley Bears, the South Curley Death Riders, and the North Narrabeen Smoko. So we know the Curley crews had a bump with each other earlier, so see what separates them at the end of this race.
Yeah, try and stay apart. They might be eyeing each other off on the line.
The Death Riders given the death stares.
Big Trent Rogers in 3. Very, very large human. He'd be looking straight at the North Curley guys, just making sure that they stay away. And
there's our starter, gazing out to sea, making sure everything he likes what he sees before he puts his finger on the button.
And as a sweep, we've all criticised starters and for putting us under one, but it's probably the hardest job on the beach, isn't it?
It's certainly not an easy one, that's for sure.
And being able to get it right every single race, it's really, really difficult. They do an amazing job, despite sometimes us questioning their vision. You look there, Don McManus. See, just watch his control of the boat. Looks calm, looks relaxed, composed.
The boys look really relaxed there.
Just checking what's coming out to sea, which way the water's moving.
So the Smoko boys, they had a win in one of their races earlier. Death Riders there, doing the same thing over and over and over again. Relaxed, ready, calm, ready to explode.
Everyone's just holding the boats back a little bit. So there must be no rush off from the starter here to put the flag up.
There's no point wrestling the boat in the shoreline if you don't have to.
And you can see the top of screen there, just putting in the finish flag, and the depth, how shallow that bank is there. So alley 1, Wanda Weapons, they'll be trying to stay away from that.
Yeah, they might be pushing down towards alley 2, alley 3. That looks like the gun's up now. There it is. Everyone's crouched down, ready to go. Jump in and explode. Hooter's very loud too, isn't it, this weekend?
It is.
They've got a couple of them set up across the beach, one at the north, one at the south, one in the middle, so you can actually hear it.
It's been one of the criticisms in the past of the Hooter, that it wasn't probably loud enough. They certainly don't have that problem this weekend.
With the shotgun, if the wind's blowing the wrong way, I'd always look for the smoke.
Yes.
You can see the Smoko and the Death Riders there have got the best starts. Don McManus going through a bit of whitewater there. So it's the Bears
a bit
trailing the
in front
field.
Of Don here. Nice pop up and over.
And they're going for it.
That's what I mean. Just that composure. He didn't look panicked at all there as a sweep.
Wander's stopped, and that's why they've stopped. There's a bit of whitewater in front of them. They're going to go backwards a little bit. But the two crews are out. The two crews that have had wins so far this morning, the Smoko and the Death Riders.
Death Riders just coming over a big one there.
And our other two crews are still struggling to get out. There's a fair bit of whitewater in front of them, but Death Riders flying high in the middle of the field there, halfway to the sea.
Yeah, so when you're that far out and your 3 seats getting air off the back of a wave, you know it's a decent sized wave.
Well, you know the crews behind you are going to be stuck on the shore for a little while longer.
Yeah, that's right. They're not going anywhere.
Because they're not going to charge that.
And you can see what's in front of them now. That's why they're holding back. So again, the wave breaks. Every second that wave's broken, it's just losing energy. You've got a better chance to pop over it.
It looks as though the water up in alley 1 is sucking out and it's really dumping, so you don't want to sit too close to the break there either, otherwise you get taken out towards it. But the Smoko in and out of the cans first, and they're charging for something. I want to get a head start on that on the Death Riders, because we all know how fast they are.
Yeah, just dropping off that little runner there. Here we go. Wander's getting out now. They look like they're out clean here.
The Wander weapons. And the Bears are heading out.
Here we go. South Curley coming through on a wave.
And they've caught them. They've caught the Smoko.
North Narra.
Oh, messy from North Narra there. Left the Bowman in the front just that second to get down it. Make sure they fall down the front of the wave.
Nice. Good
both
work.
crews look to be fairly comfortable there, dealing with that.
Let's see. Back to their seats, pick up their blades. And that looks like South Curley just going to sneak across in front of North Narrabeen.
Okay, so for the Death Riders, I think that's 3 from 3. Based on my inabilities to count.
It wouldn't surprise me. As I said before, there's a couple of crews, with A crews, there's a couple of crews you look at.
Wander. Nice wave.
See 3 seat here, just holding the sweep oar up, trying to help Nath out.
Great wave. And the Bears, they're on a wave as well out the back.
Nice, they're onto that early, getting themselves set, waiting for this bounce of the whitewash now.
You want to get set as early as you can, because most of the times, if your sweep's not set coming down a wave, if the boat's angled off, you can have a bit of a mishap before you actually even start on it, can't you?
Yeah, you want to try and you don't want anything to be a surprise. You want to have everything set up nice and early, and then it gives you every chance of actually being successful at holding it straight, because it's, in all honesty, it's always a roll of the dice, isn't it? You're doing your best, but you've got 200 kilos of surf boat and a few hundred kilos of personnel in the boat, and it's
maybe a bit of water slopping around in there.
Yeah,
wind and currents
like pulling you sideways, and
then you might get one of those big fat chumpy guys in the middle of the boat, might slip over.
And as soon as that gunnel goes off kilter, offline on a trail, when they're coming back towards the back of the boat, it's never good for a sweep.
It does make it hard. We're getting through our races now, so we're back around to the Open Women, which I'm going to go to the app for this one, because we have established that our paperwork for the Open Women just is not any good. Great shots from the drone there, isn't it? Looking back.
It's a cracking day over here on the northern beaches.
There was actually a lady walked past earlier that lives in the big building behind us there, walking a dog this morning. She said, oh, it was such a good day sitting on the balcony watching you guys do your thing yesterday. It was fantastic. I said, well, get out your cup of coffee, get out your sunnies, and sit up there and watch another day of it.
We could have been commentating from up there. That would have been fantastic.
Like the Talisman building.
Yeah, yes, here we go.
Surely that's in the budget. We can rent a room up there.
Results from the last race: South Curley in 1, North Narra in 2, Wanda, then North Curley Bears. We've got the next race just pushing in, getting themselves set now. So first of the open female.
Right.
Bateman's Bay on screen.
The Baguettes, the Chums, the Edge and the Brumbies. Yeah. So our graphic on screen is correct, our paperwork is not. And using the app, it's up to date. The ladies behind the scenes uploading the app and the paperwork and doing a fantastic job.
Oh, how good is it?
It's difficult when you get to the beach and you think you've got everything sorted out, and then the crew goes, you know what, we're not going today. So then everything changes.
And the people who do the draws and update it, and often they'll have to change on the run. We saw someone get injured before and that crew might have to pull out.
They do, and you can see there, one of the boys from Lawn is helping the ladies. Obviously they're allowed to have a handler now, so he ducked down under the boat as it went over his head.
And the fact that they've got a handler in such shallow water just tells you how much sideways pull there is.
Yesterday it was a huge amount of water moving from north to south, and the boats were like on a conveyor belt just travelling south. It was really fast the way the water was pulling them out that way.
You see alley 2 there. Looks like Marucci's just held him up.
Megsy stops. Bateman's Bay, the Baguettes having a charge. Lawn still rowing. Going up. Jeff throwing his weight onto the back deck to lift the bow up.
Well, they just got themselves a little bit offline there.
To try and straighten the boat up. One stroke over it. So we've got alley 1 there out. Megsy's in alley 2 stuck on the inside. Avalon Beach, the Brumbies still on the inside again. Number 2 seat there trying to pull the boat around by herself, straighten it up, give Nath a hand.
So that's Bateman's at the top of the screen there out with Lawn Edge. And Marucci all look like they're clear
girls,
now. And
the Chums are going to climb over that one there. Doubled up nicely with a little lump on top of it. Oh, you hear the boat slapping down on the other side of it. Big swells,
big swells there.
Yeah.
Just looking outside our tent here, and we can see over the screen. It probably doesn't look as big on TV, but when you're out there, it's definitely grows a few feet when you're underneath one.
Looking down on it from the drone, yeah, it's really hard to tell the size, but it's big. It's still a good size wave out there. So that's the Lawn Chops coming around the can. Almost onto one straight away there with Jeff.
Look at that.
Getting the girls to charge for it.
Looks like there's a good one building behind them
too. The Chums are catching the Baguette, so that if they can get this one, Megsy loves a wave. And there's Avalon still picking their way to sea.
Yeah. So again, Nath's just taking his time with things, not rushing anything. That's good boatmanship there, not panicking, not rushing regardless.
The Baguettes have pulled that one. It was a nice wave.
Really
comfortably down the front of that, looking set, hanging on, ready for the impact of the white water behind him. See him shove his hip into it.
Yeah, using his body weight and using his legs there to drive
stance.
the oar.
His right foot's back like he was surfing on a surfboard.
Yep.
So much stronger in that position. Jeff's got it tucked into his hip as well. So he can use his thighs to push around. But the Baguettes.
It was a great race from both those crews.
Yeah.
You see Jeff even still fighting the boat a little bit here as they go across the line, just having to use a bit of his body weight on the oar there to keep it straight. Again, just shows how much water is actually moving sideways on the beach there. It looks like Marucci coming across now in third.
And Avalon's still going out to sea. I think they've made their way out. Or almost. Oh wow, maybe I spoke too soon. Something's coming. They're going to get over that, are they?
Here we go on the bow.
He's chucked his oar. And they've stopped. Well, I think Are they in strife there?
I think they're in a bit of trouble. You see the difference in techniques there of popping over waves. You saw the bow girl lean her shoulders right back, get the weight in the bow.
Good vision from the girls to help straighten the boat out themselves. Nath didn't have his oar with him. So if your crew can help... Oh, look out, she's let go of it. Oh.
There's
Lucky they got helmets on.
Yeah, there's a lot of force on those handles when you're going backwards.
There's only so much you can hold.
Yep.
Once you go past that strong position, it's all on the back rather than on the legs. What's our time limit today?
I think it's 8 minutes. They've added an extra minute on it from yesterday.
From yesterday, righto. So what do you think they've used? Because their races yesterday were around the 4.
I was going to say it must be 4 minutes by now. It's certainly doable for them. They can get out and back. They've just got to stay straight, upright.
Still plenty of white water out there as we look out between the tents ourselves, but you can see...
He's got plenty in front of him still.
Yep. So I think these girls might get timed out, unfortunately.
So you see the bow girl there just forward on a seat, hands down, let the bow just bounce up and down, where before she was right at the back of the seat trying to drive the boat through. Everyone has their own particular styles. What do you like doing? Do you like going forward on the seat or holding your shoulders back?
I like to get the girls to pop forward, come forward on their seats, so we get the weight in the back of the boat to help lift the nose of it.
Yep.
If the nose is up above the waterline, you've got a much better chance of getting through it, I believe.
Yep. Something I know that Avalon have always traditionally done, kept the shoulders back. A few other clubs do it as well.
They do lean into it, don't they? They really want to throw the weight, get that momentum forward.
You saw it there. They kept the shoulders back as they hit.
There's some classic vision of Rick Miller and his A-grade crew. Oh, I can't remember which year it was. They had the outboard camera in their boat, and they went full tilt into this thing and came out about as fast as they went into it.
Yeah.
But at the last stroke they took, they were at the back of the seats trying to punch through it, get that momentum charging into it.
And everyone's different, you know, not necessarily right or wrong. I'm much like you. I like to get all the weight. Everyone to come forward on their seats, get all the weight as far back towards me as a sweep as I can. Lift the bow as high as I can. That works. You do that on a board, you do it on a ski, you do it on every other piece of craft.
Yeah, exactly right. We don't see too many board paddlers chucking their weight to the front of the board,
never,
pop over.
Never. Always get the weight back, pop over as easy as you can.
Oh, thank you, Tamara Braun. She just brought us an updated version of the ladies' draw.
You can never punch through a wall of water. So the more you can just pop over it as sweet as you can and as
They've made it
clean
to
as you can.
So I did have a whisper in my ear that they were already on 6 minutes, so they've really got to get their act together to get home here.
Nath won't know the exact time, but he'll have a rough idea that they're running the gauntlet. Just depend on what he's willing to take on the way home.
Oh, there's a 1 minute hooter.
We've had the hooter for 1 minute to go, and he's still out the back here. So it's going to be very, very tight.
I think that's further than 1 minute, with no waves coming as well.
Yeah.
That's a row home, girls. So
on a little runner here.
Stay on it.
Try and get on it. Latch onto this.
This will be close. They're on it.
I've actually seen a crew at Australian titles be about 30 metres from the finish line.
You've got a good shot of him here. You can see the brace he's got on his right wrist there.
Yeah, that's exceptional. Being able to sweep in these conditions with...
What have we got? What's the time limit?
I've seen a crew actually be 30, 40 metres from a finish line, and the hooter went off the time limit and they got DQ'd.
What crew was that?
A North Cronulla under-23 girls crew.
Okay.
Curragh, Australian titles.
I also saw that it happened to a different crew at Curragh, and they ended up getting through to the next round.
I do remember that as well.
Yeah.
Because that happened 2 races after the North Cronulla girls got beaten by... they were out of the time limit by 10 seconds, and they said, you're over the time limit, and then 2 races later, an open women's crew went a couple of minutes over.
Yep.
And
that hurt. They actually went on to win the carnival.
Yes, we got silver to them. Exceptional crew.
Oh, most definitely, but
absolute lovely girls, exceptional crew, great sweep. And when a crew of that calibre get knocked out, everyone knows about it. You know, it's the buzz on the beach. It gives all the rest of us a sniff at, you know, anything's up for grabs.
So we've got another ladies race here. The North Curley Coyotes. I'm sure we've seen them earlier today. That's the Coolum crew there. It's Coolum Thundercrackers with husband and wife, Dave and Kate, in that crew. Or is it actually the younger division, the 23 ladies? So we've got Palm Beach there. The Golden girls are in this race, the Palm Beach girls. We've got 3 in this race, so I'm just trying to determine if it's the A grade ladies. I think the 23 ladies are finished. They've had their final, so this must be the A grade ladies. We've got the Thundercrackers from Coolum in alley 2 in the middle of the field there. We've got North Curley at the bottom of the screen with the ladies there. And they've all stopped. So there's North Curley ladies waiting to pick their way to sea. Palm Beach again, sitting waiting, looking for a safe passage, and Dave from Coolum with the Thundercrackers also sitting waiting. Oh, Palmy's going up alley 1, Dave's going in alley 2.
Yeah, Coolum having a crack at this. Palmy just going to get over these couple of little bounces here.
And
like they're going to be
Coolum
out
girls
here.
have got to get in time. If they show them on screen, they're well out of time. But the Palmy girls are looking good,
clipped by
and
that
they're
wave.
just going to get over that. Palmy, are they? Oh
Palmy,
no,
nah.
it's a big back shoot.
Gonskis.
Roll over. Start again.
They chance their arm.
They
They had a
did.
good crack at it.
I think.
And sometimes that's where, again, body weight can maybe be an advantage.
It can be. You can see Coolum there. They got really, really badly out of time, which probably saved them. If they had got it together and been rowing fast, they would have ended up like this crew here, I think, from Palmy, upside down. They would have been further out to sea and had a lot more force hit them. So that's opened up the door for the ladies from Curley there, popping through a bit of white water. All of a sudden, they're back in the race with the second place. Just got to navigate the course, complete the course for points.
Again, sometimes just having a cool head, bit of composure, being patient, pays dividends, doesn't it?
I've been lucky enough to be in that position sometimes where you just think, no, we'll wait a fraction longer. I've also been that crazy guy that's charged head first into them as well, thinking we can punch through it.
We can do this, we can do this.
Ah, that's not that
no,
big.
we can't.
If you do get back shot, it's really important to try and keep the boat upright if you can.
Yeah, try and keep it level.
So Coolum's approaching their can. In they go. Dave's helping out with the stroke oar there. Away on the 4th one, I think that was. Looking over his shoulder soon, Dave. That's probably why he had a bit of tighter turn. He had a crew coming in at him from North Curley there. They've come around. Dave's tracking a long way north. Palmy's still upside down. I've just looked out off the screen, and it appears as though North Curley's going to head north as well. Like, what do they know? What have they seen?
My guess is that they're sort of kind of try and come back onto the bank so they can square themselves up with the waves.
They're going a long way north, South Curley. Maybe they're in alley 1 for the next race.
Yeah. Maybe they're just trying to square themselves up. Looking out the tent here, there's a bit of a set out the back. Maybe they're just trying to square themselves up.
But Dave
stopped.
Coolum's come a long way, and they've stopped very much in the takeoff zone, aren't they?
Yeah. You see the wave, bottom of the screen, it's just
holding water. They've let that one go under them.
Just on the shoulder. It only just got under him too. That would have been a very late takeoff.
Caught him to go. Palmy's still upside down or still having issues. No one's at the boat. What's Coolum doing? Because Dave was in the zone there a second ago. He's fighting it.
Nice.
Pull the oar through for a bit more leverage there. So, that's a 1 for the Thundercrackers. I think that might be their second one. So the North Curley Coyotes will be coming in somewhere as well. They were on the field. They'd made it out. Tracked a long way north.
Yeah, so you've got a wave just breaking behind them. It's going to hit them late here.
Not a lot left in it, but
no, it's good. It's actually died out a lot to save them. Again, really good composure, patience from the sweep, patience from the crew, and it saved them. You know, it worked to their advantage both on the way out and the way in.
Well, we can see Palmy in the middle of the screen there. They're dragging a boat up. I just think they've something happening on with the IRB out on the other side of the screen there. Some of the girls are making their way back to sea or back to shore, having a dip. Jet skis and IRB drivers do such a great job with their water safety.
Absolutely. They're always, boat goes over and they're always in on top of it straight away.
At training or when the surf's up, Wilco, I'm the kind of person that will push my luck more at a carnival when I've got water safety around me. If there's a big day at training, I won't take it on due to the fact that if we come unstuck, I'm by myself.
Yeah.
If I get an injury, the boat's upside down, we're stuck down the bar, how do we get help?
Yeah.
So I will personally take on more of a risk at a carnival knowing I've got a first aid tent, 2 or 3 IRBs, a jet ski and a fair bit of knowledge on the beach to help out if something does go wrong.
Yeah, right. Wow. I've never actually ever thought about it. What I would do in training, I'd do in racing.
Yeah, righto.
And that's been throughout my whole career. Like if I was, ski paddling or anything like that, Ironman would just be like, I'll train in it, I'll race in it, and same in the boats. If I'm not comfortable, I won't go out.
Yep.
And I won't put the crew in a position to do that. But
I have that limit as well. Whereas if I don't think any of us can do it, we won't. Simple as that. We don't want to put them in danger. So we've got the Port Mac Quackers in this one. We've got a Palm Beach crew. We also saw there that we've got there's Port Mac on the screen there. Who have they got beside them there? There's the Collaroid Giants. So we should see the Monavale single ladies and the Tally Treats as well in this race. And there's the Talabudra boat off to the side there. So that's our race. We've got the Port Mac Quackers, the Monavale single ladies, Tally Treats on screen, and the Collaroid Giants. So Tanya Love there, she used to row at Currumbin. She's had a stint at Talabudra before. Robin rode with myself. Steve Davies at Alex, been around for a while, rode at Tugan last year, and there's the Monavale girls, away we go.
And you can tell, those Tally girls, for me jumping in the boat with them, you can tell they've been under some great sweeps before. They're so talented as rowers.
The Giants have stopped down on the right hand side of the screen there. Talabudra has sort of backed off a bit there, just going through the motions now, just waiting for Swoop to make a call whether they hit the gas or not. The Giants just sitting, waiting for their chance. There is some action up the other end of the beach. There's the Quackers up and over the white water. Something's brewing for them. They're going to go. They're going to stop. They are going to get whacked. Oh, wow. Oh, Sweep's been folded over. Right. That's a big hit.
Stopped them rowing just before it.
Bit of indecision there, wasn't it? That looked like.
Yep.
No, we've got 5 people tapping their heads like a teapot, so they're good.
Collaroid just sitting back.
The Giants just waiting to pick their way to sea. Where are the other two crews? Did they charge and make it, or did they charge and get whacked as well?
Looks like Tally's
out.
Tally's out the back.
The single ladies.
Monavale.
From Monavale, just straightening up the boat.
Just got to get over that next one, get a bit of speed up, clear these next couple if they can.
Little one, so a smaller one, thank goodness for them. So they're out by the looks of it. Curley Giants, they're going to get out now. So Talabodra's out in front. Swoop must have found a little hole, and they've turned the can. They're on their way home.
Again, very talented crew, very talented sweep. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see these goals.
How much are they paying you?
Oh, yeah. More than a lure. Double nothing, still nothing.
It looks like Swoop just edged his way north as well a bit there.
Yeah, I think everyone's just like learning from each race, you know, watching the race beforehand.
Yep.
Seeing what everyone's doing. Everyone seems to be tracking north, you know, just to get away from something or to take advantage of the waves.
Is it a bit softer up there? Is it not as crunchy? We know Alley 1's a bit of a nightmare to try and get out to sea. But they're just tapping along nicely. They're trailed off as a small one, which might suck up and play havoc, but they've come back nicely.
Yeah,
Swoop
nice.
fighting it there. Eddie's got a hand on the oar. No, that's not Eddie. That must be Tanya in stroke seat. But again, Colorado, the Giants are tracking long way north. Here comes, there's a single ladies looking for a way home.
So that's the stuff that we can't really see just from looking at the screen with the live stream, that what's happening with the water movement.
Are they tracking up that way because there's a nor'easter blowing?
It's hard to know. It's hard to know without actually being out there in it. I've got 10 races until I'm up for the mixed division.
Oh wow!
And having a float. So I'll be going in somewhat blind without having a warm up with the crew, but it'll be interesting to see once we get out there. Nice little wave here for Monavale.
He's got that back. He's fighting it.
See him using the legs there, using the body weight to drive that oar across.
Driving out of the legs, yep. Same as when you talk to your rowers, like you row with a straight arm because the power you can develop from your legs, you're never going to be able to hold it with a bent arm.
Yep. And you can always, I say to my rowers, you know, you can squat probably 3 times the amount you can bench row. So use your legs, then the arms will just finish off the rest.
Yep.
You know.
Use the big muscles. Some of the boys have got bigger legs than others. And here we go, we've got, it's the Quackers. They've got their boat upright again. They're going to try and have a dash at the line, at the completing the course before the time, they run out of time. But the young lady's having an issue with a rollick there. She got her oar in.
Yep. Bow goals, all just popped out
ready
somehow.
To go. That may have been bent in that hit. It's because they copped a nasty whack.
And they'll try and do, Mark Van Orderen here, Skits, he'll try and do what Nath did before from Avalon, just sneak out and around within the time limit, at least get some points. Try and get into the cut. They've still got a couple of waves building in front of him.
Pop over that one, tiny bit of white water.
He's got a big one building up out the back here.
Oh yeah, I'd probably stop. They just sat there, they didn't take any strokes into that one. Pop over that one. Short, sharp strokes just to get it going again. You heard Tash talking yesterday about changing gears in your car. You don't take off in 5th gear. That's what you got
big
gears
one
there. What
here
are they
on them now.
Oh, they've come backwards again. Girls locking on there, trying to stop the boat from going backwards. Get a bit of forward momentum. They got a clean break yet?
I think they could be out now, I think.
Nothing.
Skits will be giving them as much gentle encouragement as he could mid-break to suggest that we really need to go now, to move.
Are you a screamer in the boat, or you just
No, I'm actually. The bigger it gets, the quiet or the softer I talk, and the more relaxed I am. I hate racing in flat water. it does my head in. And if it gets big, like say at Curley, I'm generally a lot more relaxed and happy. And
right,
yeah,
the girls have got work to do. They've got 2 minutes left to complete the course.
Ooh.
So this is going to be a row and a half if they can actually get it done. 2 minutes.
They're a good crew. They're capable of doing it. But they'll need something to go their way on the run.
I think they're going to be a little bit out of puff too. They've done a lot of work to get where they are now. They're hitting the cans. They're not going to have the luxury of picking their way home.
No.
If they want to make the time limit, they've probably got about a minute and a half left now. So they're wanting a big wave to run to catch for the whole ride home.
Yeah. When I say luck, like there's every now and then there's a wave that will build up out wide that isn't too big.
They look
that
as though
you can get on early.
Tapping it along at the moment. They're not from here. 1 minute. We've just had the hooter for 1 minute.
These kids would have heard that. Just try and milk the best of this runner here. And you see the boat drop away there in between runners.
This looks usable behind them now.
I was going to say, looks like a couple of little swells behind them that they can maybe latch onto. That's what we're talking about. Just getting one that's not overly big, but it's going to get them to shore.
Now they're moving as fast as they can on a wave. It's turned into a nice wave.
I was going to say, when it wasn't too big, it's it's breaking over the top of him. He's just got to try and keep this straight.
If it's straight, they got a chance up the front there. Get the weight in the bow again, flatten it out, and hope.
Here we go. Yes.
Just made it, ladies. Well done.
There's a couple of crews now that have snuck in within the last sort of 10, 15 seconds.
There's a reward for effort, that one.
Yep, absolutely. Good on them. They didn't give up. They came back to shore, got themselves reset. And
didn't seem to do too much damage, like bending rollocks or busting oars. So that helps with being able to turn the boat around pretty quick. So we've got now.
Looks like
we've got some. I think we're back to the open women. Would that be right?
Next to the open women, is it?
Or the next to the open women, of course. We just watched open women, didn't we?
It looks like South Curley Wanda moving in there.
Oh, it's the Yes We Can. The Allura, the
boat at the top there.
Wanda Wingit, the Shakers from South Curley, and the Golden Girls.
I actually just saw a North Narrabeen boat come past here on the trailer. So whether that's the Golden Girls boat or a second North Narrabeen boat, I'm not sure. But
well, we've got a few North Narrabeen crews here today. So there's the results: the Treats, the Giants, the Quackers, and the single ladies, with nothing to their name. So.
And maybe another DQ for some reason.
Maybe another DQ. So maybe the Quackers have got a double result there.
Yeah.
They've ended up with a third. But what a spot to live up on top of that
headland.
Look at
that. Imagine waking up to that.
And that's a nasty little hill, that one, as you walk up and over. I went down and had a refreshing ale at the Hardboard Hilton Friday afternoon.
Cleanse the palate.
Ordered a bowl of chips. My ride came before the chips arrived, so I had to give them away.
That's heartbreaking.
It was. I was hungry. So the Allura, Yes We Can. Alley 1. They're creeping out there on the sandbank. We'll see if they're allowed to get away with that. I want to wing it.
The Allura crews, they're always doing stuff like that.
Cheats. Or maybe they're all really tall and they can reach the bottom from out there. I'll take the boat in deep enough as long as my bowman's comfortable.
Yes.
So I'll if the bowman's not overly confident, I'd rather have 4 people in the boat to start the race rather than 3 with one hanging on the outside. So
yep. No, I'm always the same. I tell bow pair that they set the depth.
Yep.
They
Correct.
set the depth, and then the only time I'll change it is if my short little legs can't get in and I'm trying to struggle. I'll say I'll just bring it back a little bit for me.
Is there a sandbar I can stand on?
And it always brings a smile especially from the men's crew. The women's crews are a little bit nicer to me. They don't say much, but the men will give me a hard time even on the start line.
Well, mate, it's all fun and games till the gun goes off, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can't be too serious. We don't get paid for it.
No, got to enjoy what you do. Looks like Allura have been ordered back.
Yeah, keep an eye on that blue boat. They're troublesome.
The Wanda there in the Rod Holdsworth boat.
Well,
absolute legend from Wanda.
You can see the young lady in the bow there. It is. She drops off. There must be a pothole near her there somewhere.
There's a lot of holes right on shore there, and that's probably why they're looking to go out on that bank just to get around that. Mick McBain there giving the thumbs up. Flag goes up. So you can see how shallow it is. The stern of the boat, they're right on the sand.
So you'd push for 2 or 3 strokes here, then jump in?
Typically, yes.
Trying to avoid a pothole yourself?
Yes, if I can. The worst thing that can happen is, you take that last extra step and fall in a pothole, and then you're left dragging out the back and trying to get in.
Well, the Wingit have been left behind a fraction there. The Shakers and the Golden Girls have taken a march to sea. The Yes We Can from Allura bouncing over a bit of white water. Probably all going to have to stop maybe, but looking out to sea, I think they're all going to gas it and have a chance and have a shot at this one. Nothing's coming.
Looks like it's just flattened out a little bit. There are a couple of bumps, but it's just whether they can get out before, if they can get across the bank before those waves come.
Well, the Shakers are off. They're flying. There's the Allura Yes We Can ladies. Looking good. Working it out to sea. I think the Golden Girls got a little bit of a bump there. They got the worst of it. But we know how fast they are. So they're all pretty much in a line heading to sea with the exception of the Shakers. They are moving and shaking.
Impressive from the Allura girls as well. The 2-seed who's rowing today, she had her first baby only 9 months ago, and 3 seats had a second baby only 6 months ago. So already back in the boat, training and racing at the highest level and doing a great job of it. So juggling, work, family, rowing.
Must have very supportive partners.
Absolutely,
those two ladies.
Yeah.
We all know how much time it takes up rowing. With a young family at home, that's got to be even harder.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Shakers are in and out first, Allura second, and then it was a very tight between the Wanda Wingit and the Golden Girls. The Golden Girls were a little bit off this race.
Yeah. Both South Curley and Allura look like they're on a nice runner, but coming from behind there.
Donnie's moving up north. Yeah. Try and pick something, so he's basically aligned astern with with the Shakers there. Nice runner there from Allura.
They're just trying to milk that as far as they possibly can. You can see a little bump building behind them as well.
Bit of dead water. Got to work hard when you come off a runner. Using the water to their advantage whenever they can, these ladies. Little white water catching them here from behind.
Yeah, nice work, girls. Fantastic.
Nice work, Mick. Up there working it. Back down off the chocks. Creeping forward. The Golden Girls are the only ones to trail off there. Everyone else had to row across the line. We're going to be really, really close. I think Wanda Wingit pinged them.
Wanda getting look like from our angle here on the finish line. They're just sneaking across before North Narrabeen.
Little bit of action on the line there as the Golden Girls came in on top of the Shakers. But there's the Allura girls. Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. Yes, we can. Yes, you did.
So we that's the last of the ladies, I believe. We might be moving back around to the big boys, as in the 23 boys.
The young guns.
Well, there's the Maroochydore boat with their oars in it. They've got a 23 crew with, I think I saw Damien Daly moving down with the Queenscliff crew.
Yeah, starting to get towards the pointy end now, so fewer boats on the beach. The turnover's quite quick. Seeing that wind swing around now. Look at the current weather conditions. The wind swung around from the southeast to the northeast.
How you going, mate?
It'd be cold, yeah, it'd be cold in the tent here.
It's been cold under the tent. Yeah. So there we go, we've had an update of our conditions, still on 18 degrees, 10 k's from the northeast, which is probably about right. It's not overly strong breeze.
No, it's forecast to get up to 20 knots later on, but hopefully we'll be out of here before that hits.
I'll be at the airport before that happens, I hope.
So results, Allura, yes you can. South Curley Shakers Wanda winging it, and then just sneaking past the Golden Girls on the line there. North Narrabeen coming in fourth. It was a good race though from those girls. That was a great race from all crews there.
Righto. The first of the 23 men. We've got Queenscliff, the Palm Beach Plumbers, the South Curley Shakers, the South Curley Sneaky Nuts. That might be the South Curley underdogs. The Sneaky Nuts and the McMaster's Whippets.
This will be two South Curley crews side by side. This will be definitely for bragging rights up in the 10.
Unless looking at the app, we've had a few drop out. So we've got, I believe, if we're going off the app rather than our visuals there on the screen, we should have only 4 in this race. So Queenscliff, the Palm Beach Plumbers, the Sneaky Nuts, and the Whippets, with Alley 3 being left vacant. We've had a dropout somewhere.
And it is hard because people get injured, or again they've started the day and maybe for example they are from a Stillwater background and they're not as confident in the surf, and they've chosen to opt out. They've had a crack at it and gone, oh, this isn't for me today, I'm not ready for it, and the sweeps pulled out. That does happen.
It does happen. I've pulled crews from carnivals if it's too big some days.
And even after they've started racing, they've just gone, no, I'm not confident, I don't want to continue on, and which is fair enough.
Actually, Robin from the Talabudra girl, she broke her wrist earlier this season.
Yes.
I spoke to her a couple of times. She said, I'm a bit sussed. I've lost my confidence. I said, just, you can do this. You know what you're doing. Swoop knows what he's doing. The girls in the boat know what you're doing. So it's just a matter of building that confidence again, starting off catching small waves again. Progression.
And interestingly too, I think from memory, I think when she broke her wrist, it was quite a small wave. It was just one of those things that, and that can be, funny enough, it can actually sometimes get a little bit safer as the surf gets bigger. Everyone becomes more and more on their game.
Well, Disco's just walked past the Talabudra Tuggers. He said, I'm going to find my trailer.
Yeah, the bigger surf, everyone's on their game. They're concentrating. They're not willing to take the risks. You see sometimes when it's smaller, they don't really give the ocean its
got to respect it,
the
no matter what
respect
it's doing.
it deserves, and their concentration might lapse for a second, and that's sometimes all it takes.
Hooters up, ready to go with the 23 men. The digital gun has gone off. If you're listening, Digi, and they're away. The Sneaky Nuts get a nice start there.
They get the boat moving really well, don't they?
Well, we've said it all day. They all crews do.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Just getting
went
checked
down
there.
a little bit there, but have they got enough speed to pop over this one? They're trying to scoot around it. Palmy's navigating a bit of white water. Bowman, mate, watch your oar. Watch your oar.
Watch your oar. A couple of big ones coming here. Watch your oar. Get some power on. Here we go.
Up.
Queensy just punching through that.
Over.
So it looks like Palmy snuck over it. Queenscliff and Alley 1 got hit by it. It's where
and there they are again.
Yeah.
Grab your oar, Damien. Get
got
it
another
going.
one
Get it
looming.
straight. They got to go pop over this one. Up and over. Far enough out.
Nice.
So we've got three crews out, but Queenscliff's struggling back there a little bit on the top corner of the screen.
Yeah, just a little.
Well, they're really struggling now. They've had a real mess up coming over the top of one of them. Do you have, because they use the pencil shafts, the really thin shafts, do they have to close their Rolex up tighter?
I think so, yes. Yeah. I haven't used them personally, but I'd imagine so. As soon as their oar will come, away from the Rollick, it'll just.
It's really the button, is it? Once the sleeve's out of the Rollick, it has the ability to pop out.
It's just going to pop out, yeah.
Well, we've got the crew there up in Alley 2. They are going really well.
Yeah.
And the Sneaky Nuts.
So again, bottom of the screen, we're just seeing, everyone's tracking north off that Alley 4.
Sneaky Nuts have stopped. McMasters have kept going. Trying to do what the fat dads did over the last couple of days.
Wasn't that impressive? See the fat dads get up.
Oh, yeah. So there's McMaster's at the bottom of the screen, still tracking north,
Well,
whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got much say in that.
No, here we go.
Definitely no say in that one.
Yeah.
They're done. So a little bit of time to pack up to get their stuff back together, but we also saw, was it Palmy on that wave? There they are, yep.
Yeah, Palmy.
Spence bringing them home.
Oh.
Just pipped the sneaky nuts.
So Spence will be happy with that. Always good to come away with a win, regardless of what happens. You know, on the row out or the way back home, just get across the line in first, get the points up. You know, get yourself into the next round, keep fighting. Damien Daly here on a nice one, left them in their seats. A very accomplished waterman, just swinging a little bit to the side here. Again, we don't know how much it's actually swinging that water that pulled sideways along the shoreline there. Seems everyone's having a bit of a running battle, trying to keep it straight all the way to shore.
The water does appear to be moving a fair bit, so it is a tough job all the way to the finish line.
It's a day where the sweeps have to be on their game from start line to finish line.
Yeah.
There's not 1 second where you can't be on your game.
I think Masters just picking up the pieces, pushing it across the line, getting points. They've made it inside the time limit. Now we're still waiting to see someone else come across the line, aren't we? Or they all make it home.
No, I think that's fourth place now. Queensy snuck in.
Oh, that's right, Damien. Yep. Because they had an issue going to sea. Yes, that's right. Someone landed on the wrong side of the boat, which rolled the boat, and everyone come out of their seats. Righto.
And that does happen, so it's really important that you get your composure back as soon as that happens. Sometimes it's worthwhile as a sweep just giving them a couple of seconds just to compose themselves and get their act back together, so to speak. Yeah. I was just about to say something else then, but get their act back together. And
well, if you do watch some of my if you watch some of my GoPro footage, I think I say that a little bit too. Use that other word. Get your stuff back together.
Yeah.
Righto. So in the next one, running off the app, you should have the Service Paradise. I'm looking at the wrong one. It's the Pitbulls, the Underdogs, the Power Rangers, and the Young Guns. Heat 2. It's a bit of a shame we haven't had more clubs from interstate or further afield arrive this weekend.
I think I really like this as a standalone event prior to Christmas, and I can understand that some clubs, some crews may not have been. You know, they might have been doing all their endurance work, and they see short courses, probably not, this time of year, not ideal. However, I look at it the other way and I go, well, this is the time to actually, be practicing all your skill work inside the break, and that's what short course is for. It's not necessarily for the fastest boat out the back on flatter water. It's all the, how good are you off the start? How good are you in the break? How good are your turns? Your chop chase home? Like how refined are your trails? All the skill work, and that's the stuff that you can work on from, all year round. Whenever you start rowing, whenever you start your yearly training program with the crew, that's something. In my opinion, when I present to coaches, it's like skill work is first and foremost all year.
Well, they're getting plenty of practice here today at their trails and their surf work. But so we've got the boys going out again, 23 boys, 4 in this one. I think I said we had the Palm Beach Pitbulls, the Underdogs, a second Palm Beach crew there, the Power Rangers, and the North Cronulla Young Guns. So the Pitbulls a little bit off the pace up there in alley 1.
We're just getting a couple more sheets of paper here. The start lists have been updated.
Righto.
North Cronulla actually had a really good start then. They
did.
Struggled in one of the earlier rounds and then A bit unlucky with that sweep ball, but they had a good start. They just lost a little bit of run on the boat, a couple of those bounces.
The underdogs were looking good there
Palmy.
in the overhead shot, but that's Palmy. I'm not sure if that's the Pit Bulls or the Power Rangers. They're making their way to sea nicely.
They're another club that always has a lot of crews, and they're always generally fast, aren't they?
Yep.
Palm Beach.
Yep.
You know,
Do people still look at the draw and go, oh, geez, we've got Palm Beach again, or oh, we've got the sneaky nuts this time, we've got the underdogs or the Death Riders?
yeah, everyone's different. The only thing I want to know is what alley I am.
Well, that's important for you as a sweep.
Yep, and you know, maybe who's on either side of us, but I never look at who's in a race, because for me it's like it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who's in your race. You've got to do your own race.
Yep.
I can't make another crew faster or slower. I can only make our crew as fast as I can.
I know as a junior I used to worry about it, but these days as a sweep, so what? Palmy in the middle of the field there.
Nice run.
That was the Power Rangers. But now the underdogs, they've pulled it. They were far enough in front. Once Palmy dropped off, it was the Power Ranger, the underdogs' chance to get on and use that wave, and they did nicely. Packed in the back of the boat there, nice and tight. Get the nose up, make it easy to steer.
Just looking out the side of the screen, looks like North Cronulla's Jag one. I dare say the other crews might be on one. You can see
nice
Palmy.
finish.
There we go.
Three
of them
on
on the wave.
Palmy's just spearing off. The Power Rangers are heading north.
Hopefully they won't run in their neighbouring boat.
So there's your winners.
There's Curley. Looks like
and
from this angle.
Scramble.
Yeah. Palmy might just get the run of this over the line.
The Pit Bulls, the Young Guns, and it's the Power Rangers that miss out and take fourth place.
As you can see from that finish line there, sometimes it's got nothing to do with you either. It's just the shape of the wave as it bends into the beach, and one wave might be different than the next one. So
exactly.
You get the run of it in some races, in other races you don't, and it
evens out in the end, doesn't it?
It does. Hopefully you get the lucky side of it in the finals, But the most you've got to get to the finals first.
You can't win the final if you're not in it.
It's very hard to win a medal when you're sitting on the beach watching the final go around. So
there's the Young Guns there from North Cronulla, working out where they've got to take the boat for the next race, which if they have enough points they will get a next race.
Yeah, Mick Hawkins, a great guy. Always got a smile on his face, up for a chat on the beach. Really, a real gentleman of the sport.
Well, we've even got there's the results there: the underdogs, the Pit Bulls, the Young Guns, and the Power Rangers in fourth. Looking at the live stream, I can see we've even got some of the people on the beach watching their phones during races. So, g'day, Robin. Hope you're enjoying listening to Wilco and myself. And here's the start list for the next race. The Service Paradise Sharks with Hugel, Jeff's Colts from North Cronulla, the Mermaid Mongrels, and Marucci Force. What do we got?
It began interesting to see what happens with, say, Mermaid and Marucci, what line they take after they turn the cans here. If they all get out clean, it'll be interesting to see whether they start to track north or whether the bank's starting to even out a bit more.
You can see the water in the middle of the screen there just charging,
just rippling
from left
across.
to right.
Yeah.
So as soon as the boat hits that, it's going to be dragged off to the south. So maybe they're tracking north to avoid that, but that's a long way in the shore. That's not really affecting their water out the back. It's all inshore, that stuff.
It definitely makes a difference, that water pulling across. You got to remember every time a set comes in, that all that water coming in has to get
Phil
back
hit
out.
a pothole. Phil's a tall gentleman himself, but I think he hit a pothole on the way in. He sort of failed to take that last step and jump in cleanly. He sort of had to drag himself in.
Marucci getting the best of the start here, a little bit deeper water. Pop over this wave here, just letting the boat run.
Meggsy's a guy that likes to have his weight punching through into the wave as well, rather than getting his crew to sit back like Jeff's boys there.
Yeah. Jeff just hitting the pumps there. He knows they've got a little bit of work to do.
Oh, something's brewing there. Is that? Am I imagining things? Or are they going to get over it?
There we go. Got probably one more to clear here.
Oh, alley one. They have been whacked. That's the Surfers Paradise Sharks with Hugel.
Yeah. He's looking a little bit despondent at the back there, just trying to stay calm.
Recompose ourselves. There's the force out in front. Nice and long. Rowing rounds. They are Maroochydore there. Nice landing from the boys. So I believe these fellas are all new to the sport as well. So Hugo's doing a great job of bringing 4 brand new guys to the sport and getting them to go so well. But
that's what we need. We need new blood in the sport. People coming through.
We do.
Once they get a taste for it, that team environment in the waves and a bit of excitement of doing a trail on a big wave, it brings them back.
Yep, it certainly does. It's a thrill to catch a wave, a good one that you trail on. I was lucky enough to start with Barry Page, one of the best sweeps we've ever seen. Mermaid charging through the middle of the field on a wave, fighting it there. Phil, nice work. Megsy's beside him. They're also on the same wave. But you see Phil all over the back of the boat. They're using every inch of his area as a sweep to stay in control. Nice work. Megsy sent his boys back to their seats.
Just the shape of the wave here looks like it's favouring that northern end as you come to shore.
And it does. By at least a full length there.
So the wave's starting to bend right around that bank now.
Oh, well, another rollover back up the right way. That was quick. So we've got 5 guys there, 5 helmets, everyone's tapping their head, let everyone know they're okay with it. Geez, that was a quick rollover. Very quick.
The boys are on shallow water there. They're all running back to grab the boat, get across the line as quick as they can.
Because they've got the sharks out there somewhere hunting them down. So the boys want to get back to their boat. Here comes the sharks. So Hugel, if he's got an opportunity to take one, he will. But they're on a nice little one at the moment, so they might be fast enough just to get that 3rd place.
Just got him rolling across here. He probably doesn't realise it. There we go. They're across the line.
They've done enough that Jeff's Colts.
Hughes just rowing them to shore. Sort of caught between waves here, unfortunately.
If they've got enough points from their earlier races, they'll be able to get through, hopefully, because it's a long drive from Surfers Paradise. I want to try and get as many races in as you can.
Yeah. But again, we were saying before, it's great for them to come down here and support the event, have a crack at, that's what we want. We want, as many country crews, as many interstate crews coming to events like this. We mentioned before, you said about sleeping on the floor of the surf club and everything like that. That used to be part of when I went through Nippers into senior club, that was part of the deal, that you travelled all around the country.
I did it 2 weeks ago. We drove to Woolgoolga from the Sunshine Coast. We arrived at midnight, rolled out some swags on the concrete floor, and that was us for 2 nights. Sleeping in amongst the boards and skis, and we got woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning when they come to start setting up the carnival. But that's exactly what we did.
Yeah.
Gone on the day, or back then, mate, you were lucky enough to get to a caravan park. So that was a big budget expense. So these days, when people travel around and get units on the beachfront, you think, wow, the times have changed.
I think having the Australian Championships at Curley through the 90s was 12 years in a row. It was something everyone had 3-bedroom apartments, self-contained apartments right on the beachfront, and that's what they expect now from a venue.
I can tell you, from the old days, I don't mind roughing it.
Yeah,
as long as I can have a hot shower at the end of the day and a pillow somewhere, I don't mind.
100%. We did it a couple of years ago, the ASRL Open up at Stockton. I stayed with the crews, intense. It was probably one of the best experiences we had. It's nice and relaxed. It was just a totally different vibe. Everyone was chilled out.
Different. It's totally different. You take a book and lay on your swag or your little camp stretcher and have a nap, have a read. You're sort of forced to engage with each other there. You don't have a TV to watch.
Don't have TV, yep. there was other crews there than we were all set up next to, and I think we were cooking jaffles and everyone's having a chat, and it was great. It was really relaxing, and it made the whole weekend a real experience. So it's great to come away from a weekend with good results, but you want to enjoy it as well.
Results are important, and they're great to have at the end of your season, but the memories you make is along the way. So here's the South Curley, I think that was the North Curley Bears. We're back around to the big boys, or just going through our paperwork here. We might have a what have we got? 23 men. That's the results.
That's
there.
The results from the last one. Mermaid coming across, then the Force. Jeff Colt seemed to have got across the line. They gave them third. Interesting.
Yeah, I think
they pushed across the line. Yes,
Paradise,
just before the
Sharks.
They
were still coming to see. So we're back around to the first semi. So semi-final, Heat 1. That is the North Curley Bears on screen there. They'll be in Alley 3. We should have the Tally Tomcats. Alley 1, the Smokos, in Alley 2 from North Narrabeen, and in Alley 4 we'll have the Echidnas from South Curley, and there they are. There's the 4 boats. Flags are up and the gun goes off.
So semi-final 1, Open Men's Surfboat Short Course Championships.
The Bears there just working their way to sea. The Smoko getting stuck into it. Really going for it. I reckon Don's told him there's nothing coming, you need to go for me.
Tally, you've got a few lumps of water in front of them.
Tally does have the roar end of the stick there, but Don's popping over that one. Probably went under it more than over it, that one.
This one might just clip him a little bit.
Again, a bit more water and the momentum was stopped. Getting their stuff together, so who knows, the Echidnas could be exploding out the other end of down Alley 4 there. The Bears, we haven't seen them yet either. But the pumps are roaring in that boat there with Don McManus and the Smoko boys.
Talabudras. Looks like all crews are out now.
They are out. Talabudra probably had to wait for some of those waves because they were larger.
North Curley just in front of North Narrabeen, the Bears, just in front of the Smokos here. They're all setting themselves for the turn. Saw Don McManus just have to change directions there just to adjust his course on the line up to the turn.
This is going to be pretty even for the rest of the crews. The Echidnas have gone in first. The Bears are going to hit second.
Tally's made up a bit of ground out at sea here.
They have, haven't they? Tally's got those. Swoop's got those boys firing.
They've come back to that. Probably not the best turn from them.
The Echidnas out in front, looking over his shoulder. What's going to do? What can we see? We're going to pick a wave. We're going to take it. We're going to wait. We'll probably now.
Look at that. A line of 4 there in the middle, just getting that nice run on that wave.
The Bears have pulled it.
Wow.
Still got to get home, get down it properly and get all the way across the line, but they're in a better position now.
Yeah, he's just brought that back, trying to keep it square. He's a little bit off angle. He'll do well here to hold it straight and up.
Might flick back around, but it's going to be hard to keep it straight if you're not in the boat there. So we've got the Bears and the Echidnas. It's like going down the zoo.
Oh,
no way.
No.
Wow. So they've got to now get their boat back up and take it back out to sea.
Yeah. So I don't think they realise.
We've got 1 and 2 across the line. Talabudra's had an issue as well. So depends where they are. We've got 2 boats home. The Echidnas and the Smoko, they're home, so they're going to progress through to the final.
So I don't know if Curley will realise that they were upside down across the line. Tally here. It'll come down to what the officials.
And if Tally is as relaxed as they look there at the moment, there's no urgency to get that boat across the line. And there's really not much urgency from these guys either at the moment.
No, I don't. I think they might think that they rolled after the line. They roll before, and the rule is that you have to come back in contact with the boat.
Oh, and that boat's going to have a fair bit of water in there. The battery hatch is open.
Oh,
so that possibly took on a fair bit of water internally there.
Yeah. If Tally even though they were out of the boat, they had the hands on it. If they snuck across the line with hands on the boat, in control of it.
That's in control.
That's in control. That'll come down to what the officials deem.
Now the boys are aware of what's happening there. They're pushing it back out. Swoops looking a little bit dejected there.
Yeah.
Getting some equipment back to the boat. They had enough people on it to push it across to constitute a correct finish.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Swoop might be a bit down now, but he might maybe get some good news soon.
Well, I think the South Curley boys are aware that they had a mishap before the line that happened. So let's see with the final announcement, the results.
That goes down to smarter people than you and I to determine what happens.
Well, we can only see what we say what we see.
Yeah.
And what I can see is people are starting to line up on the promenade here, standing on the wall, looking over, watching the spectacle that is the short course open men at the moment. Very busy patch, this promenade here.
Yeah, plenty of foot traffic walking past. Everyone's stopping, taking photos. Saw a couple of nippers down here before. The boards were just up on the grass. They weren't going in the water, but they were sitting here watching.
One day I'm going to row a boat.
Yeah, one day. That's going to be me out there.
Mate, we try to do that at home as well and do some training on Sunday morning in front of the nippers.
Yep.
Just so they go, oh wow, that's another avenue in the club, within the sport I can do. Like, if I'm not the best swimmer, or if I'm not the best board paddler, or I can't run, mate, we want you to come and give boats a go.
And that's one of the really difficult things within the surf life-saving hierarchy, I suppose, that sometimes in nippers we lose a few kids because they're not the best swimmer or board paddler, or they can't run, and they think that's it. But those kids that leave might actually turn out to be really good ski paddlers or boat rowers. Yep. Or go into an R&R side, or first aid competition. And generally the rule is, you need to be a bit older, but in that interim we actually lose them.
Well, there's our results. So the Echidnas and the Smoker, as we called it, the Tomcats from Tally, they did pull third place.
So nice.
And the Bears missed out.
Gary Williams, swoop from Tally. He'll be looked a bit dejected there before, but he'll be happy now. We have a smile back on his face.
Well, here we go. We got the Lawn Chops, the the boys from Northcott, the Death Riders, and the Weapons. The Death Riders, you can see half a boat out in front, 15 strokes into it. Wanda, Weapons, punching through some white water there. The Chops getting the same deal, and the boys.
So Wanda look like they're just going to clip one.
Just punching through the top of that one. Momentum still going forward for them. Chops bouncing. The Death Riders going over one there. Nice work.
They're all out now, out in the clean water. It's whoever can make the best of all these all these chops and bounces.
Righto. Tamara's just handed us over some more paperwork for the 23 men, but we've got the A grade on the water here, so we're dropping one in these, aren't we?
I assume
take it to a final of 6.
I assume it's a final of 6. I do not know, but
so we're closing in on the pointy end of the day. The Death Riders in first, and very tight with the Chops and the boys, and the Weapon are coming in last there, but not far last.
You're probably looking at that. You'd even say that Alley 1 top of screen that course might be a tiny bit shorter on that end.
Well, the Death Riders, they're using a runner there. They've almost back in front, but the Chops, Jeff Matthews lane 1, they're on it. They've trailed.
Nice.
Wanda.
Yeah, Wanda.
Where have they pulled that from?
Here they are. They're over right on the side here.
Are they on the same wave as the Chops? We saw the Chops catch one, and the Death Riders in the middle of the field there, and the boys have been left behind. They've missed it completely, the poor fellas. Yeah. They've had a very indifferent day, or weekend actually. So the Chops come home with one.
So Wanda's going to potentially...
Death
Riders just sneaking past.
They're able to row. The Wanda boys are packed up still in the boat.
Northcott, yeah, the boys, unfortunately, just getting dudded there, coming across in fourth. I'll be disappointed with that.
Mate, they will go home, and they shouldn't be too disappointed with their rowing.
Rowing speed I thought was really
Their
good.
rowing speed is fine. They'll do a bit of soul searching on the plane, but they had an awful lot of wrong place, wrong time this weekend.
Yes.
I would break it down to that.
Yeah, and it does happen. Sometimes it's not your day. I mentioned before I had the tally girls on Friday, and I put them into 5 waves and in 5 races. And
Consistency, mate.
I was consistent. I had a magnet on the front of the boat, and any wave that I can find and hit and stop dead, I managed to do it. And I felt really bad for the girls, unfortunately. But some days it's you have days like that, and then you have other days where everything sort of goes your way, and that.
You don't really learn much from those days, do you?
Well, yeah, I learned a lot from Friday, trying to avoid lumps of water.
With our sport, we learn more from our mistakes within most things in life. But
yes,
we've got to make mistakes to learn. So we've got the chops in 1, Death Riders in 2, Weapons in 3, and the Yay the Boys. Mate, you can pack it up. See you again next time.
Put it on the trailer and...
Well, hopefully the boys are coming back for the Open. I'd like to think they will.
Yeah, I think so.
Come over and have a check out Bulleye in the Gong.
Yeah.
A lovely part of the world down there, Wollongong. You've got the mountains behind you, the harbour further down. Righto, we've got the Open Female Surfboat Race. This is a
semi-final
race of 5.
Semi-final number 1. The Shakers in 1, Thundercrackers 2, the Giants in 3. Yes, you can. Lura Girls in 4. And Neil Innes with the Bateman's Bay Baguettes in 5.
Oh, baguette. I'm hungry.
It's getting about that time, isn't it?
Mate, the officials have been well looked after with food this weekend. We've had some great muffins in the bag of goodies, some chicken wraps, some muesli bars, apples, a little bag of lollies. Some of them have been getting chopper chumps. Yes, we can, or yes, you can. There they are, the Allura girls.
They'll hope to repeat their last round where they were, yes, you did.
Yes, they did.
Come in first place.
The Giants from Collaroy there. The Thundercrackers with a few crew changes. See Dave there pointing out the fact that he reckons Collaroy's in front of him. That is the South Curley Shakers.
Mark Spiteri just shaking his head about something, wasn't happy.
Yeah, they all reckon Collaroy started in front of them. So there we go. 3 crews in the middle, getting away nicely. There's a nice big break before there's any sort of interference from Whitewater there, so the girls can get the boat up to speed pretty quick there.
Yeah, the lower tide has just evened out that inshore break.
All very even, but the Shakers are probably 1 length behind. Everyone else is dead even. Not much split. Some Toombas stopped with the Coolum Thundercrackers.
Yeah, they've all had to
the Giants have stopped.
Just check the boat here a little bit.
Yes, you can. They're charging. They've copped a little bit on the nose, and this is probably why everyone stopped. Or 3 of them stopped.
Yeah.
So there's the Giants waiting for that water to dissipate.
And the Southern crews, they've chanced their arm here. They're going for it.
Risk versus reward.
They've
taken the risk for the reward.
Yeah.
Whereas Coolum's got one on the nose there, stopped them. The Shakers are stuck. The Giants are starting to make their way
water there.
out.
All 3 of these crews, these women's crews here, have got an absolute ton of speed. They can pull back some lengths out here, but they've just got to keep their composure, get their timing right, get some speed up, and just try and slowly inch back the lead that
the Baguettes
and the Allura, yes, you can, have got them on them at the moment. And you never know what's going to happen. They might have to, at least 4 and 5, might have to stop and wait for a wave coming in.
And so the better crews won't panic.
No, that's exactly right. That's what determines often how good a crew is, that composure, ability to have a setback within a race and you know.
Sometimes if you're in the position of the Shakers at the moment, your crew might go to pieces thinking, oh, we've been left behind, they're flogging us. It's about composure, keeping your head in the game, concentrating. And look at that, Allura. Yes, they can. No, they didn't. Not for that one.
No.
But the Bateman's Bay Baguettes and Allura are leading this one nicely.
Looks like there's a little one setting here behind them. Mick's going to try and get them onto this. Need a couple of big strokes here, really lever it down.
It looked like there was something under the Giants as well in alley 3, but the girls,
There we go.
Bow Ladies, been told to sit there a little bit longer to make sure they get down it.
Yeah.
And they've done it. He's kept them straight. Nice
Good
work.
Mick.
Anticipating.
This, bottom of screen there. Straight as a die. Yes, you can. Yes, you did. Second one in a row. Go for the three-peat for the final, ladies.
Well done. So we got the Yes You Can, the Baguettes in second place.
And
We
looks like out the
suspect
back,
the Giants.
looks like South Curley and Coolum out the back will be coming in side by side.
Yes, they are.
So this will be actually 3 go through to the final. I'd say.
I think we've got
might
our
be-
3.
Yeah,
And
Colroy.
Coolum and the Shakers have missed out.
Yep.
Dave actually had to pull his girls out of their seats because he had a late one catching from behind. So good work. Nice boat skills there, ladies. Well, so we got another heat of the ladies, then the 23 men, and then we're back around to the finals. 3 finals, and then Wilco, you get to go and get wet, mate.
Yeah.
You warm enough there with my towel around you?
Yeah, it's still cold here.
Mate, I was freezing up here yesterday under the tent. Got the jumper out. We've got the paperwork for the open men just come across the desk. We'll look at that in a second.
Lyra, yes, you can on screen here. But girls will be happy with that. The girls will be really happy with how they've gone. They've improved throughout the day. They've improved throughout the day, those ladies. All very accomplished athletes from all different sports.
So looking at the live stream, while we've got our ARB there whizzing around, we got Frank Veltman.
Frankie!
Our mate, our fellow commentator. He's stayed at home this weekend. So he's on the live stream watching now. G'day, mates. So there's your results. Yes, you can. Baguettes, Giants, Shakers and Thundercrackers.
It's a real shame for the Shakers and the Thundercrackers. They've been 2 of the form crews, all weekend since Friday. They've shown how much boat speed they've got.
The Thundercrackers won Ocean Thunder last weekend last time in the surf.
Yeah.
They're a good crew, and because they get to train in that, I'm going to say rubbish at Coolum all the time, they can handle this stuff.
Yeah.
So nice work, ladies.
When you train in the adverse conditions and then you race in it, it's not it's not a surprise. You don't want anything to be a surprise for you.
Mate, we would always train in the northeast chop of an afternoon at Mollymook because that's when the finals were held.
Yeah.
So not too many finals get held at 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, glassy conditions.
So we just saw on screen there the lineup for the second heat of the semi-final. So we got the Lawn Edge, the Tally Treats, the Golden Girls, the North Curl Coyotes, and Marucci Charms. Which Maroochydore, mate, look at them already a length out in front of everyone. It must be the shape of the beach there. With the Coyotes down the bottom end of the screen as well. So Ali's 1 and 2 have sort of got the short end of the stick there. The Edge and the Treats. The Golden Girls in the middle of the field. They've stopped.
And there's looking out the 10 here. There's a big set out the back.
Swoops took 2 more strokes with his girls. Maroochydore stopped. So that I would assume that the Coyotes have stopped as well. Megsy's asked the girls to go. It looks like a clean passage out to sea at the top of the screen there. And speaking of clean passages, Lawn Edge, they've skipped away. They're miles out in front.
They managed to get around one, go around the bigger one.
Sneaky there, Jeff. Very sneaky.
Yeah,
nice work.
Just tweaked the boat a little bit north and got around the edge of the big set that everyone else had to wait for.
The Treats just snuck around a little bit of white water there with a little bit of work in front of them now. They are fast, but are they that fast? The Chums trying to reel in the edge there. if anything, the Coyotes are just trying to hold on to the back of the Golden Girls there. But there's our race leaders at the moment in borrowed helmets from North Stain coming into their can. Frank says, hello boys, doing a great job.
Thanks, Frank. I'm glad someone's enjoying it. That's one. That's
Ren, a Maroochydore rower, she's watching as well up at home on the Sunshine Coast or in Brizzy. So in we go. We've got 3 crews in and out, which are
Lawn's still got it here at the moment.
The Edge. I've been calling them the Chops all day. It's the Lawn Edge. It's the Chums, and it is the Golden Girls in the middle of the field. The Coyote and the Treats, they're the ones that have got to really get their act into gear. The Chums have stopped. Megsy's called them to slow down just to time this one right. So there is a lump right behind Megsy now.
Yeah. See if they pick up a bit of speed here. He's trailed them back.
Nice work.
Coming down that. And Lawn's actually been caught in a bit of dead water here.
They are, but so Maroochydore might come up with a win here. They're on that wave. There's nothing up there for Jeff at the moment, and the Lawn Edge, not the Chops, the Edge. I apologise for that, Frank. You're probably cursing me at home at the moment. There's the Chums. These girls have been together for a number of years now. Returning to Maroochydore after a stint at Noosa and at Coolum. And there's your Lawn Edge ladies. So 1 for the Chum, 2 for the Edge, 3 for the girls that are golden.
Golden Girls crossing 3.
And what have
there's
we got?
Our finalists, and then looks like Tally's got his girls. Sue's got his girls from Tally coming across now. They'll be a little bit disappointed there.
They look like they're going to pull a 4th, because I did see over my shoulder that the Coyotes were sideways.
Yeah, just a little bit of trouble in the break there. The Coyotes. They've got everything back together now. They'll come across the line soon. But our top 3 progressing through to the final, looks like, assuming we're having a final of 6.
We have had finals of 6 for most things. So now we've got the 23 males hitting the water for their semi-final. Starting to accumulate a little pile of paper here on our desk. And in the wind, it's not the easiest thing to handle. So we're fast getting to the end of the racing here. Have you heard anything about the numbers we've got for the mixed divisions?
I haven't.
Because yesterday was straight finals.
Yes. Yeah, it was a bit disappointing that one of the Allura crews actually pulled out. One of the guys hurt himself in the reserve final, and I was busily trying to scramble to get someone else to get on the line, but it wasn't to be. But yeah, I haven't heard anything yet. I'm just going to, hopefully my crew is sorting everything out for me.
So with the mixed division, we're putting two males, 2 females. Do they have to be from the same club?
No. We're allowed a composite crew this year, which is great. It
just to get the idea out there, just to throw it out there.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm a huge fan of just get people on the start line. I don't really care who it is, where they're from. You can have. For me, I don't care if all 5 people are from different clubs. Just get people on the start line and racing.
So there's our results. The Chums, the Edge. I apologise for calling you Chops all day long, ladies. The Golden Girls, the Treats, and the Coyotes. First 3 go through to the final, we assume. And I think that's something that the Rowers League has introduced, which is great. So I know in Queensland, if we've got an injury, you can borrow just to get boats on the line. Whereas SLSA has always been hard and fast. No composites. No, you can't do that. You can't even really mix male and female just to get a crew on the water at your own club. And
I think it's something that needs revision, at SLSA level, even, and not necessarily in boats. Like, you look at a beach relay, beach sprinters might have 2 or 3 from one club, and there's someone sitting in a country club where they could fill in, and it just gets people on the start line. Yep. We want to promote all aspects of our sport.
And keep them in the sport too. Yeah,
you have the emergence of the super clubs who everyone goes to for that very reason, that people haven't got teams.
Righto, we are away. So this is the under 23 men. The first one, we got the young guns in Alley 1, the Curley underdogs, the Curley sneaky nuts lined up beside their stablemates, and the mongrels from Mermaid down the bottom of the screen there.
The Underdogs, a nice start there. Really quick off the line.
Very quick off the line. And they just copped one there. A little bit of water. And they should have enough power to get it going and get out of the way of the next couple.
Yeah, looks like North Cronulla's just got to get over one now.
They're up and
Just
over.
punching through that. Well done. Looks like all crews have got
They're
a
safe in
relatively flat run in front
deep
of them
water now. Yeah, well, actually, the McMaster's tent's just been pulled down. We can see.
We can see now.
We can
Look at
see the
that.
whole field if we look out over our shoulders. We're going to do our best to call off the screen. And as you can see, we've got there the Underdogs in Alley 2 out in front with the young guns from North Cronulla right on their hammer. Mermaid just a fraction behind the Sneaky Nuts there. We'll get a better idea as they hit the cans. But if there's nothing on the way to see, you're going to get lumps on the way home.
Yep.
So there's 1 and 2. Underdogs, Young Guns, Sneaky Nuts, then the Mongrels is the way they turned.
Underdogs had both the Sneaky Nuts and the Underdogs had a much better turn there than North Cronulla than the Young Guns.
Oh yeah, the Young Guns really fell apart there, didn't they?
Underdogs just running on top of that one. It's going to drop off a little bit now into that heavy water between runners here, but it's just bought them a couple of extra lengths. You can see that gives them first shot at the next runner. They're hopefully far enough in that they can just latch onto a really small one, which it looks like they're trying to do now.
Mermaid have come a long way up the field, turning right, and the Sneaky Nuts are actually trailing right behind the same line as the Underdogs. They've crossed paths on the way home.
So Mermaid on a wave now, and North Cronulla, one's just going to clip them from behind here. Be up to Mick to keep it straight.
So there we go. The Underdogs.
The
now, Sneaky Nuts.
Mermaid and North Cronulla.
Wow,
here we go. Oh,
the screen's frozen, and I think we're going to give that one to the Young Guns. Just pipping the Mongrels, we think. The screen froze. So
froze on us, but looked like they had the momentum there. They had the run of the wave, and
they did look as though they were far enough in front.
Let the officials sort that one out for us again.
So while we're waiting for those results to come through, in the next race we've got the Palm Beach Plumbers, the Force, the Sharks from Surfers Paradise, and Queenscliff with Damien Daly. So 2 Queenslanders in the next one and 2 New South Welshmen.
Ooh, State of Origin.
Oh, I love it.
Here we go. That rivalry.
But don't let it fool you where I actually race these days, mate. I'm still a blue man at heart.
No, that's good. I was going to say we're going to have issue in a second.
No issues here, mate. When it comes to footy.
Blue through and through.
Oh, yeah. It's been a hard couple of years, but...
It has been. My Tally membership might be revoked after saying that.
Yeah.
I might be kicked out of the
how do you feel about wearing a maroon cap?
Oh, I know, it's tough. I've had 45 years since I was a 5-year-old nipper. I've never been at any other club except Allura, and this year I've joined Tally, just transferred my competition rights for a little bit.
Wow.
Nothing I ever thought would happen either, but you never know. Things change.
There's the results. The Underdogs, the Sneaky Nuts, the Young Guns got third, as we suspected, and the Mongrels. Phil Chipman and the boys from Mermaid, they can put their boat on the trailer and start the journey home, unless they're teaming up with someone in the short course. The short course mixed. Which is a possibility.
They might
team up with the. Oh, who knows? Someone out there.
The start list for the second semi. We've got the Plumbers in 1, Richie Force in 2, Surfers Paradise Sharks in 3, and Queenscliff. Big DD, Damien Daly on his home beach here. The surf slowly, very slowly starting to drop away a little bit.
It is.
The wind's just starting to knock the top off the waves here, and it's still not easy out there. It definitely hasn't dropped too much. There's still plenty of water in those waves out there. A lot of force in it. but just ever so slightly compared to first thing this morning. It's probably just backed off maybe half a foot to a foot.
Right, so we've got a comment here from Steve Davies, the Alex Heads boat captain. He said that next year he believes we'll see more clubs at the short course event due to us going to Perth for the Aussies.
Yeah.
It does soak up an awful lot of money. I've heard some crazy numbers for freight costs, $60,000 to get 2 containers returned from the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, right. Wow.
So,
and let alone accommodation. I've heard of some horrendous stories about people being absolutely price gouged with accommodation in WA.
They take advantage of anything that's good that's happening in town. They'll take advantage of you no matter where you are. So there's the force on screen. Ready to go.
Peter Spence there.
Do you know a Dave Fruey?
Fruey.
So he's saying great commentary, Prince. Is that you?
He's my 3-seat in my open men's crew.
Oh, he's showing some love to you. So these are comments that are coming through from our
that must be a
people
public
at home
thing
watching.
because the ones he sends me privately aren't, probably don't show as much love usually.
Well, there you go, mate.
He's a good man. Australian champion a couple of years ago.
Hayley, our country representative up in Queensland, she's just saying her crew's going to be there next year.
That'll be great.
The more the merrier.
Great to
So
see
we're
Hayley
away.
and the girls.
There goes the digital hooter. And Damien's boys there got a nice jump off the start. If anything, the crew up there, the plumbers, probably missed it a fraction. But things are looking good. We're all in a line. Megsy has kept his boys going. There's a little bit of a wave coming, but not as much as what we've seen earlier in the day. It's Queenscliff popping over. Another one in front of them.
Queensy just got one more little one, and then hopefully for DD he might be into some clear water. Only one just seems to be still dragging across that shallow water a little bit.
They're deeper water now, so as the Surface Paradise Sharks, if anything, they're the ones behind at the moment. But
Hughes has got them rowing well, though. If they can stay in touch here again, it'll all come back to that run home.
And we know that he loves a wave. Nat Gardner's watching us. G'day, Nat.
Hey, Nat.
One of the legends of the sport from
Bill
Gola.
Absolute legends of the sport.
Had the wonderful honour of having a boat named after her as well. So there you can see the Murici force coming into the Cairns with the plumbers. They've made up some ground after what was a little bit of a dodgy start, with the Queenscliff in third and Surface Paradise Sharks hitting the Cairn fourth. See how much water disturbance there is as the boat comes around the Cairn. Megsy's got the force.
Yeah, he's had a
screaming out of there.
Really good turn there and got that first run at Palmy here.
Oh, he's had a fall in the back of the boat. Spence, he's tripped over, climbing back over the over his quarter bars.
That's nice.
But both crews, the force and the plumbers, are on a little one up there.
He's kept him in their seats here.
Both in their seats. You want to get across the line, but Spence is just about to swing south.
They're going to run into
Can
each
he do
other.
Megsy, stay away from him. I don't want to have to work on that bloody boat again next week. Right, there's your winner. Maroochydore Force. Megsy kept them straight all the way across the line.
I thought a bit of extra work. You'd be, enjoying some collisions.
Mate, I have got
here we
far
go.
too much
Run for third and fourth.
Oh, DD swung off.
Yeah, Damien just went.
That may have opened up the door for the Sharks and Mr. Hugel, the more famous of the two brothers.
Looked like DD had a good run at things, but it's just swung off before the line there.
Still travelling south too.
Yeah.
He's going to end up down North Stain shortly in that big bad hole down there. So we think that's how they finished, mate. Can you take over while I rustle through this paperwork?
Absolutely. So I think we're into the finals now, aren't we?
Yep.
So big 3 races coming up. So not sure which ones we're going to start with, but dare say we'll keep the same order. Maybe Open Mail will come up next. This is going to be a cracking race.
So, Pat Maguire's watching as well. G'day, Pat, because I believe, I'm sure he'll send a message if I'm wrong, but Pat actually started the Chums all those years ago. They were his crew.
Nice.
So, mate, good. Pat, I'm sure you're happy to see the girls still being successful. Phil Stefano, our mate from helping out on Friday, he's having a chat.
Phil's always good on the microphone as well. Nice guy to have on the beach.
Knows his stuff, knows everyone, which helps.
Always loves to chat with everyone. So
I'm not sure how I got this job because I know about 3 people. Damien Claypan's watching. And my mate Pete Selton from Broome.
Oh,
g'day,
nice.
Pete. Hope things are good up there, mate. And there's our place getters. So the top 3 are going into the final. Marucci Force, the Palm Beach Plumbers, Surfers Paradise Sharks. Hugo made it through after having a little bit of a dodgy start there. So the boys are going to learn a lot in their first real major hit out for Surfers Paradise Sharks there. Enjoying watching the fabulous live stream action from Penguin. There we go. So we've got a Dean Dunham down in Penguin watching. Is he the fellow that came out of the boat at the ASRL Open last year?
He did. He borrowed our boat, and unfortunately it was a little tricky shorey there, and just got caught up.
Have some lunch before you go down the beach, mate. Thank you to the workforce bringing us food all day long.
Dean,
we've just got a little bit of time to fill here before the big boys hit the water, so
yeah, Dean's doing a great job down there. And
turn the radio up so you don't have to listen to us. Aaron Hetherington's watching up at home. G'day, mates.
Drown us out in the background. That's always helpful.
Great time to go to the toilet. Well, so there's the current weather conditions. Still hovering on 18 degrees. We've got 10 k's from the northeast, which is probably ain't that far off. 1.26 of surf height, which would be about right. Things have sort of dropped off a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, it's definitely tempered a little bit, compared to first thing this morning.
That happy sunny fellow in the corner there, the sun is out. We've got very, very little cloud out to the east. The stuff you can see on the screen there is all out to the west. So I'm sure when everyone goes home this weekend, there'll be crazy suntan lines and new burn marks, unless they're keeping up their sun cream. We've been blessed with weather, actually. It's been a little bit fresh up here under the tent. You can see some of the crews moving onto the line there. That might be the echidnas moving down. So it's been a wonderful weekend. There's a few of our sponsors on the bottom of the screen. Kennards Hire, they've dropped off an awful lot of stuff for our compound here. We've got containers, dongers, temporary fencing. They've done a great job. Team Navy, of course, what an amazing sponsor we have in them. It's been great. SLSA, governing body. We've got just had a little shout out from Hillary, my little stroke who's leaving us. She's saying g'day. And the girls are on patrol, so Kings Beach is a safe place to swim this morning at Caloundra.
Oh, that's good.
My girls are up there with the red and yellow on, and I believe they're probably sitting up in the tower with the computer watching the racing rather than being on the sand getting wet. My brother, Wesley, g'day mate. I'll be over your place this afternoon to say g'day to everyone before I jump on a plane. So we've got 3 finals, then we move into the mixed races.
So I think I'll be joining you for 1 or 2 of these finals, and you might be flying solo.
Where's Tash?
I don't know, she's probably, living it up in the VIP area or something like that.
You've been the one carrying it, mate. It's going to go downhill if you leave me here by myself.
We're in trouble if I've been carrying it.
All in trouble.
So just a little bit of downtime here while everyone gets set. You can see over the top of our screens here, everyone's moving boats, getting themselves into position. Everyone's just trying to work out the best possible alleys and lines to take within each alley for each final here. Certainly a lot less boats on the beach now that we're at the pointy end. You see the Allura goals here just trying to move around. Bit of a traffic jam there. Let's get a bit more paperwork down the 23s. Looks like we're almost underway here. Just trying to work out some logistics. Back at beach logistics with Natasha Tunney, one of the bosses for the weekend. Been fantastic organisation from a few people in the ASRL committee here to get this underway. Especially Tash, Vic Sampson, the amount of work that they've done to get this event on. Steve Bryan, part of the event organising committee. Jeff Wilson from WA. They've been on the beach for, from Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. They were still here at 6 p.m. both Wednesday and Thursday, getting everything set up, talking with lifeguards, contacting council, getting containers on the back of beach, having everything primed and ready to go for these last 3 days. Coming down now to the final events of the weekend.
Great 3 days it's been.
Yeah.
I arrived a little bit early, a little bit late on Friday, but the surf was up.
Well, it started Friday morning and it was quite small, and then that swell started to fill in throughout the day, and then it's just kept growing.
It's up and down the whole east coast, because I know at home the surf's been wild on the Sunshine Coast. You can only imagine it's the same on the Gold Coast. And Scott's Head Carnival yesterday, they moved it to the river at Maxville.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see too. Leading into the event, I use about 4 different websites for forecasting, and 3 out of the 4 were saying that it was supposed to be quite small conditions.
Now you'd know a Sarah Hill, I'd imagine. She's saying, Sarah, come on, Allura.
Yeah.
Disco's watching, so he must be back in his unit somewhere.
I did see him walk past before, gave me a smile. Hello, Sarah. She's one of my old rowers she was an Australian representative.
Oh, Drew Howell, one of the other commentators from years gone by, a lawn rower, what was he? Red-handed clothing. The coverage has come a long way since you were here, mate.
The coverage, not the commentary.
No, we've got a great team doing the live stream and the graphics, and because we're using the same company from the ASRL that we had previously, Allura. So we're getting familiar with the guys at the back of house that are doing all the camera work and the drone work.
And it's one of those things too, the more that everyone does it, the better they become at it.
Yep.
And, the shots you get these days from the drones, it's fantastic viewing, not only to watch it, but from a coaching perspective, to look back on your cruise and see that different perspective is just invaluable. And see what you're doing compared to another crew, and what you remember about a certain race and a particular path you took.
Picking your line, that's the hardest thing for us, is picking our line and working out, did I float up on that boat, or did they come down on me? Well, it's hard to read in a northeast chop when you're bashing the seat. Are you in line with everyone else, or what's going on? Because all of a sudden you might turn, or they might turn. You think, well, I thought we were in front then. Sorry, girls.
Yeah. I remember at Lawn National Selection event a few years ago with my open women, came down to the final race of the day, and Northcliffe, Allura and Lawn were all tied on equal points, and it came to the running into shore, and I knew I had the boat slightly out of position by a couple of metres, and it cost us a bit of boat speed, and Northcliffe, rightly so, got the win on us. They were like the best crew all day, I thought, and they beat us by a couple of metres. And then when I saw the drone footage, it just it's stood out like the proverbial, and you could, again, from a coaching perspective, to see what I did well, what I did wrong, was absolutely fantastic, and to see what Damien was doing next to me with the Northcliffe girls, and to say, right, well, that's where I need to pick up my act and get it better.
So you can see everyone's milling around there. North Narrabeen were back on the sand, way back here on the left of screen, where the 5 boats are up on the bank there. So I don't think we're going to start just yet, because that's not a very fair starting line. You can see Don there having a chat.
Greg Hurd.
Yeah,
head referee.
Head referee, yep. Greg.
Head referee for the carnival.
We've got Scarlett Blewett, another famous female rower, watching down in Victoria there. Her father, Bluey.
Yeah.
Steve Blewett, been around forever and a day.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Plenty of knowledge in
well.
that family. So g'day, Scarlett.
Always willing to help out and offer advice. And Steve, it's fantastic.
So everyone that's turned on now has picked it perfectly, because you got the 3 finals.
Yeah.
So you haven't had to put up with our rubbish for too long.
That's important. That's very important.
We hope we haven't bored too many people with running out of things to say, but trying to give you a perspective from the other end of the boat. Most of you guys are rowers. Not everyone's standing up the back of the boat. So here's our list. We've got the Tomcats. We've got the Echidnas, the Wonder Weapons, the Lawn Chops, the Death Riders, and the Smoko.
All right, throw it out there now. Who's your pick?
Oh, I have punished every single crew that I've picked.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Sorry, mate. I can't, because I put the mocker on them the other day. I've got a feeling I said Bulleye in the last race as well. They got crucified in only one.
Well, that on Friday, that final race, a 3-way tie going into the final race was, and all 3 crews, when you look at them, they're just...
Give it to any of them. You would have been happy with anyone who won that final, because those 3 crews are the standard.
Well, even Mermaid, who was, they were unlucky in the first 2 races. They were the standout crew through the rounds, and then they were just a little bit unlucky in the final. They clipped a few waves in the first 2 races of the final.
Mermaids, possibly their only problem was they didn't have their sweep.
Yeah,
they had Scott Talon. There's nothing wrong with Scott Talonhill and his ability, but it shows you that it's a unit of 5. Scott will have different calls to Marty Fletcher, so if you're not your group of 5 heading out to sea all the time in these conditions, something will not be quite right. So it's imperative to train with the crew you work with, and you yesterday with the Tally girls on Friday. Sorry.
Yeah, it
does make a difference.
It does make a difference. I was quite lucky in that when we looked at myself and Swoop have very similar calls. Maybe just a slight change in terminology. That's about it.
I've raced beside him. I hope you don't have the same calls as him.
Well, again, I tend to get a little bit quieter, and if I hear Sweeps yelling next to me, I actually get softer and a bit more relaxed, because I know they're under stress.
He's noisy. Sweeps noisy. Now I can assure you there's a few expletives in there as well.
I've been next to Jeff Matthews a couple of times, and I've said after, you sound like a screaming banshee out there. What was going on? It's good. You see the backwash there just coming back up onto the bank. That's going to make the start even more difficult. And there's a real problem with the backwash too. If a set does come, you don't want to be on the backwash. And
Donnie's in the back of the boat.
So he should be.
He must have a pothole under him there. Is this... Righto.
They look, North Narra still look like they're back a little bit.
We've got some flags up, so this is interesting. The whole 6 boats have been moved up onto the sandbank.
And with all respect, and I know not being disrespectful to Don, but having 4 guys in their 30s being able to jump in the boat in a bit deeper water is a little bit different than having a guy in his 70s being able to jump in deep water. Yep. And I think if he wants to start in the boat and he's in that position where it's unfair for him, I think that's fine.
Guns up, mate. We've got the flag up for the hooter. So Digi, I hope you're watching, because he's going to hear the digital gun. There it is.
We're off.
Great start from Dom McManus there. It was almost he was in the boat. But they've got to come a long way south to find their can because everyone's packed up at the other end of the field. And Don, being the wise old fox that he is,
he's taken that early line south, and I think it might work in his favour and a bit of a clean run here.
We've got the Death Riders beside them. They're moving rather fast as well, 2C. And the Chops from Lawn beside them as well. So if anything, the Echidnas are probably at the worst. Got the rough end of the stick there, but there's a big bit of water coming through for Alley 1.
Looking
the
over the screen here.
Up
Tally.
and over. They've copped a hiding. They're going backwards 100 mile an hour.
And you mentioned Bulleye on Friday. That is exactly what happened to Bulleye.
Yep.
They were absolutely motoring to sea, and actually had that happen to them as well.
Well, so pretty much Talabudra's day is done there. But they might have the ladies in the next race. So we're down one crew, and being such a short race, we're at the cans already. The Death Riders are showing their speed.
Look at that, top three all turning together.
So we've got the Death Riders, the Chops, and the Weapons from Wanda. They've sort of snuck in under the radar.
That's a huge road from the Wanda Weapons there. Look at that, straight onto a runner.
Yeah, there's no waiting for waves here. You're going.
Look at that.
It's for medals. The Lawn Chops are still using it.
Yeah.
Jeff's urging his boys on because here comes a little runner.
I was going to say, looks like it could be a couple of little bumps just forming behind here. You see the boat pick up
three
speed.
of them. Wow, Wanda Weapons.
Nice. You see the rate pick up.
The Death Riders and the Chops all in the one wave. You can see Talabudra's boat floating in the top of the screen there.
The sweep will be communicating.
Right, when do you start? When do you start rowing again?
Reset themselves. Get ready for the sprint at the line.
This is going to be the hard bit, holding it straight here. Pushing for the line. Who's got it?
Oh,
is that
Curley, Lawn, and Wanda?
Yeah, well, the Death Riders, the Chops, and then the Weapon. And fourth is coming into the Smokos. Very, very close there. So good to have finish line technology.
That was outstanding row from Wanda there, the young guys there. They're stepping up to be able to match it with the likes of the Lawn Chops and the South Curley Death Riders is just outstanding.
So the Weapons are young kids, still youngish.
Still young.
Yeah, righto.
You know,
yeah, well done, boys. Well done. Big things to come for them.
Absolutely.
So there's Talabudra picking up the pieces.
Shame for Tally. Good crew, like to get into an open A-grade final, a national final.
And
there's no mugs. You know, everyone's at that elite level. And it's a shame to see that happen.
Nowhere to hide, and they had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
So class act there, the Death Riders, who finished second in the points for the Australian job the other day on Friday. Up there again on Sunday. We expect to see them up there all the time. So congratulations to the Death Riders. The Chops unofficially second. The Weapons third. We saw the Narrabeen Smoko trailed at the back of the boat across the line for fourth. The Echidna from South Curley, 2 crews in the final. Well done. And the Tomcats still picking up the pieces after getting smashed to pieces.
Okay. So got 2 back in the boat.
And up. Am I right in saying that up there, that's where the rip runs out?
Yes, there's a rip running out
in
along
the corner
rocks
there.
That's a long row in without a sweep oar as well.
And some bludger hanging off the back of the boat. So we got someone in the IRB with an oar getting a free ride home. Someone on the back of the jet ski and swoop. Or someone hanging off the back of the boat while the 2 boys row it in. And hang on, the jet ski's having a bit of a time of it too. Hang on to it, son.
It looks like a little bit of a bump out the back behind them.
They've bailed. You haven't seen that for a long time.
Boat doing a few cartwheels by itself.
Everyone's out of the way.
Jet ski is going to get taken out here if he's not careful.
Jet ski.
I don't think anyone's alerted him.
Better look over his shoulder in a second.
To what's happening. Gets that restarted.
Right, first one done.
That swoop, he stayed with the boat. Good captain, stayed with the ship. Didn't abandon it.
Went down with the ship.
Went down the ship. The rowers were out of there. I'm done. The swoop's managed to get back, get in control of it.
Fantastic effort. So the first. So Scotty Tannehill sitting back on the couch, nursing a busted shoulder.
Yeah, he said he's hurt his shoulder, which is no good.
Yep.
Scotty's.
Cody Jensen, a former Currumban lady, rower. She's up at living up at Yeppoon now. She's watching. G'day, Cody. Lovely view of a shot there of the southern end of the beach. So that's the North Head, Sydney.
Just out on Ferry Bow there, you can see a couple of the surfers there. And around to another break called Dead Man's, which was apparently firing yesterday.
That doesn't sound good, Dead Man's.
Well, you surf
plenty of rocks around, I reckon.
Off the rocks and into a cliff, so it's probably a really apt name.
It is, no doubt. So only the bravest of brave go to Dead Man's, eh? Or just the crazy.
I was going to say brave, or maybe might have another word for it. Palmy just packing up one of their boats here, getting off the beach.
On the live stream, Asako Digi, she's the one that invented this digital gun call.
Is that right?
Yeah. Is that the digital gun we're listening to today? I said, no, that's the Hooter. So it's stuck.
And still a decent crowd along the top here.
There is, mate, there is.
A lot of people walking past and again stopping just to watch the races before moving on.
What is it, quarter to 1? So some of them are probably wandering around looking for a place to eat for lunch. Stop and watch the boats go upside down for a little while. Allura. That is the YYC.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. The Marucci Chums, the Collaroy Giants, the Narrabeen, the Batemans Baguettes, the Golden Girls from Narrabeen, and the Lawn Edge. So Jeff Matthews up again.
Yeah, Jeff turning around, back-to-back open finals, men then women. Just probably illustrates and highlights, what a quality sweep and coach he is. Have both crews in an Aussie final.
They were a little bit off
on Friday.
On Friday, the Lawn crews, we commented.
Yeah, I
just from their normal high standard, they were just probably 5% off.
I mentioned before about the Death Riders, South Curley being like a benchmark crew. Lawn are one of those ones that you usually measure yourself against, and to see them not quite hitting their straps is very unusual. It's usually whenever you race them, they're on.
Yeah. Do you know a Brock Walsh?
I do.
Well,
big man.
They're saying that the Allura YYC is in the bag, so don't even worry about racing. Just call it off now and hand them the gold medal.
Oh, that's a big call. That could be the kiss of death right there. Big Brock.
Nat Gartner saying Don up at it again too. So the Superman himself.
Yeah.
Still going around. What?
Have
we got an age on the man?
I'm not even going to attempt to say it, but he's still smashing it. Like there he is, backing up again, another final.
Yeah. He had the Smoko boys in, so he's turned around and gone out again.
And that's what I mean. You look at someone who's that ability just to control the boat, control the crew.
It's not power, it's finesse.
100%. And that's, I mentioned before when I first started sweeping, watching him, like just how he handles the boat, even on the edge, how he talks to crews, what he does. Like just little things, and you learn so much from learning or from watching someone like that.
Well, you still do need power, but there's also a lot of technical movements as well with the oar, just to get the boat behave. If you can get a nice day, a nice clean wave, a long wave, get out there and play with the sweep oar, like twist it, hold it in the one spot and twist it and see how the boat reacts, how it behaves. Barry Page, my first sweep, used to always lock it in on his left hip in that one position constantly and just feather the blade to make the boat turn left and right.
Yep.
So there's our lineup. Yeah. Yes, you can.
Well, they've had yet two Yes You Dids.
They did in the semi-finals coming through, so we're away. The Hooters got them off, all 6 crews up on that bank. It looks like the Lawn Edge had a handler. And the Baguette's sort of a little bit behind there, but the Yes You Can, they've had something's gone wrong. They've stopped there.
They're on shallow water here.
After 5 strokes, they've stopped.
There's a bit of whitewater coming their way. They've
The
probably seen
Giants-
what's happened to Tally in the first
The
race.
Giants have been smashed. The Chums are making their way to C. Baguettes. So our leaders at the moment are the Chums. Megsy's charged and gone. I think the Golden Girls are doing all right as well. The Giants and Baguettes. Lawn Edge.
Yeah. Lawn Edge just sneaking over.
Lawn
one
Edge
here.
climbing over a little one. But Marucci Chums, they're out and gone. There's the girls from Lawn
Yeah.
flying over a little one.
Getting up out of their seats, getting a good lock on that water.
Bit of self-preservation there. You don't want to land and smash your spine. Looking strong, girls.
Looks like everyone's out now into deeper water.
Megsy's risk and reward and Allura. Look at they've yes you can. They waited that fraction of a second. They're up in second place. While they watched the Narrabeen, the Golden Girls and the Baguettes get bounced around, they waited that little fraction of a second and charged out to sea. So they're possibly second place. The Chums have turned.
Chums have
Megsy,
turned.
the left-hander.
He'll be looking for anything now just to consolidate that lead, just to get
Just call the girls to stop.
a bit more buffer.
Just chill out, sit still, sit steady. And is he going to go this one? No, he's let that one float under. So that's going to bring the rest of the field back up to them. The Giants are probably in second place there. Then you'll have the YCC. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Baguettes, Golden Girls, and Lawn Edge. Something's happened there with Jeff Matthews and the girls. But Megsy's charging home on some sore little bubble.
Megsy's in between waves here. Maroochydore taking the safe option rather than charging that first wave.
There's the Baguettes. The Giants seem to have something underneath them. They've trailed off. Have they trailed too fast, too efficiently? They're going to fall off the back of it. Allura, yes, you can. Coming in second. There's pats on the back in the Chums crew. There they go. Megsy, you got a second yesterday.
Come away with the win today. Well done.
Oh,
so Allura looks like top of screen. They've just gone through in second place.
Allura for a second place after what looked like an absolute disastrous start.
That could be Lawn down bottom of screen there. Lawn Edge maybe, and Bateman's Bay.
Bateman's on the line with
North Narrabeen.
So we think there that the Lawn Edge just grabbed third, the Giants fourth, and then there was a slight mix-up with the Baguettes and the Golden Girls on the line.
Mick McBain doing a great job with Allura. He's
there you go, Megsy.
He got silver yesterday with the reserve women.
There's your short course champions.
Well done, Maroochydore Force. Maroochydore Chums.
The
Chums.
Well, Megsy's going to turn around and go out again with the Force if the boys have made it. I've got some more paperwork here for that too. There we go. So well done there.
There we go. Megsy will be happy with that one. All smiles from the girls.
That'll make the drive home a little bit easier.
Sitting in the car for what, 15 hours, 16 hours?
Oh, maybe. Depends what time they leave. Maybe 10, 11. 10 or 11 to the Sunshine Coast from here.
Some low-level flying there. That's optimistic.
Oh, anything's possible. Mate, you've only got to stop at Coffs Harbour now. That's the next big bottleneck on the highway, but it's all plain sailing, 2 lanes. So that was an exciting race there.
So I'm going to leave you in solo here in commentary. I'm leaving you for the last final. Go down and get my crew ready for the for the mixed. It's been a pleasure, Jace.
Thank you, Wilco. It's been unreal, mate, having your insight into commentary today. I don't know. There's the Talabudra crews there, having a photo taken, waving to the camera. Some interesting body tape there on Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie got cut up a little bit on Friday trying to move one of the finish stands.
Yeah, that's right.
We were out there trying to move it and
almost impaled herself on a starter stand.
On the finishing stands. It does a huge amount of work for the ASRL committee behind the scenes with social media, promotional stuff. Again, we'll be on the beach for days before an event, helping get it ready, and then we'll turn around and race. It's fantastic.
Well, we need people like that in the sport. Andrew Hogan is watching from Goa down in South Australia. So, mate, if you can find Tash, not everyone wants to hear me for the last race.
You don't want to go? Going to fly solo for a little while?
Preferably not.
Okay. It's been fun, mate. Thank you.
So there's the lineup for our final. For the under 23 males, we've got South Curley, Sneaky Nuts and the Underdogs in alleys 1 and 2. North Cronulla, Young Guns in 3. The Palm Beach Plumbers in 4. Service Paradise Sharks in 5. Marucci Force there. Megsy again in alley 6. So they're all starting up on that bank again. Wilco's just left me because he has got Heat 2, alley 5 with the boys for the mixed. So he's got to go get ready for a race. Palm Beach, the Plumbers with Spence there lining up. They've still got to contend with the backwash coming off the beach. They're all squished up on that bank at the northern end of the arena. Flags are up. Guns are up now that you can see the rowers are crouched down, ready to go. So after this bit of white water, they should send them, and there it is. Away they go. The Young Guns probably behind everyone at the start. They might have been looking for some shallow water. But the Plumbers have had a great start there. They're first to hit the white water. Megsy down here in alley 6. Not a lot of white water in front of him just yet, but he might get pumped here. There's a little bit there. The Underdogs are putting their foot down along with the Plumbers to make a charge out to sea. So pretty much cleanly everyone's out. The Sharks there, probably in the worst of it. Megsy copped a bit of water with the Force there in alley 6, and they've got another one coming at them there. So you can see there we've got, oh, that's it, Megsy got belted, the Force. So they've got an awful lot of work to do now. So Sneaky Nuts in alley 1, that is the Palm Beach Plumbers on screen now. No chance. You just saw a glimpse of another boat climbing over a wave. That was Megsy yet again. Work to do in front of them now, but the Plumbers moving into their cans now. If we can get a drone shot, you'll see what's happening. So the Sneaky Nuts and the Plumbers are pretty much going in together. The Underdogs right behind them, followed by the Young Guns. It'll be the Sharks to turn in 5th and the Force in 6th. Now, the run home. There are a couple of lumps out there. South Curley there urging their crew on. Oh, Spence in the middle has pulled a wave. That wave's turned into the runner's turned into a wave, sorry, and they're down the front of it. They've got a nice break on the field now. Just got to hold it steady. Spencer's up on the chocks there, talking his boy through, keeping it calm. There's a salute. They're feeling confident. They can get across the line, and they have. The Palm Beach Plumbers. Welcome back, Spency. Working hard across the line. And what are we going to get? We've got, I did see one of maybe the Sneaky Nuts. No, that was the Underdogs, then the Sneaky Nuts, and then the Young Guns in 4th. Surface Paradise and the Force from Rochelle still to come across the line. Well, it was over before you blinked. The Plumbers showing a clean set of heels there on the way home using that runner. Unfortunately, the 2 Queensland crews are having a few issues there. Megsy sneaking off to the north and Hugel having a dip. Not in the boat. So we not sure what happened to him, what kind of trouble he went through on the way coming home. But he's out. He's a good swimmer, but he should be right. There's the Coolum girls going down to help out the Surface Paradise Sharks. Good Great work there. Lending a hand. So, the medals stay on the northern beaches there, with the Plumbers picking up the gold. I believe it was the Underdogs with the second and third to the Sneaky Nuts. And that concludes that part of the day. So we've got some results from the open men. This is the officials. The Death Riders in 1, the Lawn Chops in 2, the Wanda Weapons in 3, the North Narrabeen Smoko with Don McManus for 4th, the Echidnas from South Curl and the Tomcats from Talabudra disqualified. Unfortunately, mate, they copped a huge amount of water on the way to sea. They got belted. Not too many crews are going to make their way through that lot. The results for the open female with Mauricio Chums, the Allura, Yes You Can, the Lawn Edge with Jeff Matthews, the Collaroy Giants missing out there with 4th place, the Golden Girls who raced well all day with the 5th, and the Boatman's Bay Baguettes with Neil Ennis coming out for a 6th there, rounding out the top 6 crews. So you'll see some of the boats in the background there being carried off the beach. And so we've got results now for the 23 males. The official results: the Plumbers from Palm Beach with Spence. The South Curley Underdogs just in front of the Sneaky Nuts from South Curley. The North Cronulla Young Guns in 4th. Service Paradise Sharks in 5th. And the Marucci Force in 6th down there in Alley 6. So well done to all the medal winners today. We've got the mixed races coming up, and Nat Gardner has dropped the age of Don McManus. He is 79. What an effort. What an effort from Don. So he's had 2 crews in the finals today. He had the open men and open women at the age of 79. What an effort. So the boys are all milling around, congratulating each other. One of our little members from Mets there, Caitlin Dobinson, has just popped up as a watcher. G'day, Caitlin. I hope you're enjoying the coverage, mate. So that part of the racing's done. We're back around to the mixed races now. We'll see what can happen. We haven't seen any draws yet on who we've got in the mixed one, so we might be winging it a little bit here under the tent with entries, cruise names. It's been a great day, great initiative from the ASRL to have the short course as a standalone attached to the National Team Selection Carnival. Congratulate all of our representatives and our medal winners. It's been a tough couple of days of racing. It has been quite large out there over these 3 days, and some of the best crews have come unstuck just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So just waiting for some crews to get themselves together on the line there. Some of the boys there having a wave, flexing in front of the girls. So the pack-up begins for some crews, but we've got a few hanging around to do the short course in the open division mixed. 2 males, 2 females from each to make up each crew. Wilco's managed to find someone to lend me a hand here. We've got Jeff Wilson from WA, who's helping out with a little bit of commentary here. That's it. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Good, thanks, Jace. Yeah, good to be here. It's been an exciting weekend of racing. We probably couldn't have asked for too much more in the way of action out there in amongst the waves. I know, for some of the under-19 crews and stuff yesterday, it was a little bit difficult, and we did have a few withdrawals there, but overall it's been the action's been tremendous. We've seen some good decision making by sweeps and crews who may have felt they couldn't handle these conditions and have decided not to row, which is a very sensible thing to do. So I think we've run through fairly incident free. There's been a few bits and pieces, but nothing too major, because I think once again the sweeps are very conscious of safety.
Yeah, we don't want to damage equipment and bodies and confidence with our new younger rowers. We want them to enjoy the experience of racing in the surf, and hopefully they'll come back and say, this is the best thing I've ever done in my life. Board paddling, you can have that. Not interested in skis, mate. Boats is where it's at. So hopefully, with the wise moves we've had, as you said, and smart calls from the sweeps this weekend, that more people are going to hang around.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've been walking up and down the promenade here at Queenscliff, beautiful amphitheatre here, yesterday, and it was quite funny listening to some of the banter of the under-19 girls, like just so excited, and some of their comments like, we should have taken that wave, we should have trailed on that, it was a big wave, but we should have taken it. And you just get so much enthusiasm from these young people, and obviously they're in the care of their sweeps, but yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see them enjoy it. We want to see those stories continue on in the future, and they'll relate those stories to their mum and dad and their friends and stuff like that, but they don't show any fear, so we have to protect them from themselves a little bit sometimes.
It sounds like it, mate, because I know at that age I was a little bit terrified of the bigger waves, knowing that full well that I couldn't swim. But, mate, the girls, after a couple of years of rowing and coming unstuck a couple of times, they might change their opinion a little bit of that one.
Yes. I think as you get older and you've had the odd bump and bruise here and there, you start to show a little bit of respect for the ocean and what it can do. And it can change quickly, but generally speaking, it's just so encouraging to see these people in in such a healthy atmosphere and getting their exercise from this particular sport.
And Wilco said earlier, there's not a lot of avenues for the nippers, so we start to lose them. So boats is a great opportunity if you've been doing boards and swims and sprints for all your life, and you're not at that stage where you're getting left behind, you're not that good, you don't want to do it anymore. There are other avenues. We've got the surf boats you can get into, the R&R, the IRB racing, but we prefer if you come and have a go with your back to the waves and have a row.
Yeah, it's always a bit of an unusual concept with that, and I know my wife has struggled with it my whole career of going, why would you be so stupid as to go backward into a wave? But we all accept that challenge, and that's what makes it such something that once it gets in your blood, I guess it's really hard to shake it, and there's always that next race. So if you do come unstuck,
you always want that next race too. I can just, every time you get knocked out at Aussies or at the ASRL Open, you think, oh geez, I just wanted one more race. I reckon we could have got them in the next race, but you got to deal with what you're given. We can see a couple of boats moving down to the line there, so we still haven't had. Here we go. So we got the Marucci Chorse. So I'm going to guess that is half the Force and half of the Chums put together there, and the Narrabeen Golden Smokos. You can guess that one yourselves as well. Allura A and the South Curley Venga Boys. I'm not sure which crew that is put together.
I don't know, but South Curley has got such a depth in rowing that they could probably put together quite a few teams in this. Allura, I believe there's an Allura crew rowing in an Era boat. It's Allura, so two from Allura, two from Era.
Yep.
Rowing in an Era boat, and then I believe in the Allura boat will be Telebudgera crew members from Telebudgera as well as Allura. So it's all mixed up, and
You're
that's sort of nice.
You're a little bit more across it than what I am, so that's good. So we do have 2 heats. Yesterday it was just a flat-out final because we had the younger divisions and probably bigger surf to contend with. So I know a lot of crews who were interested in doing this didn't go out for that reason. I myself would have been a little bit sceptical about putting a crew together that never raced together to go out in those conditions. But these guys have got the bigger and stronger of the crews today. So Marucci, Force and Chums have combined, which was just expected. Who else did we have out there? We had
South Curl.
Yeah, and we got the North Narrabeen.
North Narrabeen.
The Golden Smokos.
And Allura, yeah. Yesterday you could see when some of the crews started, they were a little bit scratchy to start with, which is totally understandable because they may not have done much training together for this particular event because it's the first time this has been run. Very interesting though, we surveyed all of our young members at our club, our young rowers, to find out what they really like or would like to see more of. And one of the things that came up was Sunday morning racing and mix and match with boys and girls. So
I do know Woolgoolga have done that for a while. Everyone just turns up Sunday morning and they all pile onto the beach and do what they do, pick a boat, pick a crew. So we're away. The South Curley Venga boys in Alley 4, Allura A in the Era boat, we believe. North Narrabeen Golden Smokos, Alley 2, Marucci, Chorse. The Force and the Chums have joined up in Alley 1 there. So the Venga boys there getting beaten around a little bit in Alley 4. The Golden Smokos are sprinting out at the top of the screen there. They're having a dash at it. They've picked a break and they've gone for it. They look like they've been rowing together for years.
They do.
Something about the way Don teaches, no doubt. So we've got a mishap there in the Marucci boat. Someone's come out of their seat or lost an oar. They've stopped, which has allowed the Golden Smokos from North Narrabeen to hit the front. While we've got our other 2 crews back on the shoreline, our 2 lead crews are heading out to sea. And both did very well in their respective finals divisions. So hitting the cans together, just North Narrabeen slightly in front, and out they come together. So North Narrabeen probably picked up a little bit on the turn, maybe another half a length lead. And Don, with all his wisdom, they're tracking north. Wilco and I were unable to determine why, but there is a wave coming. So Megsy and Don, who's going to charge it? Marucci, Force, Chums have trailed and got down it safely. The Golden Smoko have fallen off and now they've got a bomb behind them, but Marucci are looking easy there, nice and controlled. Megsy looking around, see if there's anyone else on the same wave as him. He's speared off south, I'd say, to try and get around the can and get back into the field. Nice skills, Megsy. Well done, well done. So we'll see them in the final. The Golden Smokos are working hard. Don checking what's behind him as well. You can see the pumps working there. Bit of dead water as they work it across the line. Very heavy looking, with all the water rushing out off that bank. So we got our first and second, and our other 2 crews are heading home, which is the boat there of Allura, which has joined forces with Era to hold off the Venga boys in Force. So we might see the Allura crew there mixed up with Era on the wave in front. But what's happening with the wave at back with the Venga boys? They've gone sideways and they are still bouncing around. Surely they can't come around the front of them and beat Era across the line. They can. No, they can't. The Era boat comes across with the Allura, and the Venga boys pick up 4th. It's definitely got to get out first at the moment.
Yeah, it's that type of race. If you get held in that, on that back bank there, and the other crews tend to sneak out at one end, it's going to be awfully hard to get back into the race. But we have seen it. We have seen a few big waves taken from out the back to bring crews through to the front. So we're not saying it won't happen, but it just makes it very difficult if you do get held inside.
Well, Meggsy was able to do that. He got his crew onto that wave and held them straight. He did veer south because he was going to aim out of he was going to end up on the northern side of the flag, the wrong side there. But now we've got our second, so we can see a South Curley boat there, a Wanda boat, a Palm Beach boat, and Wilco in the Allura boat, which is probably the other half of the era.
And that's Wilco's. It's not the Allura Wilco's, apparently. Oh, Talabudgera, not Allura Wilco.
Okay.
There you go.
So we've just heard that Bateman's Bay will not start this race. So we've got the South Curl S Club, the Wanda Weapon It, which must be the weapons and the winging it together. The Pebbles from Palm Beach, Bateman's Bay will not start, and the Talabudgera not Allura Wilco in Alley 4.
Even though Wilco is sweeping that boat, I believe.
Wilco is in the back of the boat. Yeah, that's why he's. You're not hearing him at the moment. You'll see him shortly. So he's had a chance to watch it all day long. Let's see what he can do now that he's getting a shot in the back of the boat. So there's our lineup: South Curley S Club, Weapon It, Pebbles, Bateman's Bay's not starting, and Talabudgera not Allura Wilco. What a name! They're making it hard for me today.
They are. They're making you earn that big pay packet, Chase.
A big pay packet of a free T-shirt and a hat.
And a bit of sunscreen too, I believe.
I've been using a fair bit of sunscreen, yeah. And plenty of food. I've got to tell you, I've been fed well this weekend.
Yeah.
There we go. The digital gun has away. Not used to our normal crisp starts we normally see because we've got mix-ups of a cruise, combinations. Allura Wilco's just reading the surf there, seeing what he sees in front of him. Palm Beach Pebbles there, fighting it, laying back just to get the bow up. Now they look as though they want to go, because it doesn't seem to be much in front of the Allura crew or Palm Beach, and not much in front of the S Club either up there, but they're going to climb over one. They're all going over it together. Looks nice. Nice action shot, floating up over the front. We've got the S Club there from South Curley, and that is the familiar shape of Trent Robinson in 3-seat there. So that's part of the Death Riders there, and the Shakers, I guess.
Yeah, they look like they're going pretty well at the moment. They're coming up to their turn now.
They are out in front there. The Weapon It are going in as well, just behind them. Then the Pebbles, and then the Talabudgera not Wilco, Allura Wilco. So Club S from South Curley coming out in first place, working it, using the runners. Want to get home first. Make sure you get a shot going into the final, which is a good thing today. Oh, there's a bit of a wave coming behind them, so that might pick up the back markers on the field. We could have a party wave behind us, but there we go. The Club S are coming home nice and steady, nice and easy, as they've done pretty much all weekend. But the action's on the next wave. Wilco's hoping his crew can pull down the front of it. He's moving very closely towards Pebbles there, so he's got him. Pebbles is out. They're on top of each other. And so that's opened up the door for the Wanda Weapon It to come in with an easy, safe second place. A little bit of a bingle there.
Yeah, we'll have to leave that one to the officials to work out what exactly happened there. It did look like Wilco slewed a little bit and went into the Palm Beach crew.
We've got oars and stuff going everywhere. Pebbles is waving to the crowd. He's all right. Allura's got no oars left in the boat. So there's our third place. Pebbles has come across for third. So if we've got a race of 6, going to be interesting for the final of the mixed divisions here. As that wind starts to pick up, blowing a little bit harder now than what it was earlier.
Yeah, and that'll start to create a little bit more havoc for the sweeps, pushing the tail of the boat south, if you like, pushing the nose a little bit north. So once again, they'll have to make allowance for that when they're running onto the waves with the chop.
Yeah. Mate, so how's the numbers looking in WA this year?
Our first carnival was pretty much standard for the year. We had about 30 crews, I think, which is fairly normal for the first carnival of the year. The last one, not quite so many, but we're in that time where we have the end of schoolies and a few things like that. But the numbers up and down the coast are pretty good. There's clubs like Mullaloo have got quite a few who you'd be familiar with, Jase.
Yeah, Stewie's got a few going over there at the moment.
He has, and they use your boats, of course. Yeah, they're going really well. They've got a lot of crews there. Stewie puts a lot of time into developing his sweeps and so on up there. Scarborough are making a comeback. They've got quite a few crews again this year and some young crews.
Great.
We're City of Perth, we're about normal for what we normally do. We're probably down one A women's crew, but going pretty well in all the other divisions. North Cottesloe strong as usual with their full complement of crews.
Yep.
And then we have Fremantle who are going well, and further south to Coogee Beach. It's spelt Coogee, but they say it Coogee Beach.
Yes, I had a phone call from one of the sweeps at Coogee. He rode at Mollymook with my brother years ago, so they were making inquiries about boats. It's good to see that the sport is growing. And as the WA members excited about not having to go to Aussies, or as in not having to travel for Aussies?
Yeah, there's definitely an element of that in there, and you will notice that there'll be crews will start to come out of the woodwork a little bit. You know, some of the Masters crews and so on. There'll be more of those around this year in WA. Yeah, I guess it's nice. I realise the figures state that we're taking 95% of the competitors over to the west, and you know it's only about 5% in our numbers make up nationally, but once in a while I think it's great to get over there. It probably, if it's too often, I think it gets a bit tedious and it's an expensive exercise these days to get boats across the country.
It is expensive. The numbers I saw have been astronomical. So this is the mixed 23 surf boat race, so we've only got 5 in it, which could mean anything. It could just be a final, or it could be a semi. So we've got I'm going to say that's Glenelg and Curl, the green cogs, North Curl, Deadly B, Palm Beach Plum mode, which is the plumbers, and the Beast mode joined together there, North Cronulla Blue and the Mermaid Mongrels. So not sure who Mermaid have teamed up with for this one.
I believe they've got 2 of the Allura under 23 females rowing with them.
Okay.
I did see them chatting under the tent before, so I guess
some of them are easy to pick with what they're doing, but you can see the caps there. That's Phil and his mongrels from Mermaid being joined by the 2 Allura ladies.
Yep.
There's the Palm Beach. Looks like Spence with some of the Peace mode and the plumbers put together there. North Curl and Glenelg and South Curl. So they've joined forces as well.
And Jace, I believe in that South Curl boat we have the Australian under 23 representatives, two from each of the male and female.
Oh right.
Under 23.
Okay, so that's a top line crew there, mixture.
I believe they were trying to arrange that. So
yeah, that's a great idea.
Come off. Yeah.
You can see the water backwash exploding there, so everyone looks ready to jump in. Flags up. Waiting for the hooter. There it is. So all crews are in. This will be interesting to see, because some of these crews like Mermaid and Allura, they've never rowed together, never even had a chance to train together. So we'll get to see Palmy is probably going to be the best one here with being able to possibly have rode together before, but it doesn't really look like it at the moment. They're a little bit out of time, crashing into one there. Spence will be asking them to get their timing together, and there goes North Curley, that crew going backwards. They got a one on the nose there, so there's a little bit of, it shows at the moment that these crews haven't trained together. So Palmy out in front with the double representative team of the Sneaky Nuts or the Underdogs.
The Underdogs.
The Underdogs and the Grenades have joined forces.
Yes.
So they're out to sea. Palm Beach with Spence is doing a reasonably good job there. They're out leading. We've got the Mongrels and Allura teamed up at the bottom of the screen there. So charging out to the cans, we've got the Plum Mode in front. That's the Plumbers and the Beast Mode joined together for that crew. Up the top, the Underdogs, two of the Underdogs and two of the Grenades from Glenelg have joined forces, both representing the nation in the under-23 division to make a super crew. And North Curley heading out to sea now, but the Plum Mode, they've got it together and they're going, well, these names are killing me. Trying to keep up, but they're on a nice runner. They're doing a great job. They're looking like they've rode together a bit more regularly than what they actually probably have. So they're doing well.
I think they were foxing at the start there, Jace. Just trying to put the other crews off.
They were foxing for sure. Spencer's got them in the seats there. They've come sideways. They've got plenty of time just to correct that, bring the boat around, straighten it up. You can see the super crew behind there of the Australian representatives coming on looking for a second place. They'll be coming through this, but there they are. So that's the Grenades and the Underdogs joined forces there, and the race is on. Mermaid stopped because I think Phil Chipman's probably seen something coming, but North Curley, they're having a crack at it. There's our second place winners. They'll progress through to the next round.
Yeah, interesting concept, isn't it? Because the sweeps with rowers that are unfamiliar to them and the rowers being unfamiliar with the sweep.
We've got a party wave out the back. Phil Chipman saved it. And there we go. There's the North Curley girls. I heard a scream. That might have been someone just swimming.
North Curley is...
But they've bounced. They're out of the boat. There is no one there. And they're all walking back to the beach with their hands on their head, as they've been instructed to do. If you're safe and well, put your hand on your head, let everyone know with that signal you're safe. So the mermaid mongrels and the Allura girls, they've actually gone from last to scrape through with a third place there, with good boatmanship and reading the surf and taking a smart wave.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jace, it'd be interesting for the sweeps because they would have had to run through some of their calls, I guess, to familiarise the crew with their calls.
Today is a day that you need to know every single call that he's going to throw at you. What to do when you're going out to sea and you come across a big one, and what his calls are to get through it, what his calls are at the can, what his calls are to trail on a wave. Because we've seen an awful lot of trails today, which has been the wisest thing to do. The crews that haven't necessarily trailed are the ones that have been coming unstuck.
Yeah, it seems the percentages say that if you trail out there and get the weight into the back of the boat, 9 times out of 10 today, that's been a successful tactic. Leaving the crews in the seats is a risk when you've got a bank, a shallow bank like that.
So here's the rest of our 23, the Sneaky Humps from South Curley, the North Cronulla Gold, the Glen Curl Gold Dogs, and the
so that must be
Peasters from Palm Beach. So that's the Beast and the Plumbers put together, the other half of that combination.
I think we've got the other half of the super crew.
So there's the Peasters and there's the other half of the super crews up in Alley 1. So this is, there you can see the caps there. So the girls are at the back of the boat this time with their sweep Peter. And the boys are in the bow there. So I can't quite work out. So it's the Underdog or the Sneaky Humps. So the Sneaky Nuts and I can't work out.
Yeah, so that's the Sneaky Nuts and the Bump. It used to be the Bumps and Humps, didn't it?
Bumps and Humps,
ago?
yeah, I think they were a crew. So they're the Sneaky Humps.
Yeah.
The Glenelg, whatever they were, I've forgotten.
So that's the super crew. That's two Glenelg and two South Curley.
I saw their name for a second. My memory's not that good. So the flag's up. We're waiting for the digital gun to go off. There it is. So in and away, we've only got 3 in this one, it appears. So the Pistas from Palm Beach. And the crew in the middle there has decided to stop. So that could be the Glencurl crew. Doesn't appear we've got a North Cronulla, and the Sneaky Humps in 1. So there's a bit of water in front of these crews now to navigate, and I think the Pistas have got the worst of it. There they go, up and down. If they show the form that their other crew did, they should be able to catch these 2 crews. But we've got the super crew of Glenelg and the Sneaky Nuts up there in, I think, no, alley 2. Up in alley 1 is the Sneaky Humpers. So the Underdogs and the Grenades are in alley 2 there, the super crew. And the Pistas, they've got a lot of work to do to catch up. So you can see there, both these crews out in front consisting of South Curley members.
Yeah, bit of rivalry. They'll be looking across at each other there and taking note of their other club mates in the other boat.
Well, the Sneaky Humps have turned first, and the super crew from Glenelg Grenades and the Underdogs, they've turned second, with Pete Tidswell at the back of it. And then the Pistas not going as well as the Pistas or whatever they were called. Oh God, killing me these names. So yeah, there's the Sneaky Humps looking over their shoulder. Is there a wave they can use? But the super crew from Glenelg and the Underdogs, they're using a wave nicely. I think they may have fallen off. There is the Sneaky Humps coming home. Down a little wave there. They might have a little bit of water to contend with the backwash washing out. But there they go. There's our first crew home in the second of the under 23 mixed crew. Nice work. The super crew, the second super crew coming across the line now. And then we're looking for the Pistas. There they are. The Piste mode and half the plumbers put together to make that one. Nice work.
So that's coming. We're now coming down to the last 2 races on the program, which will be
we should have finals of the Open and then the 23.
And that's our last 2 races.
2 races to go. So hang around, please. We'll be televising the medal presentation. So if you do have time to hang around and watch, please do. So the mixed crew concept, it's working.
Yeah, well, the ASRL committee, we met back in about April, May here at Queenscliff, and it was a point of discussion at that meeting that we just thought we would just try something different and just see what the reaction was to it, and just to try something different in our sport, and it seems to have worked. It's a bit hard because a lot of crews have had a hard day's racing, and then to turn around and row again. So I'm not sure how it would fit into a program, but if clubs know that this is a possibility, then it may introduce a bit more training sort of thing if they know it's going to come up every year.
So here's our list for the final. So we've got the Wanda Weaponette, the Palm Beach Pebbles, the Golden Smokers from North Narrabeen, South Curley S Club, and the Maroochy Chores. Pick a winner.
I'm going to go with Megsy. Megsy's had a pretty good run this weekend. He's been he's obviously got good crews and he's been sweeping well. So I'm going to go with the Maroochydore Chores.
Yep, righto. A combination of the Force and the Chums, both as their individual crews have had plenty of success over the years. Let's see what they can do with it mixed together. So this is for the Open.
This is the Open.
The Open mixed crew. Gold medals up for grabs.
Yes, and these are an ASRL medal. They're not SLSA medal, which the short course racing was racing for Australian medals.
So the short course is racing. Well, that's great because as rowers, we've only ever had one shot at one medal at Aussies. Whereas you look at the other end of the beach, the sprinters get their sprints, their relays, their flags. The swimmers get their swimmers, their swim team, their belt swims. The boards get their taplin relay, their board relay, their individual boards. If you're an athlete at the other end of the beach, you've got a chance to take home about 6 or 7 medals. And so for us, it's only ever been, one race, make the most of it.
Yeah, and I think, the concept of having it separated from the Australian titles, which the short course was run for a couple of years at Australian titles, but due to conditions and transfer, it got withdrawn from the program a couple of times, so it never was actually, it was only been raced for probably twice in about a 4 or 5 year period. So
yeah. Well, the Kiwis have been doing it successfully over there for a number of years. They have their short course on the Saturday and they have their long course on the Sunday. Don there, we can see him starting in the back of the boat again with the golden smokos. The Palm Beach crew there. The Pebbles. The Wanda Weaponet, which is a mix between the weapons and the winging it. Some of them are easy to pick, some of them are just crazy. Got no chance. We're in and away. Meggsy's got some troubled water down there in front of him. It's coming at him from all over the direction. But they're doing all right, but they've probably got the most work to do in front of them. They've got a few more waves to negotiate. There's a set coming out the back. Meggsy's stopped his crew, so the other 4 crews are going for it. They might be able to pick their way out safely, but this is going to be what unfolds for the top on them. So Palmy copping it. We got the golden smokos are over and out. They've been hit, and so has the Pebbles. They've been smashed as well. And there is a boat in front of the Pebbles boat, so they've just been whacked by the upside down Maroubra boats. I mean North Narrabeen boats. So they're probably going to have a few issues there. So that means, I don't know what that means. Have we got any boats out? Yes, we do. We've got the Weaponet up in Alley 1. They've snuck out and bolted. And we've also got the S Club, I think it was, from South Curley. And down in Alley 4.
I've successfully put the mocker on Meggsy, but
well done.
He's now making his way out in 3rd place.
It's a curse from the commentator. So the Weaponet from Wanda are up out in front, Alley 1. They've got a little bit of room, but we know how fast the Death Riders are, and some of the Death Riders are in this boat here now with the S Club, and they have used that runner.
Oh, look at that. That's awesome.
Wanda's got a chance to use it now, so can they get down it? Wanda's got a better shot at it. Oh, no, the S Club have fallen off, so Wanda should be on this one. Trailed off safely at the back of the boat. Nice work, boys and girls. There's a few. They are nowhere near each other, thank goodness. But there they go. There's the S Club trailed off now as well. And they've had a rollover. Oh, it's action-packed, this one.
That was a bit of a late take-off, and there's Meggsy on a monster out the back.
So you may not have mocked Meggsy just yet. So Meggsy can hold a wave. He loves it. He's on a wave out the back there. We know that. There's the debris, the field of debris. He's going to have to negotiate. So here he comes through screen now. Nice work, Meggsy. Well done, mate. So that could be a second place for him. So that's nothing to scoff at.
I don't feel so bad now, Megsy, if you get to watch this replay.
He'll watch the replay for sure. So that's first to the Weaponette from Wanda, second to the Chorse, which is the Force and the Chums combined. North Narrabeen, they are not finishing the race. They are just walking their boat back to the sand. They got poleaxed on the way to sea. We didn't get to see it, but they got absolutely belted. And on the way home, we had a rollover from the
S Club.
The S Club at South Curley there.
Yeah, that was a shame because they had a beautiful run out the back.
Palm Beach, we haven't seen Palm Beach for a little while either, so we're not sure if they gathered their gear up or they just pushed. I think I can see their boat on the sand. There it is down there on the waterline. Pebbles decided to pack that one up.
Yep.
And say, you know what, we're done.
He counted 1, 2, 3 out in front of him, but
maybe got the boat back to beach so the next crew can
have a go.
Get it back. Bend the Rolex back if need be. Get everything set back up so they can have a shot at it. The crowd's starting to thin out. There's a few more boats up in the car park. There'll be a medal presentation up here shortly, which I hope Tash can do the presentation for that. So I'm really not one for speaking in front of a crowd. I can speak here because I think I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah, we've both got faces for radio, haven't we, Jace?
We've definitely got a head for radio.
Thanks, Jace, for your commentary over the weekend. It's brilliant. Your insight into surfboat rowing, your knowledge of the cruise, and also the technical side of it. We really appreciate, as the ASRL committee, we really appreciate that input.
Mate, it's been fun. I enjoy this. I was asked to help out a couple of years ago with a little on-the-spot interview, and I've been lucky enough to be asked to come back again and again. So someone out there is tipping off the people that they like what they hear from me. I think there's only one person, but... So we've got one more race to go through. Then I'm going to have my my wrap. And clear my head and work out how I'm going to get back to the airport. But it's a nice early finish, so we're still going. We'll be finished. All racing should be done by 2 o'clock at the latest. We were done by about 12:30 yesterday, so
yeah, that's pretty spot on because
crews can get on the road.
Yeah, I spoke to the referees this morning, and they said they had calculated to finish at around about 2 o'clock. So
excellent. So I missed commentating that, calling out the names there on that screen. So for our final, we're working with some fantastic people here behind the scenes. They're going to help me out and bring back the list. So we've got the next race is the Mermaid Mongrels, the Glen Curl Gold Dogs, the Sneaky Humps from South Curl, the Glen Curl Green Gogs, and the Plum Mode. So both Super Crews have made it through. So the Glenelg girls and the South Curl boys that have both been lucky enough to represent the country have split to make those two crews. They're split there by the Sneaky Humps, the Mermaid Mongrels with Allura, and the Palm Beach Plumbers and the Peace Mode have joined together to make a crew and they've made the final. So 5 in this one.
It'd be quite the challenge, Jace, to say those names 10 times quickly, wouldn't it? We're flat out getting our...
I'm flat out saying it once correctly.
So a bit of creativity by the crews here too with coming up with those names, which is just adds to a bit of the fun of it, and they'll remember it. We're
still getting some comments in. So Bob Hobnob has said, "You haven't been boring me, gents," which I don't know what he's been listening to, but thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Bob. We're nearly done. One more race. Digi, of course, she can hear the digital gun loud and clear from 4551 up at home. Your crazy saying is catching on. So everyone appears to be enjoying themselves at home watching with their feet up on the couch. if the Test cricket is on shortly, they'll be able to flick over and watch that. Some of us probably got up early to watch the
Socceroos.
The Socceroos. I know I did. I turned the TV on in the room I was camping in overnight. Watched the first half.
They put up a pretty good performance, the Socceroos, didn't they?
When you're playing against the world's greatest divers,
yeah,
they might be the third-ranked team in the world, but man, when it comes to taking a dive, Argentina,
it was Argentina.
You are the best. Lionel Messi,
gold medalist in diving.
No one is ever going to beat you for a dive.
Yeah, shame they really turned things around, didn't they?
To finish 2-1, because Dad said that they were all over the Aussies there at one stage, and the Aussies did a magnificent job to defend them, and that's all it was, basically a game of defence.
Yeah.
We had 10% of the ball, if that, I reckon, but mate, the Aussies have shown that they are capable. A team of no names, did a great job.
And for a team that sort of just scraped into the World Cup finals, and then to turn that around and actually be very competitive, apart from the game against France. But they turned that around very quickly and came back and won the next two.
France was favourites, so...
Yeah. Here we go.
We've got a whistle up. We've got a few crews moving on to the line. So there's half the super crew. You can see the other half of the super crew up there at the other end of the beach. So crews are moving down for the last race of the day. Yes, Hillary, you are not a little stroke. You're the big guns. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so it's been 3 days of really good racing, and it's come down to now. This is the last race.
So a little bit of fun to finish off the day.
Bit of fun to finish off the day, which is fantastic. And I reckon a lot of these under-23 crews, this is the inaugural event for this, and this is going to be bragging rights for them for some years to come.
I won
the
first ever ASRL short course mixed 23 medal.
Yep.
There's a few ladies that got the first ever reserve grade medal a couple of years ago when they took the top 12 into the open women, and the next 12 were relegated to do the race off for the reserve grade women, and then the year after it was the first ever I've decided to be a reserve grade rower. There we go.
I heard an interesting statistics about McMaster's Beach, if I get a chance, that they have won quite a few inaugural events in boats over the years.
Are they really?
Is it Mick? Was it Mick Norman?
President Nick?
Yeah. No. Or Mick, I think, won the... I was talking to Brad last night, and... because they won the inaugural short course yesterday.
They did the Fat Dads.
The Fat Dads, and the girls, the Mini...
The Minis,
Mini Max won as well. Yep. So that's two inaugural gold medals right there. Inaugural event gold medals. And then I believe his father was the first reserve... That's correct. It was the first reserve women's Australian gold medal over in Perth. And the McMaster's Beach won that as well. And that was that's for one family.
Bit of history. That's
pretty amazing.
There is plenty of history out there. If you go looking for it, you can find it.
Yeah.
So, but here we go. We're
about to go.
We've got a check starter that's happy. So he's got his flag up. There's a few people walking past. They've packed their boats up. They've got their chairs and their bags under their arms. See you, Tanya.
So who's it going to be? Is it going to be one of the super crews, or is it going to be Palmy or the South Curley?
This Palmy crew rode well in the first race.
They did.
I'll put my money. I'm going to do it. You're
going to do it. Okay,
let's see. Spency.
Let's see how you go, Jace.
We're away. The Hooter's gone. 4 crews charging up the sea. I've just had a quick look over my shoulder. There doesn't seem to be much coming on the horizon, so they should, by all rights, all get going and bash it out there and charge. So actually only got four in this race, so I think we've lost the mongrels. They're not there. I can't see a red boat anywhere. So There they go. Oh, one of the Super Crews, the Glenelg boat Super Crew, just got whacked. The Sneaky Humps got belted as well. So my prediction of nothing coming was a lie. I've done it.
But your prediction of Spency...
he's still upright, and there he goes. Good. Look at him. Look at him go.
They look good too. They look very good.
So we've got Spence and I don't know if it was the Peace Mode or the Plum Bobs or something, but they're out in front looking the goods. We've also got the two Super Crews. They're out there. It was the sneaky humps are the ones that got left behind. So into the can goes Spence and his combination of plumbers and Peace Mode. And here comes the two Super Crews of Glenelg and the Grenades and the Underdogs battling for a silver medal there.
Oh, wave coming.
And there's the humps. We have... There's Spence. He's trailed off. Mate, that must be a bloody impressive wave. He sent the bowman up. He sent the number 2 bow up. They've fallen off the back. So that's going to disrupt them a little bit, trying to get their gear back. Not a happy, harmonious boat right now, but they've almost got it back. Still trying to row, while number 2 seat's struggling to get his oar back, or her oar back, which has opened the door fractionally for the Super Crews.
But it looks like...
But Spency's got them firing up. They're on a little one now. They're just doing enough. I can't believe that's the only race I've picked all day.
Left it till last, Jace. Left the
the
best
last
to last
one. So here he comes. Spencer's coming across the line. Oh, but the Super Crew's having a shot at him. They might catch him on the line, but no, Spencer's just done enough. Just done enough, even with a late slew. Oh, they've come down hard off. I'd say a little bit of exploding backwash there. Wow. The Glenelg, half of the Super Crew. And there's the Sneaky Humps.
Coming in for
in they
fourth
come.
place.
Nice trail. Piled up the back there. Well, there you have it. What a finish.
What a great way to finish.
What an excellent weekend of racing. We have waves, we've had everything going on. And Tash has joined us here in the commentary box.
Do you know who was in those boats?
Yeah, we fudged our way through that.
Yeah, they challenged us, but we got through it, we reckon.
So yeah, we've got the presentation coming up shortly.
Yep, medal presentations up here very shortly. So.
Yep. So we're just tucked in around under one of the tents just beside the dais, where we had a great little crowd turn up yesterday for everyone to get presented with their medals. So yesterday it was the reserves and the 19s that got their short course jewellery to go home with, and now we're waiting for the big boys and big girls, the Opens men and women, and then the 23 men and women to come up and have their medals presented to them. Thanks for jumping in, Jeff.
No worries at all, Jace. I enjoyed it.
An extra voice helps, because people would have turned off. It was left up to me.
It's not exactly my strong point, but I was happy to jump in when Wilco was called up for his one row for the day, or one sweep for the day. So thanks very much for the opportunity, and we'll see you at the Open in Bulli for sure. Yeah,
we'll be back down there. So okay, so this is the Open results for the Open. The Wanda Weaponette, the Marucci Chorse, and the South Curley S Cup, the Pebbles and the Golden Smokos. Well, we saw what happened to them. They ended up upside down, so they have unfortunately been disqualified. So there's high fives all round down on the beach for the Palmies, the Palm Beach Cruise. So they're pretty happy. Well done, everyone. It's been a great weekend. Great help from our sponsors, our officials. Without the officials, nothing happens. Without the hard work from the board of management and the directors of the ASRL, nothing really gets done either. So here we go with the results. The Palm Beach Plum Mode, the Glen Curl Green Gogs, the Glen Curl Gold Dogs. Oh, the Sneaky Humps from South Curley, an easy one in fourth. And the Mermaid Mongrels didn't turn up to start that race. So congratulations to all our medal winners, all our place getters over the course of the whole 3 days. We've got 4 fantastic crews representing Australia in the Trans-Tasman Test against the Kiwis. Personally not sure if they go there or the Kiwis come here, but that'll be exciting to see as always. So a little bit of pack up. We've got a presentation coming up shortly. So please stand by. We might be able to get some replays up for the next couple of minutes to watch and roll through as we wait for the presentation to start. But looking down along the promenade there to the beach at the Manly end, what a crowd. Lovely day down on the beach here. It's fantastic. Excellent. So we've got a medal presentation coming up shortly. So please stand by if you're going to hang around to watch. We're just going to go to a screen display here. So stand by for medal presentations. Thanks for watching.
Thank you all for your patience. We're going to start presentations with the under-23 female. So we have Cruz that picked up a medal. Come forward. Apologies, trying to work out the best place to stand. There we go. This is all being live streamed as well, so we thank all the infrastructure staff for getting that to happen. So we're going live around the world for this medal presentation. As long as we can get rid of the feedback. Two. We're back on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to probably the most exciting part of the event is the medal presentation. So we'll be starting. Testing. That might be the dud one. So to our people who are going out to the live stream, welcome aboard. We just got some issues with the main microphone here, but we will be starting with the under-23 female. We're just getting the paperwork coming across now. We'll get the main microphone. But to the live stream, sorry for your inconvenience. Appreciate you waiting online for us. But we'll go live once we get right. Okay, we're just waiting on the paperwork so we get the names right. Take two, as they say in the classics. So our first event, the race for medals today, was our under-23 women, and it was a straight-out final. In fifth place was North Cronulla Boffs girls. In fourth place, or maybe the other way around, was the Allura Seagulls. The winners of the bronze medal were the Palm Beach Peace Mode, who are not here, but I'll name them anyway. Annika Beasley. They are here. Well done, ladies. Annika Beasley, Kenya Fay, Alicia White, Emily Wise, swept by Ryan Pebbles Halangahu. They are winners of the SLSA National Short Course Bronze Medal under-23s. The silver medal went to Curley Beach Raptors. Ellie Fisher, Grace Floyd, Taylor Fox, Ellen Shealy, and the sweep David Toomba. Congratulations, Coolum. Winners of the SLSA National Short Course Silver Medal. Lots of bling going on here. And our gold medal and SLSA National Surf Champions for the short course, Glenelg Grenades. Congratulations, Ella Borlas, Madison Felke, Talalia McCarthy, Siobhan Rowe, swept by Peter Tidswell. Gold medalists, Australian Surf Life Saving Championship short course. And not to mention that they were here on Friday. Great weekend in Sydney for them. They are representing Australia in the Trans-Tasman Championship over in New Zealand. Congratulations to all three crews, 23 women. I'm sure this won't be the last time these girls are on a podium. We've certainly seen some of their sweeps up there previously. And an outstanding effort of rowing. Some of these crews also raced on Friday, but Glenelg, worthy winners of representing Australia and our short course champions. And well done to the paparazzi. Well done, girls, for your patience. We're moving now into the under-23 male SLSA Short Course Championship of Australia. So the final was made up. In 6th place was the Maroochydore Force. In 5th place was the Surfers Paradise Sharks. Fourth was the North Cronulla Young Guns, winners of the bronze medal. From South Curl, the Sneaky Nuts, Tyler Hyde, Julian Mackay, Tom Opie, Bailey Skelton, swept by Mark Gus Spatiri. Please come forward and collect your bronze medal. The silver medal, keeping it in the family, the South Curl Underdogs. Harrison Andrew, Tremaine Shivers, Tasman Farrell, Zach Lowry, swept by Rob Termite Lowry. Congratulations, guys. Silver medal, but they also go away with our Australian crew representatives for the under-23s as our national team. And the gold medal, Palm Beach Plumbers, very popular winners. Hunter Graham, Daniel Johnson, Joshua McGuinness, Thomas Whalen, swept by Peter Spence, gold medal. Under-23 National Short Course SLSA champions. Congratulations to South Curl and Palm Beach, keeping it in the family up here in the peninsula. Well done to the coaches, sweeps, facilitators, rowers. Well done, Underdogs, Sneaky Nuts and the Plumbers. Open women time. Okay, we had a hotly contested open female racing today. In 6th place was Bateman's Bay. In 5th place was the North Narrabeen Golden Girls. 4th place was the Coleroy Giants. In 3rd place, winners of the bronze medal, was Lawn Edge. Congratulations, Lawn Edge. Chantel Guziak, Georgia Stewart, Madeline Thomas, Michelle Yan, swept by Jeffrey Matthews. Congratulations. Silver medalists from the Sutherland Shire, Eluira, YYC, Lauren Horton, Alexandra Joyce, Olivia Moss, Gabrielle Turnbell, swept by Michael McBain, your silver medal champions. And the gold medal from the Sunshine Coast, an outstanding crew, Maroochydore Chums. Congratulations to Phoebe Child, Sophie Gruel, Rachel Reiser, Erin Smith, swept by Michael Megsy Brooks. Open Women Champions, SLSA Short Course 2022. Just a reminder that the ASRL Short Course Mixed Championship presentation will happen straight after the Open Men. So certainly sharing those medals right around Australia. Lorne from Victoria, Allura from the Sutherland Shire of Sydney and Maroochydore up there on the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. Congratulations to all cruise sweeps coaches. Open women. Well done and congratulations. Moving on to the Ferraris, the big boys, the open male boat. The finalists were in 6th place, Talabudra Tomcats. In 5th place, the South Curl Echidnas. In 4th place, the North Narrabeen Smokos. In 3rd place, and collecting a bronze Australian medal, is the Wanda Weapons. Matthew Pesgood, Bradley Quizzoli, Jack Spooner, the very small Hayden Ward, and swept by Nathan Spinner. In 2nd place, in a very tight finish, the Lawn Chops from Victoria, Andrew Downey, Darcy Frawley, Jack Ryan, Edward White, swept by Jeffrey Matthews. Congratulations, the Lawn Chops. All the medals being presented today by Nick Sampson from our ASRL committee. And the gold medal, our Australian Open male short course champions. Crowd favourites, the South Curl Death Riders. Michael Egan, Craig McCarthy, Trent Rogers, Jordan Thurl, and swept by Rob the Termite Lowry. Great, exciting race. Well done. One of the best races we've seen all weekend was this open boat. The Death Riders got out to a great lead, hung on, and then you couldn't put a line between Wanda and Lawn. So 3 very deserving winners up there. So not the last time, I dare say, we see these crews on a dais. Paparazzi going crazy. They're asking for a flex. Remember, this is going live around the world. Some of these guys just cannot get enough of the camera. Well done to our open boat finalists, champions. South Curl, Lawn and Wanda. South Curly just hanging on a little bit longer than most. Okay, we're now going to move into the ASRL Mixed Surfboat Championship. 2 boys, 2 girls. And the under-23s, the final was the Mermaid Mongrels got 4th. The Sneaky Nuts were 4th, I'm sorry. In 3rd place, the Glen Curl Gold Dogs. Come forward and get your medals. That mixed crew of Glenelg and South Curly. In 2nd place, just keeping it in the family again, is the Glen Curl Green Dogs. Come on down. And our inaugural winners of the under-23 mixed boat race, Palm Beach Plum Mode. Again, very popular up there at home and away. So we've got the gold dogs, the green dogs, combination of our Australian Championship representative crews, but they couldn't beat the plum mode. Swept by Peter Spence, congratulations. Our inaugural under-23 mixed surf boat champions. Lots of smiles. So again, just mentioning the runners-up and the third-place medals went to our combination of our 23s national crews of the Glenelg Grenades and the South Curley Underdoggies. We're going to be very, very well represented over in New Zealand for the Trans-Tasman. Well done to Palm Beach. Great configuration. Well done, Peter Spence and his crew up there right at the top end of the peninsula. Final event of the day was the Open Mixed ASRL Surfboat Championship. We had 5 crews compete in this race. We had 2 DQs, or we did not finish, that being the Palm Beach Pebbles and the North Narrabeen Golden Smokos, which left it open for South Curley S Club 7 to collect the bronze medal. Congratulations, S Club 7. Come on down. Without knowing too well, I would say that would be a combination of Shakers and Death Riders. Well done. In second place was the Maroochydore Chorse. Combination of the Force and Chums. You work it out. And our winners of the inaugural ASRL Mixed Open Championship, yes, the Wanda Weppet. Weapon it. Swept by Nathan Spinner with still more bling around his neck. Very exciting race. All crews deserving of their medals, and special mention to the Pebbles and the Golden Smokos who put on a very good show for us late in that race. Congratulations to all crews. Stay up there for the paparazzi, ladies. Prestigious moment in time for surfboat rowing, our inaugural ASRL Mixed Surfboat Champions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the official presentation and the carnival. And it goes without saying, events like this do not happen without the hard work and the efforts and the organisation of our ASRL committee. Well led right across the board. We thank you very much for them. Without a committee, it's no point doing it if we don't have wonderful sponsors. Kennard's Hire have come on board, and we really appreciate the work that Phil and his crew have done there. And of course, Team Navy. Where on earth would surfboat rowing be without Team Navy? We'd like to thank our officials. We'd like to thank the Northern Beaches Council for letting us take over their beach for 3 days. Everyone behind the scenes has worked tirelessly hard for this event. It can't happen without you. And last and most importantly, to the rowers, sweeps, coaches, managers that got crews right around Australia to a national event. We thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you at Bulli in 2023 down there on the south coast of New South Wales for our ASRL Open Championship. Get your entries in, get amongst it. This is surfboat racing, and it is great. See you later.